Redeeming Love by Francine Rivers.
Part 1. Prologue.
The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. Shakespeare. New England. 1835. Alex Stafford was just like Mama said. He was tall and dark, and Sarah had never seen anyone so beautiful. Even dressed in dusty riding clothes, his hair damp with perspiration, he was like the princes in the stories Mama read. Sarah's heart beat with wild joy and pride. None of the other fathers she saw at Mass compared to him. He looked at her with his dark eyes, and her heart sang. She was wearing her best blue frock and white pinafore, and Mama had braided her hair with pink and blue ribbons. Did Papa like the way she looked? Mama said blue was his favorite color, but why didn't he smile? Was she fidgeting? Mama said to stand straight and still and act like a lady. She said he would like that. But he didn't look pleased at all. Isn't she beautiful? Alex, Mama said. Her voice sounded strange tight, like she was choking. Isn't she the most beautiful little girl you've ever seen? Sarah watched Papa's dark eyes frown. He didn't look happy. He looked angry. Like Mama looked sometimes when Sarah talked too much or asked too many questions. Just a few minutes, Mama said quickly. Too quickly. Was she afraid?
But why?
That's all I'm asking. Alex.
Please.
It would mean so much to her. Alex Stafford stared down at Sarah. His mouth was pressed tight, and he studied her silently. Sarah stood as still as she could. She'd stared at herself in the mirror so long this morning, she knew what he would see. She had her father's chin and nose, and her mother's blonde hair and fair skin. Her eyes were like her mother's, too, although they were even more blue. Sarah wanted Papa to think she was pretty, and she gazed up at him hopefully. But the look in his eyes was not a nice one. Did you pick blue on purpose? Papa's words startled Sarah. They were cold and angry. Because it brings out the color of her eyes? Sarah couldn't help it. She glanced at her mother, and her heart fell. Mama's face was filled with hurt. Alex glanced toward the foyer. Cleo. She's not here, Mama said quietly, keeping her head high. I gave her the day off. Papa's eyes seemed to get even darker. Did you?
Well.
That leaves you in a fix, doesn't it? Darling. Mama stiffened, then bit her lip and glanced down at Sarah. What was wrong? Sarah wondered sadly. Wasn't Papa happy to see her? She had been so excited that she was actually going to be with him at last, even for a little while. What would you have me do? Mama's words were directed at Papa. So Sarah stayed silent, still hoping. Send her away. She knows how to find Cleo. I would imagine. Pink spots appeared on Mama's cheeks. Meaning what? Alex? That I entertain others in your absence. Sarah's smile fell in confusion. They spoke so coldly to one another. Neither looked at her. Had they forgotten she was there? What was wrong? Mama was distraught. Why was Papa so angry about Cleo not being home? Chewing her lip, Sarah looked between them. Stepping closer, she tugged on her father's coat. Papa, don't call me that. She blinked, frightened and confused by his manner. He was her papa. Mama said so. He even brought her presents every time he came. Mama gave them to her. Maybe he was angry that she had never thanked him. I want to thank you for the presents you. Hush. Sarah, her mother said quickly. Not now. Darling. Papa flashed Mama a thunderous look. Let her speak. It's what you wanted, isn't it? Why are you shushing her now? Mama stepped closer and put her hand on Sarah's shoulder. Sarah could feel Mama's fingers trembling, but Papa bent toward her now, smiling. What presents, he said. He was so handsome, just like Mama said. She was proud to have a father like him. Tell me, little one. I always like the candies you bring me, Sarah said, feeling warm and proud beneath his attention. They are very nice. But best of everything, I love the crystal swan. She smiled again, glowing with joy that Papa listened to her so carefully. He even smiled, though Sarah wasn't sure she liked his smile. It was small and tight. Indeed, he said and straightened. He looked at Mama. I'm so pleased to know how much my gifts mean. Sarah looked up at her father, thrilled at his approval. I put it on my windowsill. The sun shines through it and makes colors dance on the wall. Would you like to come and see? She took his hand. When he jerked away, she blinked, hurt, not understanding. Mama bit her lip and reached out a hand toward Papa, then stopped suddenly. She looked afraid again. Sarah looked from one parent to the other, struggling to understand. What had she done wrong? Wasn't Papa pleased that she liked his presence? So, you pass on my gifts to the child, Papa said. It's good to know what they mean to you. Sarah bit her lip at the coldness in Papa's voice. But before she could speak, Mama touched her shoulder gently. Darling, be a good girl and go outside and play now. Sarah looked up,
Distressed.
Had she done something wrong? Can I stay? I'll be very quiet. Mama couldn't seem to say more. Her eyes were moist, and she looked at Papa. Alex bent down to Sarah. I want you to go outside and play, he said quietly. I want to talk to your mother alone. He smiled and patted her cheek. Sarah smiled, utterly enchanted. Papa had touched her. He wasn't angry at all. He loved her. Just as Mama said. Can I come back when you're done talking? Papa straightened stiffly. Your mother will come and get you when she's ready.
Now.
Run along as you've been told. Yes, Papa. Sarah wanted to stay, but she wanted to please her father more. She went out of the parlor, skipping through the kitchen to the back door. She picked a few daisies that grew in the garden patch by the door and then headed for the rose trellis. She plucked the petals. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. She hushed as she came around the corner. She didn't want to disturb Mama and Papa. She just wanted to be close to them. Sarah dreamed contentedly. Maybe Papa would put her up on his shoulders. She wondered if he would take her for a ride on his big black horse. She would have to change her dress, of course. He wouldn't want her to soil it. She wished he had let her sit on his lap while he talked to Mama. She would have liked that very much, and she would have been no bother. The parlor window was open, and she could hear voices. Mama loved the smell of roses to fill the parlor. Sarah wanted to sit and listen to her parents. That way she would know just when Papa wanted her to come back again. If she was very quiet, she wouldn't disturb them, and all Mama would have to do was lean out and call her name. What was I to do? Alex? You've never spent so much as a minute with her. What was I to tell her? That her father doesn't care? That he wishes she had never even been born? Sarah's lips parted. Deny it.
Papa.
Deny it. I brought that swan back from Europe for you. And you throw it away on a child who has no appreciation for its value. Did you give her the pearls as well? What about the music box? I suppose she got that, too. The daisies fluttered from Sarah's hand. She sat down on the ground, careless of her pretty dress. Her heart slowed from its wild, happy beat. Everything inside her seemed to spiral downward with each word. Alex.
Please.
I didn't see any harm in it. It made it easier. She asked me this morning if she was old enough yet to meet you. She asks me every time she knows you're coming. How could I say no to her again? I didn't have the heart. She doesn't understand your neglect. And neither do I. You know how I feel about her. How can you say how you feel? You don't even know her. She's a beautiful child, Alex. She's quick and charming, and she isn't afraid of anything. She's like you in so many ways. She's someone, Alex. You can't ignore her existence forever. She's your daughter. I have enough children by my wife. Legitimate children. I told you I didn't want another. How can you say that? How can you not love your own flesh and blood? I told you how I felt from the beginning. But you wouldn't listen. She should never have been born. But you insisted on having your own way. Do you think I wanted to get pregnant? Do you think I planned to have her? I've often wondered. Especially when I arranged a way out of the situation for you, and you refused. The doctor I sent you to would have taken care of the whole mess. He would have gotten rid. I couldn't do it. How could you expect me to kill my unborn child? Don't you understand? It's a mortal sin. You've spent too much time in church, he said derisively. Have you ever thought that you wouldn't have the problems you do now if you had gotten rid of her the way I told you? It would have been easy. But you ran out. I wanted her, Mama said brokenly. She was part of you, Alex, and part of me. I wanted her even if you didn't. Is that the real reason? You're hurting me, Alex. Sarah flinched as something shattered. Is that the real reason? Or did you have her because you thought bearing my child would give you a hold over me you otherwise lacked? You can't believe that. Mama was crying now. You do, don't you? You're a fool, Alex.
Oh.
What have I done? I gave up everything for you. My family, my friends, my self-respect, everything I believed in, every hope I ever had. I bought you this cottage. I give you all the money you could possibly need. Mama's voice rose strangely. Do you know what it's like for me to walk down the street in this town? You come and go when and as you please. And they know who you are, and they know what I am. No one looks at me. No one speaks to me. Sarah feels it too. She asked me about it once. And I told her we were different from other people. I didn't know what else to say. Her voice broke. I'll probably go to hell for what I've become. I'm sick of your guilt, and I'm sick of hearing about that child. She's ruining everything between us. Do you remember how happy we were? We never argued. I couldn't wait to come to you. To be with you. Don't. And how much time do I have left with you today? Enough? You've used it up on her. I told you what would happen. Didn't I? I wish she had never been born. Mama cried out a terrible name. There was a crash. Terrified, Sarah got up and ran. She raced through Mama's flowers and across the lawn and onto the pathway to the spring house. She ran until she couldn't run anymore. Gasping, her sides burning, she dropped into the tall grass, her shoulders heaving with sobs, her face streaked with tears. She heard a horse galloping toward her. Scrambling for a better hiding place in the vines about the creek, she peered out and saw her father ride by on his great black horse. Ducking down, she huddled there, crying, and waited for Mama to come fetch her. But Mama didn't come and she didn't call. After a while, Sarah wandered back to the spring house and sat by the flowered vines and waited longer. By the time Mama came, Sarah had dried her tears and dusted off her pretty frock. She was still shaking from what she had heard. Mama was very pale, her eyes dull and red-rimmed. There was a blue mark on the side of her face. She had tried to cover it with powder. She smiled, but it wasn't like her usual smile. "Where have you been, darling?" "I've been looking and looking for you." Sarah knew she hadn't. She had been watching for her. Mama licked her lacy handkerchief and wiped a smudge from Sarah's cheek. "Your father was called away suddenly on business. Is he coming back?" Sarah was afraid. She never wanted to see him again. He had hurt Mama and made her cry. "Maybe not for a long time. We'll have to just wait and see. He's a very busy and important man." Sarah said nothing, and her Mama lifted her and hugged her close. "It's all right, sweetheart. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go back to the cottage and change our dresses. Then we'll pack a picnic and go down to the creek. Would you like that?" Sarah nodded and put her arms around Mama's neck. Her mouth trembled, and she tried not to cry. If she cried, Mama might guess she'd been eavesdropping, and then she would be angry too. Mama held her tightly, her face buried in Sarah's hair. "We'll make it through this. You'll see, sweetheart. We will. We will." Alex didn't come back, and Mama grew thin and wan. She stayed in bed too late, and when she got up, she didn't want to go for long walks the way she used to. When she smiled, her eyes didn't light up. Cleo said she needed to eat more. Cleo said a lot of things carelessly, with Sarah close enough to hear. "He's still sending you money, Miss May." "That's something." "I don't care about the money." Mama's eyes filled up. "I've never cared about it." "You'd care if you didn't have any." Sarah tried to cheer Mama up by bringing her big bouquets of flowers. She found pretty stones and washed them, giving them to her as presents. Mama always smiled and thanked her, but there was no sparkle in her eyes. Sarah sang the songs Mama taught her, sad Irish ballads, and a few Latin chants from Mass. "Mama, why don't you sing anymore?" Sarah asked, climbing up onto the bed with her and setting her doll in the rumpled covers. "You'll feel better if you sing." Mama brushed her long blonde hair slowly. "I don't feel much like singing, darling." Mama has a lot on her mind right now. Sarah felt a heaviness growing inside her. It was all her fault. All her fault. If she hadn't been born, Mama would be happy. "Will Alex come back?"
Mama.
Mama looked at her. But Sarah didn't care. She wouldn't call him Papa anymore. He had hurt Mama and made her sad. Ever since he'd left, Mama had scarcely paid attention to her. Sarah had even heard Mama tell Cleo that love wasn't a blessing. It was a curse. Sarah glanced at Mama's face, and her heart sank. She looked so sad. Her thoughts were far away again, and Sarah knew she was thinking of him. Mama wanted him to come back. Mama cried at night because he didn't. Mama pressed her face into her pillow at night. But Sarah still heard her sobs. She chewed on her lip and lowered her head, playing distractedly with her doll. What if I got sick and died?
Mana.
You won't get sick, Mama said, glancing at her. She smiled. You're far too young and healthy to die. Sarah watched her mother brushing her hair. It was like sunshine flowing over her pale shoulders. Mama was so pretty. How could Alex not love her? But if I did,
Mama.
would he come back and stay with you? Mama went very still. She turned and stared at Sarah, and the horrified look in her eyes frightened her. She shouldn't have said that. Now Mama might guess she'd heard them fighting. Don't ever think that, Sarah. But
No.
don't you ever ask such a question again. Do you understand? Mama had never raised her voice before. Sarah felt her chin quiver. Yes.
Mana.
Never again, Mama said more gently. Promise me. None of this has anything to do with you, Sarah. Mama reached out to pull her into her arms and stroke her tenderly. I love you, Sarah. I love you so much. I love you more than anything or anyone in the whole wide world. Except for him, Sarah thought. Except for Alex Stafford. What if he came back? What if he made Mama choose? What would Mama do then? Afraid. Sarah clung to her mother and prayed he would stay away. A young man came to see Mama. Sarah watched her mother speak with him, while Sarah played with her doll near the fireplace. The only people who came to this cottage were Mr. Pennyrodd, who brought firewood, and Bob. Bob liked Cleo. He worked at the market and teased Cleo about rump roasts and juicy legs o' lamb. Cleo laughed at him, but Sarah didn't think he was very funny. He wore a soiled white apron covered with blood. The young man gave Mama a letter, but she didn't open it. She served him tea, and he said thank you. He didn't say very much after that, except to talk about the weather and how pretty Mama's flower garden was. He said it was a long ride from the city. Mama gave him biscuits and forgot all about Sarah. She knew something was wrong. Mama sat too straight, and she spoke very softly. She's a pretty little girl, the man said and smiled at her. Sarah looked down again. Embarrassed. Afraid Mama would send her from the room, because he had noticed her. Yes.
She is.
Thank you. She looks like you. Pretty as a sunrise. Mama smiled at her. Sarah, why don't you go outside and cut some flowers for the table? Sarah took her doll and went out without a word of argument. She wanted to please Mama. She took a sharp knife from the kitchen drawer and went out to the flower garden. Mama loved roses best. Sarah added spikes of larkspur, red stock, ranunculus, marguerites, and daisies until the straw basket on her arm was full. When she came back inside, the young man was gone. The letter was open in Mama's lap. Her eyes were bright, and her cheeks full of lively color. She smiled as she folded the letter and tucked it into her sleeve. She stood and came to Sarah, lifting her and swinging her around gaily. Thank you for getting the flowers, darling. She kissed Sarah. When Mama put her down, Sarah put the basket on the table. I just love flowers, Mama said. They're so lovely. Aren't they? Why don't you arrange them this time? I need to find something in the kitchen.
Oh.
Sarah. It's a beautiful, wonderful day. isn't it? It was a wretched day, Sarah thought, watching her go. She felt sick with dread. She lifted the big vase down from the table and carried it outside, dumping the wilted flowers on the compost. She pumped fresh water and poured it into the vase. It sloshed on her dress as she carried it back and slid it onto the table again. She didn't trim the stems or remove leaves. She didn't care how they looked, and she knew Mama wouldn't even notice. Alex Stafford was coming back. Mama returned to the parlor with Cleo.
Oh.
Darling, I've the most wonderful news. Cleo has made plans to go to the seashore this week, and she wants to take you with her. Isn't that grand? Sarah's heart beat fast and hard. Isn't that sweet of her? Mama went on brightly. She has a friend who runs an inn, and he just loves little girls. Cleo's smile was stiff and cool. Sarah looked at her mother. I don't want to go.
Mama.
I want to stay with you. She knew what was happening. Mama was sending her away because her father didn't want her. Maybe Mama didn't want her now either. Nonsense, Mama laughed. You've never been anywhere but here, and you need to see something of the world. You'll like the ocean. Sarah. It's so lovely. And you can sit on the sand and listen to the waves. You can build castles and find seashells. Just wait until you feel the foam tickle your toes. Mama looked alive again. Sarah knew it was the letter. Alex must have written he was coming to see Mama. She wouldn't want another scene like the last one.
So she was putting Sarah out of his way.
She watched her mother's glowing face. Her heart sinking. Come on now, darling. Let's get you ready to go. Sarah watched her things being folded and stuffed into a carpet bag. Mama couldn't wait to be rid of her. Where's your doll? Mama said, looking around. You'll want to take her along with you.
No.
Why not? You're never without your doll. She wants to stay home with you. Mama frowned, but she didn't pursue it. Nor did she change her mind. Cleo came back for Sarah, and they made the mile walk to town. Cleo purchased the tickets just as the coach rolled in. The driver took charge of the carpet bags, and Cleo lifted Sarah into the coach. When the servant climbed in, she sat across from her and smiled. Her brown eyes were very bright. We're going to have an adventure, Sarah. Sarah wanted to jump out of the coach and run home to Mama, but Mama would only send her back again. As the horses set off, Sarah clung to the window, peering out as the familiar houses swept past. The coach rattled over the bridge and traveled on a wood-lined road. Everything familiar to Sarah was quickly gone from sight, and she sank back against the bouncing seat. The further they went, the more desolate she felt. We'll stay at the Four Winds, Cleo said, clearly pleased that Sarah seemed content to be quiet. She'd probably expected her to fuss. If she'd thought it would change Mama's mind, she might have done so. She'd never been away from Mama for more than a few hours. But Sarah had known it wouldn't change things. Alex Stafford was coming, so she had to go. She sat still and solemn. They've fine food and decent rooms, Cleo told her. And we'll be close to the sea. You can walk along a little grassy path and come to the bluffs. The surf pounds on the rocks. It's a wonderful sound, and the smell of the salt air is better than anything. Better than anything. Sarah liked home and the flower garden behind the cottage. She liked sitting beside the spring house with Mama, their bare feet dangling in the creek. Fighting tears, she looked out the window again. Her eyes smarted, and her throat became raw from the road dust. The hours passed slowly. The hard pounding of the horses' hooves made her head ache. She was tired, so tired she could scarcely keep her eyes open, but each time she closed them, The coach would lurch or sway sharply, frightening her awake. The driver stopped the coach once to change horses and make minor repairs. Cleo took Sarah to the back house. When Sarah came out again, Cleo was nowhere to be seen. Sarah ran to the coach, then to the stables, and finally to the road, crying out Cleo's name. "Hush that noise! My heavens! What is the ruckus all about?" Cleo said, hurrying toward her. "One would think you were a chicken without your head the way you're running about. Where were you?" Sarah demanded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mama said we were to stay together." Cleo's brows arched. "Well, excuse me, your ladyship, but I was having myself a mug of ale." She reached down and snatched Sarah's hand, leading her back toward the station building. The station manager's wife was standing in the doorway, drying her hands. "What a pretty little girl," she said, smiling at Sarah. "Are you hungry,
Sweetheart?
you've time for a bowl of shepherd's stew?" Sarah lowered her eyes, timid beneath the woman's scrutiny.
No. Thank you, Mom.
"And polite, too," the lady said. "Come along, Sarah," Cleo said, giving her a nudge inside. The lady patted Sarah's back as she ushered her to a table. "You need to put a little meat on your bones, honey. You give my stew a try. I'm said to be one of the best cooks on the line." Cleo sat down and took up her mug of ale again. "You need to eat something before we leave." "I'm not hungry." Cleo leaned forward. "I don't care if you're hungry or not," she said in a low voice. "You'll do as you're told. The driver said it will be another half hour before we can leave, and it'll be 3 or 4 more hours before we reach the coast. I don't want to hear you whining that you're hungry then. This is your last chance to eat something until the 4 winds." Sarah stared at Cleo, struggling not to cry. Cleo sighed heavily, then reached out to pat her face awkwardly. "Just eat something, Sarah," she said. Obediently, Sarah picked up her spoon and began to eat. Mama had said this trip was planned for her, but even Cleo acted as though she were in the way. It was clear Mama had sent her off to get rid of her. When they set off in the coach again, Sarah was quiet. She sat beside the window and stared out, her small hands clasped in her lap, her back straight. Cleo seemed grateful for the silence, finally dozing off. When she awakened, she smiled at Sarah. "Smell the sea air?" she asked. Sarah was sitting in the same position she'd been in when Cleo went to sleep, but she knew her dusty face had white streaks from the tears she'd been unable to stop. Cleo just stared at her sadly, then turned to stare out the window. They arrived at the 4 Winds just after sunset. Sarah clung to Cleo's hand while the driver untied their carpetbags. Sarah heard a great roaring like a monster and was afraid. "What's that sound, Cleo?" "The sea crashing on the rocks." "Grand, isn't it?" Sarah thought it was the most fearsome sound she had ever heard. The wind howled in the trees like a wild beast searching for warm-blooded prey. And when the door to the 4 Winds opened, she heard loud laughter and men shouting. Sarah drew back sharply, not wanting to go inside. "Be careful there," Cleo said, pushing her forward. "Take your bag." "I've got my own to carry." Sarah dragged her bag to the edge of the door. Cleo shoved the door open with her shoulder and went in, Sarah following right behind her. Cleo looked around the room, then smiled. Sarah followed her gaze and saw a man at the bar, arm wrestling with a brawny sailor. A big man was pouring ale, and he spotted Cleo right away. He leaned over to nudge the man who was arm wrestling and nodded toward Cleo with a quiet word. The man turned his head slightly, and the sailor, taking advantage of his lack of attention, smashed his arm down on the bar with a shout of triumph. Sarah watched in fear as the beaten man surged to his feet and hit the sailor in the right eye, sending him crashing to the floor.
Cleo laughed.
She seemed to have forgotten Sarah, who was now hiding behind her skirts. Sarah whimpered quietly when the man from the bar made his way to Cleo and gave her a sound kiss, to the shouts of the other men in the room. When he looked past Cleo to stare at Sarah, she thought she would faint from fear. He raised his eyebrows. A byblow? You must have taken up with a pretty fellow by the looks of her. It was a moment before Cleo had her breath back and knew what he was talking about.
Oh.
Her.
No.
Merrick.
She's not mine.
She's daughter of the lady I work for. What's she doing here with you? It's a long, sad story I'd rather forget just now. Merrick nodded and patted her cheek. How do you like country life? He smiled. But Sarah didn't think it was a nice smile. Cleo tossed her head. It's everything I ever hoped it would be. He laughed and took her carpet bag. That's why you're back at the Four Winds. He took Sarah's bag.
2.
And grinned boldly, laughing when she drew back from him as though he were the devil himself. Sarah had never seen anyone like Merrick. He was very big and had black hair and a trimmed beard. He reminded her of the pirate stories Mama told her. His voice was loud and deep, and he looked at Cleo as though he wanted to eat her up. Cleo didn't seem to mind. She paid no attention to Sarah and walked across the room. Sarah followed, too afraid to be left behind. Everyone was staring at her. Hey, Stump, give our Cleo a mug of ale. Merrick shouted to the grizzled barkeeper who welcomed Cleo with a wink and grin. Merrick caught Sarah around the waist and lifted her high, plunking her down on the bar. And some watered wine for this pale chick. He felt her velvet jacket. Your mama must be rich, eh? Her papa is rich, Cleo said. He's also married.
Oh.
Merrick gave Cleo a mocking grin. So that's how it is. I thought you was after respectable work. It is respectable. No one looks down their nose at me. Do they know you worked in an alehouse for 5 years before you decided to improve your station in life? He slid his hand down her arm. Not to mention a little work on the side. Cleo glanced at Sarah, then brushed his hand away. May knows. She's not one to look down on others. I like her. Does this little mite look anything like her? Spitting image. Merrick chucked Sarah's chin and stroked her cheek. Eyes blue as violets and hair like an angel. Your mama must be mighty pretty if she's anything like you. I'd like to see her. Cleo stiffened. And Sarah thought she was angry. She wished Merrick would leave her alone. But he kept stroking her cheek. Sarah wanted to get as far away as she could from this awful man with his black beard and dark eyes and mean grin. Leave her alone. Merrick. She's scared enough as it is, without you teasing her. This is her first time away from her mama. He laughed. She does look a little white around the gills. Come on.
Mike.
I'm harmless. Drink up. He pushed the mug of watered wine to her. That's it. A little of this, and you won't be scared of nothing. He laughed again when Sarah grimaced with distaste. Is she used to something better? She's used to nothing, Cleo said, and Sarah was more sure now that she was angry. Cleo didn't like it that Merrick was paying so much attention to her. She looked at Sarah, clearly annoyed at the way she was reacting to Merrick. Don't be such a coward. He's all wind and little else. Old Stump and the others at the bar laughed, Merrick with them. Sarah wanted to jump down and run away from the loud voices, the laughter, and the staring eyes. She gave a soft sob of relief when Cleo reached out to lift her down, then took her hand, guiding her to a table. She bit her lip when Merrick followed them. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Whenever the mugs got empty, he ordered more. He made jokes and Cleo laughed a lot. Once he reached under the table, and Cleo pushed him away. But she was smiling, and she was talking more and more. And her voice sounded funny, like the words were all running together. It was raining outside, and branches scraped against the window pane. Sarah was tired. Her eyelids, so heavy she could hardly keep them open. Merrick raised his mug again. Night's dragging her sails. Cleo touched Sarah's head. Cross your arms on the table and sleep a while. Sarah did as she was told, wishing they could leave. Cleo obviously wasn't ready to leave. She seemed to be having a good time, and she kept staring at Merrick and smiling in a way Sarah had never seen her smile before. Why do you have to bring her to the Four Winds? Merrick said. Sarah kept her eyes closed, pretending she was asleep. Because her mama is entertaining her fine papa, and they both wanted her out of the way. Cleo's words were cold. Don't do that. Don't. He laughed low. You know it's what you came for. What's the matter with those country boys? Nothing. One's after me to marry him. Let's go upstairs and talk about why you came back here. What am I supposed to do with her? I was so angry when May stuck me with her. Tears pricked Sarah's eyes, and her throat closed up. Didn't anyone want her anymore? Seems to me it'd be easy to farm out the pretty little thing. Somebody ought to want her. That's what I told May. But she says no. She trusts me. The only thing she's got when her man isn't around to play house is this child. About the only thing May knows is how to look pretty and how to grow flowers. I thought you said you liked her. I like her well enough. But anytime His Majesty decides to call, guess who gets stuck with her by blow? It gets tiresome dragging a child around with you, especially one that doesn't even belong to you. Merrick chuckled. Well, why don't we just toss her off the point? Maybe her mama and papa would see it as a favor. Might even give you a bonus. Sarah's heart pounded. That's not funny. Merrick. Cleo's sigh was heavy. Annoyed. I'd better wake her and put her to bed. She's had a long day. She nudged Sarah, who looked up in relief. Cleo took her hand. Come on. We're going up to bed now. Say goodnight to Mr. Merrick. He grinned. I'll see you safely upstairs. Ladies. When Cleo opened the door of her old room, Merrick held it ajar and came inside. Sarah looked at Cleo in alarm. What are you doing? Cleo whispered fiercely. You can't come in here with me. She'll tell her mother, and I'll lose my position. I'll take care of that. Merrick bent and pinched Sarah's chin. You say anything to anybody about me being in this room with Cleo, and I'll cut your little pink tongue out. Understand? Sarah believed him and nodded her head. He smiled slightly and let her go. She darted to the corner and crouched there, trembling and feeling sick. See? Merrick crowed gleefully. Nothing to worry about. She won't say a word about us to anyone. Cleo stared at him, her eyes wide. She looked upset, and Sarah hoped she would tell him to leave. That was terrible cruel, she said, looking at Sarah. He didn't mean it. Lovey. He was only fooling. Don't believe a word he says. You believe it? Girl. I wasn't fooling at all.
He caught Cleo to him.
Cruel? Cruel would be putting me out when you know I just want to be with you. She pushed him away. He reached for her again. And she dodged him, but even Sarah could tell the effort was half-hearted. How could Cleo let this man near her? I know you.
Cleo.
Merrick's smile was half-masked, his eyes gleaming. Why did you come all the way back to the Four Winds? Just to look at the sea again. It's in my blood as much as yours. Merrick caught hold of her and kissed her. Cleo struggled, trying to pull away, but he held her tightly. When she relaxed against him, he drew back enough to say, "More than that's in your blood. Merrick, don't. She's watching." So what? He kissed her again. And she fought him this time. Sarah sat frozen in fear. Maybe he would just kill them both. No, Cleo said angrily. Get out of here. I can't do this. I'm supposed to be taking care of her.
He laughed.
I didn't know duty was so important to you. He let her go. But Sarah didn't think Cleo looked glad at all. She looked like she was going to cry. Merrick smiled and turned his back to Sarah. Come on.
Might.
What are you doing? Merrick? Cleo demanded when Sarah scrambled to escape him. Putting her out. It won't hurt her to sit in the hallway a while. And don't say no. I know you too well. Besides, she'll be right outside the door. No one's going to bother her. He dragged a blanket and pillow from the bed and motioned to Sarah. Don't make me come get you. Sarah didn't dare disobey. She followed Merrick into the hallway, watching as he dumped the blanket and pillow in the darkened corridor. Something large scurried down the hall and hid in the darkness. She stared at him, wide-eyed. You sit right there and don't move. If you don't stay put, I'll find you and take you down to the sea and feed you to the crabs. Understand? Sarah's mouth was dry, and she couldn't make any words come out. So she just nodded.
Cleo came to the doorway.
Merrick, I can't leave her out there. I saw a rat. She's too small for the rats to bother with. She'll be fine. He patted Sarah's cheek. Won't you? You stay out here until Cleo fetches you. Don't you move from this spot until she does. Why, yes. Sir, she stammered, her voice catching in her throat. See. He straightened and turned Cleo around, pushing her back into the room. He closed the door firmly behind them. Sarah heard Merrick talking and Cleo giggling. Then she heard other sounds as well, and she was afraid. She wanted to run away from the sounds they made, but remembered what Merrick had said he would do to her if she moved. Terrified, she covered her head with the dirty blanket and pressed her hands over her ears. The silence that followed grew heavy. Sarah peeked down the darkened corridor. She felt eyes watching her. What if the rat came back? Her heart was like a drum, her whole body racked with its beat. She heard soft scratching and drew her legs in tight against her body, staring into the darkness, terrified of what lurked there. The door clicked open, and she jumped. Merrick came out. She pressed herself back, hoping he wouldn't notice her. He didn't. He had forgotten she existed. He didn't even glance at her as he went down the hall and stairs. Cleo would fetch her now. Cleo would bring her out of this dark corridor. Minutes passed. Then an hour. And another. Cleo didn't come out for her. Curling in the blanket and pressing against the wall, Sarah waited, as she had waited for Mama that day when Alex had come. Cleo's head ached when she awakened with the sunlight on her face. She had drunk too much ale last night, and her tongue felt swollen. She stretched out her hand, but Merrick was gone. It was like him. She wasn't going to worry about it now. After last night, how could he deny he loved her? She needed coffee. Rising, she washed her face and put on her clothes. Opening the door, she saw the child huddled in the cold hall, her blue eyes darkly shadowed.
"Oh," Cleo said faintly.
She had forgotten all about her charge. Fear and guilt attacked her. What if May found out she'd left her daughter in a cold, dark corridor for an entire night? She picked Sarah up and carried her into the room. Her little hands were like ice, and she was so white. "Don't tell your mama," she said tearfully. "It'll be your fault if she lets me go." She grew angry to be put in such a precarious situation, her position dependent on the silence of a child. "Why didn't you come to bed last night the way you were supposed to? Merrick told you to come back inside when he left."
"No."
"He didn't. He said not to move until you fetched me," Sarah whispered wretchedly, beginning to cry at Cleo's anger. "Don't lie. I heard him." "He didn't say that at all." Sarah cried harder, looking confused and frightened. "I'm sorry."
"Cleo. I'm sorry."
"I'm sorry." The little girl's eyes were wide and red-rimmed. "Please don't tell Merrick. Don't let him toss me off the point or feed me to the crabs like he said he would." "Hush. Stop crying," Cleo said, calming down. "Crying doesn't do any good. Has it ever done your mama any good?" Filled with remorse, she pulled Sarah into her arms and held her. "We won't tell anyone. We'll keep it between the two of us." Merrick didn't come back to the Four Winds, and Cleo got drunk that night. She put Sarah to bed early and went back down to the bar, hoping he would come in later. He didn't. She stayed a little longer, laughing with other men and pretending she didn't care. Then she took a bottle of rum upstairs. Sarah was sitting up in bed, wide awake, her eyes huge.
Cleo wanted to talk.
She wanted to vent her spleen on Merrick. She hated him for breaking her heart again. She had let him do it to her so many times before. When would she learn to say no to him? Why had she come back? She should have known what would happen. What always happened. "I'm going to tell you God's truth, little girl. You listen good." She took a long drink and swallowed down the tears and misery and let the bitterness and anger rise and flow. "All men want to do is use you. When you give them your heart, they tear it to shreds." She drank more, and her voice slurred.
"Noni offi inker."
"Take your fine papa. Does he care about your mother?" "No." Sarah dug frantically beneath the covers and plugged her ears. So the little princess didn't want to hear the awful truth? Well, that was just too bad. Furious, Cleo dragged the blankets off her. When Sarah scrambled away, she grabbed her by the legs and dragged her back. "Sit up and listen to me." She pulled the child up and shook her. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut and turned her face away. "Look at me," Cleo raged, not satisfied until she obeyed. Sarah stared at her with wide, frightened eyes. She trembled violently.
Cleo eased her grip.
"Your mama told me to take good care of you," she said. "Well, I am going to take care of you. I'm going to tell you God's truth. You listen and you learn." She let go and Sarah sat very still. Glaring at the little girl, Cleo dropped into the chair by the window and took another swig of rum. She pointed, trying to steady her hand. Your fine papa doesn't care about anyone, least of all you. And all he cares about your mother is what she's willing to give him. And she gives him everything. He shows up when he pleases, uses her. Then rides off to his fine house in town with his aristocratic wife and well-bred children. And your mother? She lives for the next time she'll see him. She watched Sarah inch back until she was pressed tightly against the peeling wall. As though that would protect her. Nothing protected a woman from the cold, hard facts. Cleo gave a sad laugh and shook her head. She's such a sweet, stupid fool. She waits for him and falls on her face to kiss his feet when he comes back. You know why he went away for so long? Because of you. He can't stand the sight of his own spawn. Your mama cries and begs, and what good's it ever done her? Sooner or later, he's going to get tired of her and toss her into the trash. And you with her. That's the one thing you can count on. Sarah was crying now, and she reached up to wipe tears from her cheeks. Nobody cares about anybody in this world, Cleo said, feeling sadder and more morose by the second. We all just use each other in one way or another. To feel good, to feel bad, to feel nothing at all. The lucky ones are real good at it, like Merrick, like your rich papa. The rest of us just take what we can get. Cleo was having trouble thinking straight. She wanted to keep talking, but her eyelids were so heavy she couldn't keep them open. She sank lower into her chair and rested her chin on her chest. All she needed was to rest for a minute. That was all. Then everything would be better. Sarah watched as Cleo kept mumbling, sagging deeper into the chair, until she went to sleep. She slept loudly, spittle dripping from the corner of her sagging mouth. Sarah sat in the rumpled bed, shivering and wondering if Cleo was right. But deep inside of her, something told her she was. If her father cared, would he have wanted her dead? If Mama cared, would she have sent her away? God's truth. What was God's truth? They left the next morning. Sarah never once glimpsed the sea. When they arrived home, Mama pretended everything was fine, but Sarah knew something was terribly wrong. There were boxes out, and Mama was packing her things. We're going to visit your grandmother and grandfather, Mama said brightly, but her eyes looked dull and dead. They've never seen you. She told Cleo she was sorry to dismiss her, and Cleo said that was fine. She had decided to marry Bob, the butcher, after all. Mama said she hoped Cleo would be very happy, and Cleo went away. Sarah awakened in the middle of the night. Mama wasn't in the bed, but Sarah could hear her. She followed the sound of her mother's stricken voice and went into the parlor. The window was open, and she went to look out. What was Mama doing outside in the middle of the night? Moonlight flowed over the flower garden, and Sarah saw her mother kneeling in her thin, white nightgown. She was ripping all the flowers out. Handful after handful, she yanked the plants up and flung them in all directions, weeping and talking to herself as she did. She picked up a knife and came to her feet. She went down again on her knees beside her beloved rose bushes. One after another, she cut the roots, every last one of them. Then she bent forward and sobbed, rocking herself back and forth, the knife still in her hand. Sarah sank down onto the floor inside and hid in the darkness of the parlor, her hands covering her head. They rode in a coach all the next day and slept that night in an inn. Mama said little, and Sarah held her doll pressed tightly against her chest. There was one bed in the room, and Sarah slept contentedly in her mother's arms. When she awakened in the morning, Mama was sitting at the window and running the rosary beads through her fingers as she prayed. Sarah listened, not understanding, as her mother repeated the same phrases over and over. Forgive me, Jesus. I did it to myself. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. They rode another day in another coach and came to a town. Mama was tense and pale. She brushed Sarah off and straightened her hat. She took Sarah's hand, and they walked a long time until they reached a tree-lined street. Mama came to a white fence and stopped at the gate. Lord, please, please, let them forgive me, she whispered. Oh, please, God. Sarah looked at the house before her. It was not much bigger than the cottage, but it had a nice porch and pots of flowers on the windowsills. Lace curtains hung in all the windows. She liked it very much. When they reached the door, Mama took a deep breath and knocked. A woman came to answer. She was small and gray and wore a flowered gingham dress covered by a white apron. She stared and stared at Mama, and her blue eyes filled with tears. Oh, she said. Oh. I've come home. Mother, Mama said. Please. Let me come home. It's not that easy. You know it's not that easy. I've nowhere else to go. The lady looked at Sarah. I don't have to ask if this is your child, she said with a sad smile. She's very beautiful. Please. Mama. The lady opened the door and let them in. She showed them into a small room with lots of books. Wait here and I'll speak with your father, she said, and went away. Mama paced, wringing her hands. She paused once and closed her eyes, her lips moving. The lady came back, her face white and lined, her cheeks wet. No, she said. One word. That was all. No. Mama took a step toward the door, and the lady stopped her. He'll only say things that will hurt you more. Hurt? How could I be hurt more? Mana. My. Please. Don't. I'll beg. I'll get down on my knees. I'll tell him he was right. He was right. It won't do any good. He said as far as he's concerned his daughter is dead. May swept past her. I'm not dead. The lady gestured for Sarah to stay in the room. She hastened after Mama, closing the door as she left. Sarah waited, hearing distant voices. Mama came back after a while. Her face was white, but she wasn't crying anymore. Come on, darling, she said in a dull tone. We're leaving. May, the lady said. Oh. May, she pressed something into her hand. It's all I have. Mama didn't say anything. A man's voice came from another room. An angry, demanding voice. I have to go, the lady said. Mama nodded and turned away. When they reached the end of the tree-lined street, May opened her hand and looked at the money her mother had placed in it. She gave a soft, broken laugh. After a moment, she took Sarah's hand and walked on, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mama sold her ruby ring and pearls. She and Sarah lived in an inn until the money gave out. Mama sold her music box, and for a while they lived quite comfortably in an inexpensive boarding house. Finally, she asked Sarah to give back the crystal swan, and with the money they got for it, they lived a long time in a rundown hotel before Mama found and settled them for good in a shack near the docks of New York. Sarah finally saw the sea. There was garbage floating in it, but still she liked it very much. Sometimes she would go down and sit on the wharf. She liked the salt smell and the ships coming in loaded with cargo. She liked the sounds of the water lapping at the pillars beneath her and the seagulls overhead. There were rough men at the docks and sailors who came from around the world. Some came to visit, and Mama would ask Sarah to wait outside until they left. They never stayed very long. Sometimes they pinched her cheek and said they would come back when she got a little bigger. Some said she was prettier than Mama, but Sarah knew that wasn't true. She didn't like them. Mama laughed when they came and acted as though she were happy to see them. But when they went away, she cried and drank whiskey until she fell asleep in the rumpled bed by the window. At 7 years old, Sarah wondered if Cleo hadn't been partly right about God's truth. Then Uncle Rab came to live with them, and things got better. Not as many men came to visit, though they still did when Uncle Rab didn't have any coins to jingle in his pockets. He was big and dull, and Mama treated him with affection. They slept together in the bed by the window, and Sarah had the cot on the floor. "He's not too bright," Mama said to her. "But he has a kind heart, and he tries to provide for us. Times are hard, darling, and sometimes he can't. He needs Mama's help. Sometimes he just wanted to sit outside the door and get drunk and sing songs about women. When it rained, he would go to the inn down the road to be with his friends. Mama would drink and sleep. To pass the time, Sarah found tin cans and washed them until they shone like silver. She set them beneath the roof leaks. Then she would sit in the quiet shack with the rain beating down and listen to the music the drops made plinking into the tins. Cleo had been right about crying.
2.
Crying did no good. Mama cried and cried until Sarah wanted to cover her ears and never hear her again. All Mama's crying never changed anything. When the other children mocked Sarah and called her mother names, she looked at them and said nothing. What they said was true. You couldn't argue with it. When she felt the tears coming up, building like a great hard pressure inside her, hot, so hot she thought they would burn, she swallowed them down deeper and deeper until they became a hard little stone in her chest. She learned to look back at her tormentors and smile with cold arrogance and disdain. She learned to pretend nothing they said could touch her. And sometimes she convinced herself nothing did. The winter Sarah was 8. Mama became ill. She didn't want a doctor. She said all she needed was rest. But she kept getting worse. Her breathing more labored. "Take care of my little girl, Rab," Mama said. She smiled the way she had long ago. She died in the morning. The first sunlight of spring on her face and her rosary beads in her dead white hands. Rab wept violently. But Sarah had no tears. The heaviness inside her seemed almost too great to bear. When Rab went out for a while, she lay down beside Mama and put her arms around her. Mama was so cold and stiff. Sarah wanted to warm her. Sarah's eyes felt gritty and hot. She closed them and whispered over and over, "Wake up, Mama. Wake up. Please wake up." When she didn't, Sarah couldn't stop the tears. "I want to go with you. Take me, too. God, please, I want to go with my Mama." She wept until exhaustion overtook her and only awakened when Rab lifted her away from the bed. Men were with him. Sarah saw they meant to handle Mama, and she screamed at them to leave her alone. Rab held her tight, almost smothering her in his foul-smelling shirt, while the others began wrapping Mama in a sheet. Sarah went silent when she saw what they had done. Rab let her go, and she sat down hard on the floor and didn't move. The men talked as though she weren't there. Maybe she wasn't anymore. Maybe she was different. The way Mama once said. "I bet May was real pretty once," one said as he began sewing the shroud closed over Mama's face. "She's better off dead," Rab said. Crying again. "At least now she's not unhappy. She's free.
Free.
Sarah thought. Free of me. If I hadn't been born, Mama would live in a nice cottage in the country with flowers all around. Mama would be happy. Mama would be alive. Wait a minute, said one. And pried the rosary from Mama's fingers and dropped it in Sarah's lap. I bet she would have wanted you to have that. Honey. He finished the stitching while Sarah ran the beads through her cold fingers and stared at nothing. They all went away. Mama with them. Sarah sat alone for a long time wondering if Rab would keep his promise to take care of her. When night came and he didn't come back, Sarah went down to the docks and flung the rosary into a garbage scow. What good are you? She cried out to the heavens. No answer came. She remembered Mama's going to the big church and talking to the man in black. He talked a long time, and Mama had listened, her head bowed, tears running down her cheeks. Mama never went back, but sometimes she would still sift the beads through her slender fingers while the rain spat on the window. What good are you? Sarah screamed again. Tell me. A sailor looked at her oddly as he passed by. Rab didn't come back for 2 days, and when he did, he was so drunk he didn't remember who she was. She sat cross-legged with her back to the fire, looking at him. He was maudlin, sloppy tears running down his bearded cheeks. Every time he raised the half-empty bottle by its neck, she watched his Adam's apple bob. After a while, he fell over and snored, the rest of the whiskey running through the cracks in the floor. Sarah put the blanket over him and sat beside him. It's all right, Rab. I'll take care of you now. She couldn't do it the way Mama did, but she would find some way. Rain drummed against the window. She put out her tin cans and blocked her mind to everything but the sound of the drops plinking into them, making music in the cold, dull room. She was glad. She told herself. Really glad. No one would come knocking at the door. No one would bother them anymore. Rab was guilt-ridden in the morning. He cried again. I gotta keep my promise to May, else she won't rest in peace. He held his head in his hands and peered at her with bloodshot, sad eyes. What am I going to do with you, kid? I need a drink. Bad. He looked in the cupboards and found nothing but a can of beans. He opened them and ate half, leaving the rest for her. I'm going out a while and think things through. Gotta talk to a few friends. Maybe they can help. Sarah lay on the bed and pressed Mama's pillow against her face, comforting herself with the lingering scent of her mother. She waited for Rab to come back. As the hours passed, the trembling started deep inside her. It was cold. Snow was falling. She lit the fire and ate the beans. Shivering, she dragged a blanket from the bed and wrapped herself in it. She sat as close to the grate as she could. The sun was going down, and the silence was like death. Everything slowed inside her, and she thought if she closed her eyes and relaxed, she could stop breathing and die. She tried to concentrate on that, but she heard a man's voice, talking and excited.
It was Rab.
You'll be pleased.
I swear.
She's a good kid. Looks like May.
Pretty.
Real pretty. And smart. She was relieved when he opened the door. He wasn't drunk, just lightly in his cups, his eyes bright and merry. He was smiling for the first time in weeks. Everything's going to be fine now, kid, he said, and brought another man into the shack with him. The stranger was built like the stevedores on the pier, and his eyes were hard. He looked at her, and she drew back. Stand up, Rab said, helping her. This gent's come to meet you. He works for a man who wants to adopt a little girl. Sarah didn't know what Rab was talking about, but she knew she didn't like the man who had come with him. He came toward her, and she tried to move behind Rab, but Rab held her in front of him. The stranger cupped her chin and lifted her face, turning it from side to study her. When he let go, he took up a handful of her blonde hair and rubbed it between his fingers. "Nice," he said and smiled. "Real nice. He'll like this one." Her heart drummed wildly. She looked up at Rab, but he sensed nothing wrong. "She looks like her mother," Rab said, his voice breaking. "She's thin and dirty. We're poor," Rab said piteously. Taking some bills from his pocket, the man peeled off 2 and handed them to Rab. "Clean her up and get her some decent clothes. Then bring her here." He gave him an address and left. Rab hooped. "Things really looking up for you, kid," he said, grinning. "Didn't I promise your mama I'd take good care of you?" He took her hand and walked her quickly to another shack several blocks away. A woman in a thin wrapper answered his knock. Her curly brown hair fell about her pale shoulders, and she had circles beneath her hazel eyes. "I need your help, Stella." After he explained all, she frowned and chewed on her lower lip. "You sure about this, Rab? You weren't just drunk, were you? It don't sound right somehow." "Didn't he give a name or nothing?" "I didn't ask him, but I know who he works for. Radley told me. The gent who wants to adopt her is rich as Midas and way up in government." "Then why's he looking on the docks for a daughter?" "It don't matter."
Does it?
"It's the best chance she's got. And I promise May." His voice trembled with tears. Stella looked at him sadly. "Don't cry, Rab. I'll fix the kid up real pretty. You go get yourself a drink and come back later. She'll be all ready for you." He went, and Stella rummaged through her wardrobe until she found something soft and pink. "I'll be right back," she said, and took a bucket to get water. When she came back, she warmed some in a pot. "Now you wash good. No man wants a dirty girl." Sarah did what she was told, fear growing in her belly. Stella washed her hair with the rest of the water. "You've the prettiest hair I ever did see. It's just like sunshine. And you've got pretty blue eyes, too." The woman altered the pink shirtwaist and braided Sarah's hair with blue ribbons. Sarah remembered Mama doing the same thing when they lived at the country cottage. Or had she dreamed that time? Stella put pink paint on Sarah's cold cheeks and lips and rubbed it in gently. "You're so pale. Don't be scared, sweetie. Who'd hurt a pretty little angel like you?" Rab came back the next day, drunk and no coins jingling in his pocket. His eyes were wide, blank, and full of confused pain. "Hello,
Kid.
I guess this is it." "Huh." She hugged him tightly. "Don't send me away,
Rab.
keep me with you. You be my father." "Yeah? And what am I going to do with a kid?" "Huh." He pried her loose and looked down at her with a sad smile. "I got enough problems. You won't have to do anything. I can take care of myself." "I can take care of you. How you gonna do that? You ain't old enough to do nothing worth money. You going to steal like me?"
"No."
"You move in with money pockets and have the good life.
Now."
Come on." They walked a long time. It was getting dark. Sarah was afraid of the shadows and clung tightly to Rab's hand. They passed saloons filled with loud music and shouting and singing. They went down streets lined with houses, big fancy houses, the likes of which she had never seen before. The lit windows looked like great glowing eyes following her every movement. She didn't belong, and they knew it and wanted her gone. Shivering, Sarah hung close to Rab's side as he asked men directions, showing them the slip of wrinkled paper. Sarah's legs ached, and her stomach growled. Rab stopped and looked up at the big house flanked by others that were similar. "Ain't this a grand place?" He stared in awe. No flowers.
Stone. Cold. Dark.
Sarah was too exhausted to care and sat down on the bottom step. Miserable. Wishing she were back in the shack by the docks with the smell of the sea drifting in on the tide. "Come on,
kid."
"Couple more steps and you're home," Rab said, pulling her up. She stared fearfully at the huge brass lion head that was on the door. Rab took the ring that was held in its bared fangs and banged it against the door.
"Fancy," he said.
A man in a dark suit opened the door and gave Rab a derisive look over. Rab handed him the paper before he could close the door in his face. The man studied it, then opened the door wide enough for them to enter. "This way," he said coolly. Inside it was warm and smelled sweet. A wide room opened before Sarah, and in it lay a glorious flowered carpet on a shining wood floor. Above were sparkling jewel lights. She had never seen anything so fine. Heaven must be something like this, she thought wonderingly. A red-haired woman with dark eyes and a full, red mouth came to greet them. She was wearing a beautiful black dress with jet beads winking over her shoulders and full breasts. She looked down at Sarah and frowned slightly. Her eyes flashed at Rab, and then met Sarah's again, more gently. She bent and extended her hand. "My name is Sally. What's yours, honey?" Sarah just looked at her and drew back behind Rab. "She's shy," Rab said apologetically. "Don't mind her." Sally straightened and looked at him with hard eyes. "You sure you know what you're doing, mister?" "Sure. I know. This is some place you got here?"
"Ma'am."
"Nothing like the dump we've been living in." "Up the stairs to your right," Sally said in a dull voice. "First door on the left." "Wait there." She reached out before Rab took 2 steps and stopped him. "Unless you're smart and take my advice.
Leave now."
"Take her home." "Why would I want to do that? You won't see her again after tonight." He shrugged. "She ain't mine anyway." "Is he here?" "The big man. I mean, he will be shortly. And you'll keep your mouth shut if you've any sense in your head." Rab headed for the stairs. Sarah wanted to run back out the door, but he had a firm hold on her hand. She looked back and saw the woman in black watching her. She had a pained look on her face. Everything in the upstairs room was big: the mahogany highboy, the red brick fireplace, the teak desk, the brass bed. A white marble washstand stood in the corner, along with a brass towel rack polished so fine it looked like real gold. All the lamps had jeweled tassels, and the drapes on the windows were blood red. They were closed tightly so no one could see in or out. "Sit over there and rest, kid," Rab said, patting her back and pointing toward a wing chair. It was exactly like the one Mama used to sit in at the country cottage. Sarah's heart suddenly started to race. Could it be the same one? What if her father had been sorry? What if he had been looking for Mama and her all this time and had found out where she was and what had happened? What if he was sorry about all the awful things he had said and wanted her after all? Her heart beat faster and faster as hope and dreams built of desperation and fear filled her. Rab went to a table near the window. "Will you look at this?" He ran his fingers lovingly over a set of crystal bottles. He took the stopper out of one and sniffed the amber fluid inside. Oh, my, with a sigh, he brought it to his lips and tipped it. Gulping half of what was inside, he wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. Closest I'll ever get to heaven. He took the stopper from another and poured a little into the one from which he had drunk. He held them up to see if they were even again, then put them down carefully and fitted the stoppers in place. He opened the armoire and went through it, tucking something in his pocket. Then he went to the desk and went through it as well, tucking more things into his pockets. Sarah heard faint laughter. Her eyes were heavy, and she rested her head against the wing of the chair. When would her father come? Rab went back to the glass bottles and drank from another too. Enjoying my brandy, came a deep,
low voice.
Sarah glanced up in surprise. She stared, her heart sinking. It wasn't her father at all. It was a tall, dark stranger. His eyes glittered, and she thought she had never seen a face so cold, nor so handsome. He was dressed all in black and wore a shiny hat. Rab shoved a stopper back into the crystal decanter and put it back on the silver tray. Haven't had anything so fine in a long time, he said. Sarah noticed how his face paled as the man stared at him with those strange eyes. Rab cleared his throat and shifted. He seemed nervous. The man took off his hat and placed it on the desk. Then he took off his gloves and dropped them into it. Sarah was so fascinated by the man that she failed at first to notice the other man standing just behind him. She blinked in surprise. It was the same man who had come to the docks and looked her over. She pressed back against the chair. The second man was watching Rab, and his eyes reminded her of the rats in the alley behind the shack. She looked at the fine gentleman and found him looking at her with a faint smile. But somehow that smile didn't make her feel better. It made her inside shiver. Why was he looking at her like that, as though he were hungry and she was something he wanted to eat? What's her name? He asked without taking his eyes from her. Rab's mouth opened slightly, and he looked dumbfounded. I dunno. He gave an uneasy, befuddled laugh. Clearly drunk. What did her mother call her? The man said dryly. Darlin', but you can call her whatever you like. The man gave a short, humorless laugh and dismissed Rab with a contemptuous glance. He studied Sarah carefully. She was scared, so scared she couldn't move when he walked toward her. He smiled again when he stopped, his eyes shining oddly. He took a wad of bills from his pants pocket and removed a gold clip. He counted out several and held them out to Rab without even looking at him. Rab took them eagerly, counting them again before he stuffed them into his pocket. Thank you, sir. Oh, my. When old Radley told me it was you lookin' for a daughter, I couldn't believe the kid's luck. And she ain't had much in her life, I can tell you. He rattled on, saying the gentleman's name twice, too drunk and too stupid to see the change in the man's face. But Sarah saw. He was furious, but more than that. He looked. Sarah shivered again. She wasn't sure how he looked, but it wasn't good. She glanced at Rab, feeling panic build inside her again. He rambled on, trying to flatter and cajole the man standing before her, not even noticing the subtle signal being passed from the gentleman to the man behind Rab. A scream tore at Sarah's throat, but it didn't come out. It couldn't. Her voice was as frozen in terror as the rest of her. She watched in horror as Rab kept talking. He didn't stop until the black cord was looped around his neck. His eyes bugged. Choking, he clawed at his neck, drawing his own blood with his dirty fingernails. Sarah bolted from her chair and ran to the door. She twisted and pulled at the knob trying to escape, but the door wouldn't open. She heard Rab strangling, his feet kicking and scraping as he struggled. She pounded her fists on the wood and screamed. A hard hand clamped over her mouth and yanked her away from the door. She kicked and bit and fought and gained absolutely nothing. The man's body was stone, and he caught hold of her arms and held them pinned painfully tight with one hand while the other clamped harder over her mouth. Rab was silent. "Carry him out of here," the man holding her said, and she got a glimpse of Rab on the floor, the black cord still around his neck, his face grotesquely distorted. The man who had come to the shack unloosed the cord and slipped it back into his pocket. Pulling Rab up, he draped him over his shoulder. "Everyone will think he's drunk. Before you dump him in the river, go through his pockets and bring back whatever he stole from me," the cold voice said from above her. "Yes, sir." Sarah heard the door open and close. When the man let go of her, she ran to the farthest corner of the room and cowered there. He stood in the middle of the room looking at her for a long time. Then he went to the marble stand and poured water into the porcelain bowl. He wrung out a white cloth and walked toward her. She pressed back as far as she could. He hunkered down and grasped her chin. "You're much too pretty for paint," he said, and began to wash her face. She shuddered violently at his touch. She looked at the place where Rab had lain. The man tipped her chin back. "I don't think that drunken lot was your father. You don't look anything like him. And there's intelligence in your eyes." He finished washing the rouge from her cheeks and mouth and tossed the cloth aside. "Look at me, little one." When Sarah did, her heart pounded until her whole body shook with terror. He held her face, so she couldn't look away. "As long as you do exactly what I tell you to do, we're going to get along fine." He smiled faintly and stroked her cheek, his eyes glowing strangely. "What's your name?" Sarah couldn't answer. He touched her hair, her throat, her arm. "It doesn't matter. I think I'm going to call you Angel." Straightening, he took her hand. "Come on now, Angel. I have things to teach you." He lifted her and sat her on the big bed. "You can call me Duke when you get your tongue back." He took off his black silk coat. "Which you will, shortly." He smiled again as he removed his tie and slowly began to unbutton his shirt. And by morning, Sarah knew that Cleo had told her God's truth about everything.
Part 1.
Defiance. Chapter 1. But strength alone, though of the muses born, is like a fallen angel, trees uptorn, darkness, and worms, and shrouds, and sepulchres. Delight it, for it feeds upon the burrs, and thorns of life, forgetting the great end, of poesy, that it should be a friend,
To soothe the cares.
and lift the thoughts of man.
Keats.
California, 1850. Angel pushed the canvas flat back just enough to look out at the mud street. She shivered in the cold afternoon air that carried with it the stench of disenchantment. Paradise lay in the mother lode of California. It was the worst place she could have imagined, a shanty town of golden dreams built out of rotting sails from abandoned ships, a camp inhabited by outcasts and aristocrats, the displaced and dispossessed, the once pampered and now profane. Canvas-roofed bars and gambling houses lined mean streets ruled by unmasked depravity and greed, loneliness and grand illusions. Paradise was wild jubilation. It wed black despair with fear and the foul taste of failure. Smiling cynically, Angel saw on one corner a man preaching salvation while on the other his brother, hat in hand, fleeced the God-forsaken. Everywhere she looked, there were desperate men, exiled from home and family, seeking escape from the purgatory forged by their own decaying hopes for a future. These same fools called her a Cyprian and sought solace where they were most assured of finding none from her. They drew lots for her favors, 4 ounces of gold, payable in advance to the Duchess, Madam of the Palace, the tent brothel where she lived. Any comer could have Angel for 1/2 hour. Her own meager percentage would be kept under lock and key and guarded by a woman-hating giant named Magowan. As for the rest, those sad unfortunates who lacked the price to sample her talents, they stood knee-deep in a sea of mud called Main Street, waiting for a chance glimpse of the Angel. And she lived a year and a month in this place that was unfit for anything but business. When would it end? How had all her desperate plans brought her here, to this horrible place of dirt and broken dreams? No more right now, the Duchess was saying, ushering several men away. I know you've been waiting, but Angel's tired, and you want her best, don't you? Men complained and threatened, pleaded and bargained, but the Duchess knew when Angel had reached the limit of her endurance. She needs a rest. Come back this evening. Drinks on the house. Relieved that they were gone, Angel let go of the tent flap and went back to lie on the rumpled bed. She stared bleakly at the canvas ceiling. The Duchess had announced this morning at breakfast that the new building was almost finished, and the girls would be moving in tomorrow. Angel was ready to have 4 walls around her again. At least then the cold night wind would not blow in on her through splits in the rotting sailcloth. She hadn't thought how much 4 walls meant to her when she paid passage on a barkentine destined for California. Then, all she had been thinking was escape. All she had seen was her chance for freedom. The mirage had dissolved soon enough when she reached the gangplank and learned she was one of 3 women aboard a ship with 120 vigorous young men, all of whom had nothing on their minds but adventure. The 2 hard-eyed prostitutes set to work right away, but Angel had tried to stay in her cabin. Within a fortnight, she saw clearly that she had one simple choice: go back to being a prostitute or be raped. What did it really matter anyway? What else did she know? She might as well line her pockets with gold like the others. Maybe then, just maybe, with enough money she could buy freedom. She survived the rough seas, the foul-tasting lobscouse and hushamagrundi, the cramped quarters and lack of dignity and decency in the hope that she would have enough money by the time she reached the shores of California to start a new life. Then, amid the excitement of docking, the final blow was struck. The 2 other prostitutes set upon her in her cabin. By the time she regained consciousness, they were ashore with all her money and every possession she owned. All that was left to her was the clothes on her back. What was worse? Not even one sailor remained aboard to row her ashore. Beaten and numb with confusion, she sat huddled in the bow of the ship for 2 days before scavengers came. When they finished taking what they wanted from the deserted ship and her, they brought her to the dock. It was raining hard, and while they argued and divided their booty, she simply walked away. She wandered for several days, hiding her face and hair beneath a soiled blanket one of the men had given her. She was hungry, she was cold, and she was resigned. Freedom was a dream. She made her way by working Portsmouth Square until the Duchess, a woman well past her prime but possessed of a shrewd mind for business, found her and talked her into heading for the gold country. I've got 4 other girls, a Frenchie from Paris, a Celestial toy sold me, and 2 girls who look like they came off an empty potato boat from Ireland. A little food will fatten 'em up. But now you. First time I saw you, I thought there's a girl who can get rich with the right management. A girl with your beauty could make her fortune up there in the gold camps. Those young miners will take the gold out of the stream and fight each other to put it right in your hand. On an agreement that Angel would turn over 80% of her earnings, the Duchess promised to see that she was protected from bodily harm. And I'll see you have the best clothing, food, and lodgings available. Angel found the irony laughable. She had fled from Duke and fallen into the hands of Duchess. Just her luck. For all her seeming benevolence, Duchess was a greedy tyrant. Angel knew she collected bribes to fix the lots, while not a speck of that gold dust found its way into the girls' pouches. The tips left for services well rendered were divided according to the original agreement. Mai Ling, a Toy's celestial slave girl, tried to hide her gold once, and Ma Goan, with his cruel smile and ham-sized hands, was sent in to have a talk with her. Angel hated her life. She hated the Duchess. She hated Ma Goan. She hated her own wretched helplessness. Most of all, she hated the men for their relentless quest for pleasure. She gave them her body, but not a particle more. Maybe there wasn't any more. She didn't know. And that didn't seem to matter to any of the men. All they saw was her beauty, a flawless veil wrapped around a frozen heart, and they were enthralled. They looked into her angel eyes and were lost. She was not fooled by their endless declarations of love. They wanted her in the same way they wanted the gold in the streams. They lusted for her. They fought for the chance to be with her. They scrambled, grappled, gambled, and grabbed, and everything they had was spent without thought or consideration. They paid to become enslaved. She gave them what they thought was heaven and consigned them to hell. What did it matter? She had nothing left. She didn't care. An even stronger force than the hatred that feasted on her was the weariness that sucked her soul dry. At 18, she was tired of living and resigned to the fact that nothing would ever change. She wondered why she had even been born. For this, she supposed, take it or leave it, God's truth. And the only way to leave it was to kill herself. Every time she faced that fact, every time she had the chance, her courage failed. Her only friend was a tired old harlot named Lucky, who was running to fat because of her thirst for brandy. Yet even Lucky knew nothing of where Angel had come from or been, or what had happened to make her the way she was. The other prostitutes thought of her as invulnerable. They all wondered about her, but they never asked questions. Angel made it clearly understood from the beginning that the past was sacred ground no one walked over. Except for Lucky, dumb-drunk Lucky, for whom Angel held a fondness. Lucky spent her off time deep in her cups. You gotta have plans, Angel. You gotta hope for something in this world. Hope for what? You can't get by any other way. I get by just fine.
How?
I don't look back. And I don't look forward. What about now? You gotta think about now, Angel. Angel smiled faintly and brushed her long, golden hair. Now doesn't exist. Chapter 2. She walks in beauty, like the night, of cloudless climes and starry skies. And all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes. Byron. Michael Hosea was unloading crates of vegetables from the back of his buckboard when he saw a beautiful young woman walking along the street. She was dressed in black, like a widow, and a big, rough-looking man with a gun on his hip was at her side. All along Main Street, men stopped what they were doing, took off their hats, and watched her. She said not a word to anyone. She looked neither to the right nor the left. She moved with simple, fluid grace, her shoulders straight, her head held high. Michael couldn't take his eyes off her. His heart beat faster and faster as she came near. He willed her to look at him. But she didn't. He let out his breath after she passed him, not even aware that he had been holding it. This one. Beloved. Michael felt a rush of adrenaline mingled with joy.
Lord.
Lord. Something. Ain't she? Joseph Hochschild said. The burly storekeeper held a sack of potatoes over his shoulder and grinned. That's Angel. Prettiest girl west of the Rockies and most likely prettiest east of the Rockies. 2. He went up the steps into his store. Michael shouldered a barrel of apples. What do you know about her? No more than anyone else, I guess. She takes long walks. It's a habit of hers. Does it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon about this same time. He nodded toward the men along the street. They all come to watch her. Who's the man with her? A dismal thought occurred to him. Her husband. Husband. He laughed. More like a bodyguard. His name's Magowan. He makes certain nobody bothers her. No one gets within a foot of her unless they've paid their dues. Michael frowned slightly and went back outside. He stood at the back of his wagon, staring after her. She caught at something deep inside him. There was a grave, tragic dignity about her. As the storekeeper hefted another crate, Michael asked the question burning inside him. How do I meet her, Joseph? Hochschild smiled ruefully. You have to get in line. The Duchess holds a regular lottery to see who'll have the privilege of seeing Angel. What Duchess? The Duchess down there. He nodded down the street in the other direction. The one who owns the palace. The biggest brothel in paradise. Michael felt as though he had been kicked low and hard. He stared at Hochschild, but the man didn't even notice as he toted a crate of carrots inside and appended it into a bin. Michael shouldered another barrel of apples. Lord? Did I misunderstand? I must have. This can't be the one. I've put up the ounce of gold a time or two to get my name in a hat, Joseph said over his shoulder. That was before I found out it took more than that just to get your name in the right hat. Michael banged the barrel down hard. She's a soiled dove? A girl like that? He didn't want to believe it. She's not just any old soiled dove. Michael. Angel is something real fine. From what I hear. Special training. But I can't afford to find out for myself. When I've a need, I see Pris. She's clean, does things plain and simple, and she doesn't cost too much hard-earned gold. Michael needed some air. He went back outside. Unable to help himself, he glanced down the street again at the slender girl in black. She was coming back down the other side of the street and went right past him again. His reaction was worse this time.
Harder to take.
Hochschild unloaded a crate of turnips. You look like a bull who just had a club put to his head.
His smile was wry.
Or maybe you've been down on your farm too long. Let's settle up, Michael said tersely, and went inside with the last crate. He needed to get his mind back on business and off of her. You'll have enough gold to meet her once we square up, Hochschild said. More than enough. He emptied the crate and set it aside before putting his scale on the counter. Fresh vegetables are worth a fortune up here. These young gents get up on the streams and live on little better than flour, water, and salted meat. Then they come into town with swollen, bleeding gums and swelling legs from scurvy and think they need a doctor. All they need is a decent diet and a little common sense. Let's see what we got here. 2 barrels of apples, 2 crates each of turnips and carrots, 6 crates of squash, and 20 pounds of venison jerky. Michael told him what he wanted for the wagon load. What? You're robbing me. Michael smiled slightly. He wasn't green. He had spent the better part of 48 and 49 panning gold and knew what the men needed. True. Food was only part of it.
But it was a part he could supply.
You'll make twice that. Hochschild opened the safe behind the counter and took out 2 sacks of gold dust. He slid one across to Michael and measured a portion out of the other into a hide pouch. Tossing the bigger sack back into the safe, he kicked it shut and checked the handle. Michael emptied the dust into a belt he had crafted. Hochschild watched, his mouth tipping. You've got enough for a good time there. Want to meet Angel? You ought to go down and talk to the Duchess with some of it. She'd usher you right upstairs. Angel. Just her name affected him. Not this time. Joseph saw the set of his jaw and nodded. Michael Hosea was a quiet man, but there wasn't anything soft about him. There was something in his look that made men treat him with respect. It wasn't just his height or the strength of his body, which were both impressive enough. It was the clear steadiness of his gaze. He knew what he was about even if the rest of the world didn't. Joseph liked him, and he had seen clearly enough the effect Angel had on him, but if Michael didn't want to discuss it, he would respect that. What are you planning to do with all that gold dust? I'm going to buy a couple head of cattle. Good, Hochschild said in approval.
Breed investe.
Beef is worth more than vegetables. On his way out of town, Michael drove by the brothel. It was big and fancy. The place was overflowing with men, mostly young, some bewhiskered and some smooth-cheeked, nearly all drunk or well on their way to being so. Someone was fiddling, and men were making up bawdy verses to the tune, each cruder than the last. And she lives there, he thought. Up in one of those rooms with a bed and little else. He flicked the reins over his horses and kept on going, frowning heavily. He couldn't get his mind off her. Not all the rest of that day. Back down out of the mother lode to his valley. He kept seeing her walking up that muddy street, a slender girl, dressed in black, with a beautiful, pale face of stone. Where had she come from? Angel, he said, trying her name on his tongue. Just testing. And he knew, even as he said it, his waiting was over. Lord, he said heavily. Lord. This isn't exactly what I had in mind. But he knew he was going to marry that girl anyway. Chapter 3. I can endure my own despair, but not another's hope. William Walsh. Angel washed, put on a clean, blue silk wrapper, and sat on the foot of the bed to wait for the next knock on her door. 2 more, and she could call it a night. She could hear Lucky's laughter in the next room. Lucky was full of laughter and fun when she was drunk, which was most of the time. The woman could lose herself in a bottle of whiskey. Angel had tried drinking with her once to see if she could lose herself, too. Lucky poured, and she tried to keep up. Before long, her head swam and her stomach lurched. Lucky held the chamber pot for her and laughed with sympathy. She said some people could hold their whiskey and some couldn't, and she guessed Angel was one who couldn't. She took her back to her room and told her to sleep. That night, when the first man had come knocking at the door, Angel told him, in less than polite terms, to go away. Angry, he went to the Duchess and said he wanted his gold dust back. Duchess came up, took one look at Angel, then sent for Magowan. Angel didn't like Magowan, but she had never been afraid of him. He had never bothered her. He was just there at her side when she went for her walks.
He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything.
He just made sure no one approached her outside the palace. She knew it wasn't as much for her own protection as it was for the Duchess. He was there to make sure she came back. Meiling never said what Magowan did to her when he had been sent to her room, but Angel saw the look of fear in the Chinese girl's dark eyes every time he was near. All he had to do was smile at her, and the girl turned white and broke out in a sweat. Angel sneered inwardly. It would take more than words to make her afraid of any man. That night, when Magowan came in, Angel was only aware of a dark shape standing over her. You're not going to get your money's worth, she said. She focused. Oh. It's you. Go away. I'm not going for a walk today. He ordered her tub filled. As soon as the 2 servants left, he bent over her again, grinning viciously. I knew sooner or later we'd have to have a talk. He caught hold of her. Sobering, she struggled, but he lifted her and dumped her into the icy water. Gasping, She tried to get out, but he grabbed her head and forced her under. Terrified by the iron weight of his huge hand, she fought. When her lungs burned for air and she was losing consciousness, he dragged her up. "Enough," he said. "Enough," she rasped, dragging in air. He shoved her down again. She bucked and kicked, clawing for escape. When he pulled her up again, she choked and vomited. He laughed, and she knew he was enjoying it. He stood in front of her, feet planted apart, and reached for her head again. An irrational fury rose, and she swung her fist straight and sure. When he dropped to his knees, groaning, she scrambled out of his reach. When he came after her again, she screamed. He caught hold of her. She kicked and scratched, gasping with effort. He had a hand at her throat when the door burst open and the Duchess sailed in. She slammed the door behind her and shouted at them both to stop it. Magowan did as she commanded, but he gave Angel a malevolent look. "I'm going to kill you. I swear it." "Enough," the Duchess said, furious. I heard her scream from the stairway. If the men heard, what do you think would happen? "They'd hang him," Angel said, crossing her legs and laughing at him. The Duchess slapped her. Angel fell back in shock. "Not another word." "Angel," the Duchess warned. Straightening, she looked at Magowan again. "I said sober her up, Brett, and have a talk with her. That's all I want you to do to her. Do you understand?" She yanked on the bell cord. The three waited in pulsating silence. The slap had silenced Angel. She knew Duchess had barely reined in her devil. She also knew after one look at him that another foolish outburst on her part might snap his leash. When someone knocked discreetly, Duchess opened the door enough to order hot coffee and bread. When she closed the door, she crossed the room and sat down on the straight-backed chair. "I sent you to do something very simple, Brett. You do just what I tell you and nothing more," she said. "Angel's right. They'd hang you. She needs a good lesson," Magowan said, eyes black on Angel. All her bravado had evaporated. She'd seen clearly enough that something dark and evil shone in Magowan's eyes. She recognized that look. She had seen it on another man's face from time to time. She had never taken Brett seriously before, but he was serious indeed. She knew also that fear was the very last thing she could show. It would feed his blood lust until even the Duchess couldn't stop him. So she was calm and still, like a mouse in its hole. The Duchess looked at her for a long moment. "You're going to behave now, aren't you, Angel?" Angel sat up slowly and looked back at her with grave, sardonic eyes. "Yes, ma'am." She shivered with cold. "Give her a sheet before she catches a chill." Magowan snatched one from the bed and flung it at her. She wrapped the satin around herself like a royal robe and didn't dare look at him. Helpless rage and fear feasted on her. "Come here, Angel," the Duchess said. Angel raised her head and looked at her. When she didn't move quickly enough, Magowan grabbed a handful of blonde hair and yanked her up. She gritted her teeth, refusing him the satisfaction of crying out. "When she tells you to do something, you do it," he snarled as he shoved her. Angel fell to her knees before Duchess. The woman stroked her hair, and the calculated gentleness after Magowan's brutality destroyed Angel's defiance. "When the tray arrives, Angel, eat the bread and drink every last drop of the coffee. Brett will stay to see that you do. As soon as you're finished, he'll leave. I want you ready to work in 2 hours." The Duchess stood and went to the door. She glanced back. "Brett, Not another mark on her. She's our best girl. Not a mark, he echoed coldly. He kept his word. He didn't touch her. But he talked, and what he said chilled Angel's blood. She forced the bread and coffee down, knowing the sooner she was done, the sooner he would leave. You're going to be mine, Angel. In a week or a month. You'll push Duchess too far, or demand too much. And then she'll give you to me on a silver plate. She had been good since that evening, and Magowan had not bothered her. But he was waiting, and she knew it. She refused to give him the satisfaction Meiling did. She always smiled at him mockingly when he came into the room. As long as she did what she was told, Duchess was happy, and Brett Magowan could do nothing. But the walls were closing in again. More each day. The pressure inside her was building, and the effort to maintain the calm facade was draining her strength. One more tonight, and I can sleep, she thought. She held out her hands and looked at them. They were trembling. She was trembling all over. She knew she was losing control. Too much pretending for too long. She shook her head. All she needed was a good night's sleep, and she would be all right tomorrow. Just one more, she thought, and hoped he'd be quick. The knock came, and she rose to answer. Opening the door, she took in the man standing there. He was taller and older than most and well-muscled. Other than that, she noticed nothing special about him. But she felt what? An odd uneasiness. An increasing of her shakiness. Her nerves were jumping, almost out of control. She lowered her head and breathed slowly, pushing the strange reaction down with every ounce of will she had left. One more, and I'm free for the night. Despite his 26 years, Michael felt like a callow youth, standing outside Angel's open door in the dim lantern light of the brothel hallway. He could scarcely breathe, his heart was racing so fast. She was even more beautiful than he remembered, and smaller. Her slender body was clearly outlined in the blue satin wrapper, and he tried not to look below her shoulders. She stepped aside, so he could enter her room. All Michael saw was her bed. It was made, but visions came to him unbidden and unnerved. He looked back at her. She smiled slightly. It was a worldly, seductive smile. She knew everything that was in his mind, even what he didn't want there. "What's your pleasure, mister?" Her voice was low and soft and surprisingly cultured. But she was so direct. He was taken aback. She couldn't have said anything to make him more acutely aware of what she did for her living, or of his own powerful physical attraction to her. As he entered the room, Angel closed the door behind him and leaned back against it. She waited for him to answer while making a quick assessment of him. Her uneasiness lessened.
He wasn't so different from the rest.
Just a little older than most, a little broader in the shoulders. He was no boy, but he looked uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Maybe he had a wife somewhere and was feeling guilty. Maybe he had a good Christian mother and was wondering what she would think about his coming to a prostitute. This one wouldn't want to spend a lot of time with her. Good. The less time, the better.
Michael didn't know what to say.
He had been thinking about seeing her all day, and now that he was here in her bedroom, he stood mute, his heart beating its way up into his throat. She was so beautiful, and she looked amused. Lord, what now? I can't even think past what I'm feeling. She walked toward him, every movement drawing his attention to her body. Angel touched his chest and heard him suck in his breath. She moved around him, smiling. No need to be shy with me, mister. Tell me what you want. He looked down at her. You. I'm all yours. Michael watched her cross the room to a washstand. Angel. The name fit the way she looked, a flawless, blue-eyed porcelain doll with pale skin and golden hair. Maybe marble was a better description. Porcelain shatters. She looked too hard for that. So hard. He hurt looking at her.
Why?
He hadn't expected to feel that. He had worried too much about getting past the desire he knew she would arouse in him. God, give me strength to resist her temptation. She poured water into a porcelain bowl and picked up a bar of soap. Everything she did was graceful and provocative. Why don't you come here, and I'll wash you? He could feel the heat rushing all through his body, most of it ending up in his face. He coughed and felt as though his collar were choking him. She laughed softly. I promise it won't hurt. It's not necessary.
Mom.
I'm not here for sex.
No.
You're here for Bible study. I came here to talk with you. Angel gritted her teeth. Hiding her irritation, she let her gaze drift boldly. He moved uneasily beneath that look. She smiled. Are you sure you want to talk? I'm sure. He looked dead certain. With a sigh, she turned to dry her hands. Whatever you want, mister. She sat on the bed and crossed her legs. Michael knew what she was doing. He fought the swift desire to take her up on the clear message she kept sending him. The longer he stood silent, the more his mind drew images, and she knew it by the look in her eyes. Was she mocking him?
No doubt about that.
Do you live in this room when you're not working? Yes. She tilted her head. Where did you think I lived? In a little white cottage at the end of a road somewhere? She smiled to take the bite from her words. She hated men who asked questions and probed. Michael studied her surroundings. No personal articles out, no pictures on the wall, no knickknacks on the small, lace-covered table in the corner, no feminine clothing scattered about. Everything was neat, clean, spare. A modest armoire, a side table, a kerosene lamp, a marble washstand with a yellow porcelain water pitcher, and a straight-backed chair furnished her room. And the bed on which she was sitting. He got the chair from the corner, set it in front of her, and sat down. Her satin wrap had opened a little. He knew she was toying with him. She swung her foot idly, like a pendulum. 60 seconds to a minute. 30 minutes to a half hour. All the time he had. Lord, I'd need 1,000,000 years to reach this woman. Are you sure this is the one you meant for me? Her eyes were blue and fathomless. He could read nothing in them. She was a wall, an endless ocean, a clouded night sky so dark he couldn't see his hand before his face. He saw only what she wanted him to see. You said you wanted to talk, mister. So talk. Michael was saddened. I shouldn't have come to you like this. I should have found another way. What other way is there? How was he going to make her understand he was different from the other men who came to her when he came by the same way they did? Gold. He had listened to Joseph and gone to the Duchess, and then he had listened to that woman say Angel was a commodity, a fine, precious, well-guarded commodity. Pay first, then talk. Paying had seemed the easiest, most direct way. He hadn't cared about the price. Now it was clear the easiest way wasn't the best. He should have found another way. Another place. She was too ready to work and not the least bit ready to listen. And he was finding himself too easily distracted. How old are you? She smiled slightly. Old. Real old. He figured that was right. She wasn't talking about years. He doubted much could surprise her. She looked prepared for anything. Yet he sensed something else about her as well, the same way he had the first time he had seen her. There was another layer beneath the one she was showing now. Lord, how do I get to it? How old are you? She asked, turning his question back on him. 26. Old for a gold miner. Most are 18 or 19. I haven't seen many real men lately. Her lack of subtlety put him on firmer ground. Why the name Angel? Because of how you look? Or is that your real name? Her mouth tightened slightly. The only thing she had left was her name, and she had never told anyone what it was. Not even Duke. The only person who had ever called her by her name was Mama. And Mama was dead. Call me whatever you want, Mister. It doesn't matter. Just because he didn't want what he paid for, that didn't mean she was going to give him anything else. He studied her. I think Mara suits you. Someone you knew back home?
No.
It means bitter. She looked at him then and went very still. What game was this? Is that what you think? She lifted one shoulder indolently. Well, I suppose Mara is as good a name as any. She began to swing her foot back and forth again, ticking off the time. How long had he been here? How long did she have to put up with him?
He kept on.
Where are you from? Here and there. He smiled slightly at her polite and sultry reticence. Any here and there in particular?
Just here and there, she said.
Her foot stopped and she leaned forward. What about you? Mister? What's your name? You from any place in particular? Do you have a wife somewhere? Are you afraid to do what you really want? She was leveling all barrels at him. But rather than be taken aback, he felt himself relaxing. This girl was more real to him than the one who had greeted him at the door. Michael Hosea, he said. I live in a valley southwest of here.
And I'm not married.
But I will be soon. She frowned uneasily. It was the way he was looking at her. The intensity unnerved her. What sort of name is Hosea? His smile became wry. Prophetic. Was he making a joke at her expense? Are you going to tell me my future? You're going to marry me? And I'm going to take you out of here. She laughed. Well, my third proposal today. I'm so flattered. Shaking her head, she leaned forward again, her smile cold and cynical. Did he think this was a new approach? Did he think it was necessary? When would you like me to start playing my part? Mister? After the rings on your finger.
Right now.
I want to get to know you a little better. She hated him for dragging the game on. The wasted time. The hypocrisy. The endless lies. It had been a long night, and she was in no mood to humor him. What's to tell? What I do is what I am. All it comes down to is you telling me how you want me to be. But be quick. Your time's almost up. Michael saw he had made a fine mess of this first meeting. What had he expected? To come in here, talk plain, and walk out with her on his arm? She looked like she wanted to give him the boot. He was angry at himself for being such a naive fool. You're not talking love, Mara, and I didn't come here to use you. The steady deepness of his words and that name, Mara, roused her anger even more.
No.
She tilted her chin. Well, I think I understand. She stood. He was sitting and she moved close, her soft hands combing into his hair. She could feel his tension and relished it. Let me guess. Mister. You want to get to know me. You want to find out how I think and what I feel. And most of all, you want to know how a nice girl like me got into a business like this. Michael closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. trying to close out the effect her touch was having on him. Do what you're thinking about doing, mister. Michael put her firmly away from him. I came to talk with you. She studied him through narrowed eyes and then yanked her wrapper closed and tied the satin ribbons. She still felt exposed beneath his scrutiny. You came to the wrong girl. You want to know what you can have? I'll tell you. And she did. Explicitly. He didn't blush this time. He didn't even react. I want to know you. Not what you can do, he said roughly. If you want conversation, go down to the bar. He stood. Come away with me and be my wife. She gave a harsh laugh. If you want a wife, send for one by mail, or wait for the next wagon train to cross the mountains. He came toward her. I can give you a good life. I don't care how you got here or where you've been before. Come with me now. She smiled derisively. For what? More of the same? Look. I've heard it all before from 100 others. You saw me and fell in love, and now you can't live without me. You can give me a wonderful life. What a crock. I can. It all comes down to the same thing. No. It doesn't. From my point, it does. A half hour is more than enough time for anyone to own me. Mister. You're telling me this is the life you want? What did one have to do with anything? This is my life. It doesn't have to be. If you had a choice, what would you want? From you? Nothing. From living. A bleakness settled inside her. Living? What was he talking about? She felt battered by his questions and defended herself with an aloof, cool smile. Spreading her hands, she showed off her simple room with its spare furnishings. I have everything I need right here. You've got a roof, food, and fine clothes. And work, she said tightly. Oh. Don't you forget my work. I'm real good at it. You hate it. She was silent a moment, wary. You just drew me on one of my bad nights. She went to the window. Pretending to look out, she closed her eyes and fought for control. What was wrong with her this evening? What was it about this man that got to her? She preferred the numbness to this stirring of emotion. Hope was torment. Hope was an enemy. And this man was a thorn in her side. Michael came up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. He felt her tense at his touch. Come home with me, he said softly. Be my wife. Angel shrugged his hands off angrily and moved away from him. No. Thanks. Why not? Because I don't want to leave. That's why. Is that a good enough reason for you? If you won't go with me, at least let me get a little closer. Finally. Here we go. 6 steps ought to do that. Mister. All you have to do is put one foot in front of the other. I'm not talking feet and inches. Mara. All the feelings slowed inside her and spiraled downward as though they were draining away into a black hole beneath her feet. Angel, she said. My name is Angel. Have you got that? Angel. And you're wasting my time and your dust. I'm not wasting anything. She sat on the bed again and let out her breath. Tilting her head to one side, she looked up at him. You know, mister, most men are fairly honest when they come. They pay, take what they want, and leave. Then there are a few others like you. They don't like being like the rest. So they tell me how much they care and what's wrong with my life and how they can fix it. Her mouth curved sardonically. But eventually they all get past that and get down to what they're really after.
Michael drew in a breath.
She didn't mince words.
Fine.
He could talk plain.
2.
I only have to look at you to be made aware of my body. You know pretty well how to feed frailty. Yes. I want you. But you're wrong about how much and for how long. She grew even more uneasy. You shouldn't feel so bad. It's just the way men are. Hogwash. Now you're going to tell me about men? That's something I know all about. Mr. Men. You don't know anything about me. Every man likes to think he's different from the last. He likes to think he's better. She patted the bed. Come here, and I'll show you just how much alike you are. Or are you afraid I might be right? He smiled gently. You'd be more comfortable with me in that bed, wouldn't you? He came over and sat in the chair, not the least disconcerted. He leaned toward her, his hands loosely clasped between his knees. I'm not saying I'm any better than any other man who comes to you. I just want more. Such as everything. I want what you don't even know you have to give. Some men expect a whole lot for a couple of ounces of gold dust. Listen to what I have to offer you. I don't see that what you're offering is any different than what I've got. Someone rapped twice at the door. Relief swept through Angel, and she didn't bother to hide it. Smirking, she shrugged. Well, you got your half hour of talk,
Didn't you?
She stood and walked past him. She took his hat from the hook by the door and held it out to him. Time to go. He looked disappointed, but not defeated. I'm coming back. Whatever makes you happy. Michael touched her face. Change your mind.
Come with me right now.
It's got to be better than this. Angel's heart raced. He looked as though he really meant it. But then, Johnny had looked sincere, too. Johnny, with his charm and glib tongue. When it was all said and done, all he had wanted was to take something away from Duke and then use it. All she had wanted was to get away. They had both failed, and the terrible cost of it had been far too great. Angel wanted this farmer out of here. Your gold dust is better spent elsewhere. I haven't got whatever it is you're looking for. Try Meggie. She's the philosopher. She started to open the door. Michael flattened his hand against it. You've got everything I'm looking for. I wouldn't have felt what I did the first time I saw you. I wouldn't feel this certain now. Your half hour is up. Michael saw she wasn't going to listen. Not this time.
Anyway.
I'm coming back. All I'll ask for is one honest half hour of your time. She opened the door for him. Mister, 5 minutes and you'd run like the devil. Chapter 4. For I do not do the good I want, but the evil I do not want is what I do. Romans 7 verse 19. Hosea did come back, the next night, and the next. Each time Angel saw him, her unrest grew. He talked, and she felt desperation stirring. She knew better than to believe anyone about anything. Hadn't she learned the hard way? Hope was a dream, and reaching for it turned her life into an unbearable nightmare. She wasn't going to get sucked in by words and promises again. She wasn't going to let a man convince her there was anything better than what she had. Yet, she could not dispel the tension that rose each time she opened her door and found that man standing outside it. He never laid a hand on her. He just painted word pictures of freedom that resurrected the old, aching hunger she had felt as a child. It was a hunger that had never died. Yet each time she had run away to find an answer to it, disaster had fallen upon her. And still, she had kept trying. The last time, The hunger had sent her running from Duke and landed her here in this foul, stinking place.
Well,
She had finally learned her lesson. Nothing ever got better. Things only went from bad to worse. It was wiser to adjust and accept and survive. Why couldn't this man get it through his thick head that she wasn't going anywhere with him or anyone else? Why wouldn't he give up and leave her alone? He kept coming back over and over again, driving her crazy. He wasn't smooth and charming like Johnny. He didn't use force like Duke. He wasn't like 100 others who paid and played. In fact, he wasn't like anyone she had ever known. That was what she didn't like the most. She couldn't fit Michael Hosea into any mold she knew. Each time, as soon as he left, she tried to put him out of her mind, but something about him gnawed at her. She found herself thinking about him at the oddest times and had to force herself to think of something else. When she succeeded, others roused him again. "Who was the man with you last night?" Rebecca asked over supper. Angel stifled her irritation and buttered her bread. "Which one?" she said and glanced across at the buxom redhead. "The big, good-looking one." "Who else?" Angel bit into her bread, wanting to enjoy her meal of sourdough bread and venison stew in peace and not be questioned about who went in and out of her room. Who cared what any of them looked like? After a while, they all looked the same anyway. "Give over, Angel," Rebecca said impatiently. "It's not as though you care. He was with you last night, last one out your door. I saw him in the hallway as I came upstairs. All 6 feet of him. Dark hair, blue eyes, broad shoulders. Every inch of him lean and hard. He walks like a soldier. When he smiled at me, I felt it all the way down to my toes." Lucky passed on the stew in favor of the bottle of red wine. "If a pockmarked midget from Nantucket smiled at you, you would feel it all the way down to your toes. Drink your wine." "I wasn't talking to you," Rebecca said contemptuously. She had no patience for Lucky's good-natured insults, and she returned her attention to Angel. "You can't pretend you don't know the one I mean. You just don't want to tell me anything." Angel glared at her. "I don't know anything. I'd just like to enjoy my meal, if you don't mind."
Tori laughed.
"Why shouldn't she want to keep him for herself?" she said, her British accent thick. "Maybe Angel's finally met a man she likes." The others laughed. "Maybe she doesn't want to be bothered, like she says," Lucky said.
"A big a sight."
"Angel, have a little pity. I've had one untried boy after another for the last month. I'd welcome a man for a change." Tori pushed her plate away. "If someone like him came to my room, I'd lock him in and keep him there." Angel poured herself a glass of milk and wished they would all leave her alone. "That's the second glass you've had," Renee said to her from the end of the table. "Duchess said 1 glass for each of us because it's so expensive." "And you're taking 2. Lucky smirked. "I told her before supper she could have my share of milk if I could have her share of wine." "That's not fair," Renee whined. "I like milk just as much as Angel does. She always gets what she wants." Lucky grinned. "If you had another glass of milk, it would just turn to more fat around your middle." As they began to quarrel, Angel wanted to scream and leave the table. Her head was throbbing. Even Lucky's endless needling irritated her. And Rebecca would not give up about that wretched man. He must have hit it big to make it to your room 3 times in as many nights. "What's his name?" "Don't pretend you don't care." All Angel wanted was to be left alone. He's not a miner. He's a farmer. A farmer? Tori laughed. Who are you trying to fool? Dearie? He's no farmer. Farmers look dumb as the dirt they plow. He said he was a farmer. That doesn't mean he is one. What's his name? Rebecca asked again. I don't remember. Did the man have to plague her even when he wasn't around? Oh. Yes. You do. Rebecca was angry now. Angel threw her napkin down. Look. I don't ask names. I don't care who they are. I give them what they want, and they leave. That's it. Then why does he keep coming back? I don't know, and I don't care. Lucky poured another glass of wine. Rebecca, you're just jealous he isn't coming to your room. Rebecca glared at her. Why don't you shut your mouth? Keep on drinking the way you do, and Duchess will toss you out on your backside. Unruffled. Lucky laughed. It's still a pretty good backside. If women weren't so scarce, no one would bother knocking on your door at all, Tori sneered. Lucky was warming to battle. I'm better drunk than either of you are sober. Angel ignored the insults being slung back and forth, relieved to be left alone. But now, he was on her mind again. Maggie was sitting next to Angel and hadn't said anything through the whole exchange. Now. She looked at Angel as she stirred a teaspoon of precious sugar into her black coffee. So, what is this delectable man like? Angel? Has he got any brains? Angel gave her a dark look. Invite him in and find out for yourself. Maggie arched her brows and leaned back smiling. Really? I might just do that with all the interest he's stirred among our friends here. She studied her. You really wouldn't mind? Why should I? I saw him first, Rebecca said. Lucky laughed. First you'll have to knock him out and get someone to drag him into your room. Duchess won't like it, Renee said, her thin face waspish. You know the men pay more for Angel. Though I can't see why. Because she looks better dog-tired than you look on your best day, Lucky crowed. Renee hurled a fork at her, which Lucky dodged easily. It twanged off the wall. Please, be quiet. Lucky, Angel said. Sure, Magowan would come in. Lucky never stopped to think when she was drinking. So you really don't care, Rebecca said. You can have him with my blessing, Angel said. She didn't want him bothering her anymore. He wanted her. She felt it radiating from his body, but he never did anything about it. He talked. He asked questions. He waited for what she didn't know. She was tired of trying to think up lies to make him happy. He just asked the same question again in a different way. He wouldn't give up. Each time he came, he was more determined. The last time, Magowan had come back twice and finally shouted through the door that he had better get dressed and get out if he didn't want trouble. Hosea hadn't even unbuttoned his shirt, and he said the same thing he always did just before he left. Come away with me. Marry me. I already said no. 3 times. Don't you ever get the message? No. 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 You're not happy here. I wouldn't be any happier with you. How do you know? I know. Put on something you can travel in and come with me. Right now. Don't think about it so much. Just do it. Magowan might have something to say about it, but she saw plainly Magowan didn't worry him at all. She wondered then what it would be like to live with a man like this, who didn't seem to be afraid of anything. But then, Duke hadn't been afraid of anything either, and she knew what living with him had been like. For the last time. "No," she said firmly and reached for the doorknob. He caught her wrist. "What's keeping you here?" She pulled her wrist free. "I like it." She yanked the door open.
"Now.
"Get out." "I'll see you tomorrow," he said, and went out. Angel had slammed the door and leaned back against it. She always had a splitting headache by the time Hosea left. That night she'd sat on the end of her bed and pressed her fingers against her temples, trying to ease the pain. The same pain that plagued her now. Pain that only got worse as Hosea's question echoed in her mind. What was keeping her here? Why didn't she just walk out the door? Her hands balled into fists. She would have to get her gold from the Duchess first. And she knew there was no way the woman would give over all of it at once. Piecemeal. That's what she would get. Enough for a few luxuries, but not enough to live on. The Duchess couldn't afford to be that generous. And what if Angel did have enough gold to leave? It could turn out the same way it had on the ship or at the end of the voyage when she had been beaten and left behind for those scavengers to find. Those few days on her own in San Francisco had been the closest thing to perdition she had lived. She had been cold, hungry, afraid for her life. She had looked back on life with Duke with actual longing. Duke, of all people. Desperation filled her. I can't leave. Without someone like Duchess. Or even Magowan. They would tear me to pieces. She didn't want to risk going with Michael Hosea. He was by far a darker unknown. Michael was running out of gold dust and time. He didn't know how to get through to that woman. He could see her withdraw from him the moment she opened the door. He talked, and she looked through him and pretended to listen, but he knew she heard nothing. She was just waiting for the half hour to be up, so she would have the pleasure of telling him to leave. I've got enough dust for one more try.
Lord.
Make her listen. Going up the stairs. He was going over in his mind what he was going to say to her this time when he bumped into a redhead. He drew back with an embarrassed apology. She laid a hand on his arm and smiled up at him. Don't bother with Angel tonight. She said you'd like me better. He stared down at her. What else did Angel say? That she'd see it as a favor to have you taken off her hands. He clenched his teeth and took her hand away. Thanks for telling me. He went down the hall. Standing in front of Angel's door, he tried to get control of his anger. Jesus, were you listening? What am I doing back here? I've tried. You know I have. She doesn't want what I'm offering. What am I supposed to do? Drag her out of here by her hair? He rapped twice, the sound echoing loudly down the dim corridor. She opened the door, took one brief look at him, and said, Oh. It's you again. Yes. It's me again. He walked in and slammed the door behind him. Her brows rose. An angry man could be unpredictable and dangerous. This one could do a lot of damage to her, without much effort. I'm not getting anywhere with you. Am I? It's not my fault you're wasting your gold, she said quietly. I did warn you the very first night. Remember? She sat down on the end of the bed. I haven't misled you. I've got to go back to the valley and get some work done. I'm not stopping you. His face was pale and rigid. I don't want to leave you here in this godforsaken place. She blinked at his outburst. It's not your business. It became my business the minute I saw you. Her foot began to swing gracefully back and forth, ticking off the time. Asleep with her eyes open. She was self-contained. Nothing showed in her beautiful blue eyes. You feel like talking again? She covered a yawn and sighed. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Am I putting you to sleep? She heard the edge in his voice and knew she was getting to him. Good. Maybe a little more would send him on his way. It has been a long, hard day. She rubbed the small of her back. And all this talk does get old after a while. His fuse was lit. You'd like it better if I joined you on the bed, wouldn't you? At least you could go away feeling you'd finally gotten something for all your gold dust. Michael's heart beat hard and fast. He went to the window, shaking with anger and physical desire. Drawing the curtain back, he looked out. Do you like your view from up here? Angel? Mud. Slapped up buildings and tents. Men drunk and singing barroom songs. Everyone fighting to survive. Angel. It was the first time he had called her that. For some reason it hurt. She knew she was finally getting to him. She waited for the rest. He would say his piece, take what he wanted, and leave. That would be the end of it. All she had to do was make sure he didn't take a piece of her out the door. Or downstairs, he said derisively. Maybe you'd like that better. He let the curtain drop back and faced her. Does it give you a feeling of power to have me bidding for your favors every night? I don't ask you to do it.
No.
You don't.
Do you?
You don't ask for anything at all. You don't need anything. You don't want anything. You don't feel anything. Why don't I just go on down the hall to that redhead's room? Isn't that it? The one you said could take me off your hands. So that was it. His pride was hurt. I just wanted to see you leave town with a smile on your face. You want to see me smile? Say my name. What is your name? I forgot. He pulled her up off the bed. Michael. Michael Hosea. Losing himself. He cupped her face. Michael. The feel of her skin made him forget why he was there. And he kissed her. It's about time. She moved forward against him, setting him on fire. Her hands moved, and he knew if he didn't stop her, he would lose, not just the battle but the whole war. When she unbuttoned his shirt and slipped her hand in, he jerked back from her. Jesus, he said. Jesus. Stunned, she looked up at him. It came to her with a shock of clear understanding. How did you manage to make it to the ripe old age of 26 without ever having been with a woman? He opened his eyes. I made a decision to wait for the right one. And you really think I'm it? She laughed at him. You poor, dumb fool. She finally got to him. Jesus. I misunderstood. This can't be the one you sent for me. He could spend the rest of his life trying to make her understand. He wanted to grab her and shake her and call her all kinds of a fool. And all she did was look back at him with that smile on her face, as though she had finally figured him all out. He was labeled and put in a bin. Michael lost his temper. If that's the only way you want it, so be it. He slammed out the door and strode down the hall. He went down the stairs, straight across the casino, slapped the swinging doors out of his way, and went out. He kept on walking, hoping the night air would cool him down. Michael, forget it. Just forget I ever asked for a wife.
I don't need one that badly.
Michael, I'll stay celibate. Michael, beloved. He kept walking. God, why her? Tell me that. Why not a gently reared girl, untouched until her wedding night? Why not a God-fearing widow? Lord, send me a plain woman, kind and enduring, someone who would work at my side in the fields, plowing, planting, and harvesting. Someone who'll get dirt beneath her fingernails, but doesn't have it already in her blood. Someone to give me children, or someone with children already if it's not in your plan for me to have my own. Why do you tell me to marry a harlot? This is the woman I have chosen for you. Michael stopped, furious. I'm no prophet, he shouted at the darkening sky. I'm not one of your saints. I'm just an ordinary man. Go back and get Angel. It's not going to work. You're wrong this time. Go back. She's good for sex, I'm sure. She'll give me that much. But nothing else. You want me to go back for that? I'm never going to get more from her than one measly half-hour of her time. I go up to that room with hope and come out defeated. Where's your triumph in this? She wouldn't care if she ever saw me again. She's trying to pass me off to the others like, no.
Lord, no.
I'm just another faceless man in a long line of faceless men in her life. This can't be what you had in mind. He raised his fist. And it's sure not what I asked for. He raked his hands through his hair. She's made it plain enough. I can have her any way I want. From the neck down. Excluding the heart. I'm only a man. Lord. Do you know what she makes me feel? It started to rain. A cold driving rain. Michael stood in the dark. Muddy road a mile out of town. Rain running down his face. He shut his eyes. Thanks, he said harshly. Thanks a lot. Hot. Angry blood pumped fast through his veins. If this is your way of cooling me off, it's not working very well. Do my will. Beloved. I drew you up from the desolate pit, out of the miry bog, and set your feet upon a rock. Go back for Angel. But Michael held his anger close like a shield. Nothing doing. The last thing I want or need is a woman who doesn't feel a thing. He started walking again. This time heading for the livery stable where his wagon and horses were. It's a poor time for traveling. Mister, the liveryman said. A storm's coming. It's as good as any. And I'm pure sick of this place. You and 1,000 others. Michael had to pass the palace to leave town. The drunken laughter and the piano music grated. He didn't even look at her upstairs window as he drove by. Why should he? She was probably working. As soon as he got back to his valley and forgot about that hellbound girl, he would feel better. And the next time he prayed for God to send him a woman to share his life, he would be a lot more specific about the kind he wanted. Angel was standing at her window when she saw Hosea go by. She knew it was him even with his shoulders hunched against the downpour. She waited for him to look up, but he didn't. She watched him until he was out of sight.
Well,
she had finally succeeded in driving him away. It was what she'd wanted from the start. So, why did she feel so bereft? Wasn't she glad she was finally rid of him? He wouldn't be sitting in her room again, talking and talking and talking until she thought she would go crazy. He had finally called her Angel. Angel. She raised a trembling hand and put it against the glass. The cold seeped into her palm and up her arm. She pressed her forehead against the pane and listened to the drumming rain. The sound of it made her remember the shack by the docks and her mother smiling in death.
Oh, God.
I'm suffocating. I'm dying. She began to shake and let the curtain fall back into place. Maybe that was the only way out.
Death.
If she were dead, no one could ever use her again. She sat on the bed and drew up her knees tightly against her chest. Pressing her head against her knees, she rocked herself. Why did he have to come to her? She had come to accept things the way they were. She had been getting by. Why did he have to destroy her inner stillness? She clenched her hands into fists. She couldn't get rid of the vision of Michael Hosea driving away in the rain. She had the awful gut feeling she had just thrown her last chance away. Chapter 5. Death is before me today. As a man longs to see his house when he has spent many years in captivity. Papyrus from ancient Egypt. The storm lasted for days. The rain streaked the glass like tears, washing the grit away and making watery images of the outside world. Angel worked and slept and looked out over the shanties, clapboard buildings, and sagging canvas tents lit by 1,000 lanterns until dawn. No green anywhere. Just grays and browns. Henri would be serving breakfast now. But she wasn't hungry. And she didn't feel like sitting with the others and listening to their squabbles and complaints. The rain came harder and faster, and with it came memories. She used to play a game with her mother on rainy day afternoons. Anytime it rained, it grew cold in the shanty, too cold for anyone who didn't have to be there. The men stayed away, warming themselves in a comfortable tavern, and Rab stayed with them. Mama would set Sarah in her lap and wrap the blanket around both of them. Sarah had grown to like storms because then she had Mama all to herself. They would watch the large drops on the glass pane touch and grow and finally slide down into a river on the frame. Mama talked to her about when she was a child. Just the happy things, the good times. Mama never spoke of being turned away by her father. She never spoke of Alex Stafford. But whenever she was quiet, Sarah knew Mama was remembering and hurting all over again. Mama would hug her hard and rock her and hum. "Things will be different for you, darling," she would say and kiss her. "Things will be different for you. You'll see." And Angel had seen. She stopped thinking about the past. She let the curtain drop back in place and sat down at the small, lace-covered table. She stuffed the memories down again. Better the hollow nothingness than the pain. Hosea won't come back. Not this time. She closed her eyes tightly, her small hand a fist in her lap. Why did she think about him at all? Come away with me and be my wife. Sure. Until he tired of her and gave her to someone else. Like Duke. Like Johnny. Life never changes. She lay down on her bed and covered her face with a pale satin sheet. She remembered the men sewing the shroud closed over her mother's stiffly smiling face and felt empty inside. Whatever hope had once been inside her had drained away. There was nothing left to hold her together. She was caving in. "I'll make it on my own," she said into the silence around her. And could almost hear Duke laughing. "Sure you can, Angel." Just like last time. Someone knocked on her door, jerking her back from her dark memories. "Can I come in, Angel?" Angel welcomed Lucky. She reminded her of Mama, except Lucky drank to be happy. Mama drank to forget. Lucky wasn't drunk right now, but she was holding a bottle and 2 glasses. "You've been keeping to yourself lately," Lucky said, sitting on the bed with her. "Are you all right? You're not sick or anything, are you?" "I'm fine," Angel said. "You didn't have breakfast with us." Lucky set the bottle and glasses on the side table. "I wasn't hungry. You're not sleeping well, either. You've got shadows under your eyes. You're just feeling sad, aren't you?" Lucky gently stroked Angel's hair back. Well, it happens to the best of us, even an old harlot like me. She liked Angel, and she worried about her. Angel was so young and so hard. She needed to learn to laugh a little at the cards she had been dealt. She was beautiful, and that would always come in handy in this business. Lucky liked to look at her. Angel was a rare flower in this weed patch, something special. The others didn't like her because of it. And because Angel didn't mingle. She was self-possessed. Lucky was the only one allowed close. But there were rules. She could talk about anything except men and God. She never stopped to wonder or ask why. She was just grateful Angel allowed her to be a friend. Angel was especially quiet today, her lovely face pale and drawn. I brought a bottle and 2 glasses. You want to try drinking again? Maybe it won't turn out so bad this time. We'll go slower. No, Angel shuddered. Are you sure you're not sick? Sort of. I guess. She was sick of living. I was thinking about my mother. It was the first mention of anything from Angel's past, and Lucky was honored to be trusted with even a tidbit. It was a great mystery among all the girls where Angel had come from. I didn't know you had a mother. Angel smiled wryly. Maybe I didn't really. Maybe it was just my imagination. You know I didn't mean it that way. I know. Angel stared up at the ceiling. It's just that sometimes I really do wonder. Had there ever been a cottage with flowers all around and the scent of roses drifting in through a parlor window? Had her mother ever really laughed and sang and run with her across the meadows? Lucky touched her brow. You're feverish. I have a headache. It'll go away. How long have you had it? Ever since that farmer started pestering me. Has he been back?
No.
I think he was in love with you. Are you sorry you didn't go away with him? Angel tightened up inside.
No.
He's just a man like all the rest. You want me to leave you alone? Angel took Lucky's hand and held onto it. No, she didn't want to be alone. Not when she had been thinking about the past and couldn't seem to push it away. Not when death was all that was on her mind. It was the rain. The constant, battering rain. She was going mad. They sat silent for a long while. Lucky poured herself a drink. Tension rippled through Angel as she remembered Mama's drinking herself into oblivion. She remembered Mama's grief and guilt and the endless weeping. She remembered Cleo, drunk and bitter, raging against life and telling her God's truth about men. Lucky was a Mama or Cleo. She was funny and uninhibited. And she liked to talk. The familiar words flowed like balm. If Angel could just listen to Lucky's life story, she might be able to forget her own. My mother ran off when I was 5, Lucky said. Have I told you all this? Tell me again. My aunt took me in. She was a fine lady. Her name was Miss Priscilla Lantry. She gave up marrying a fine young man because her father was ill and needed her. She nursed the old miser for 15 years before he died. He wasn't even cold in his grave when my loving mother dumped me on her doorstep with a note. It said, "This is Bonnie." And it was signed Sharon. She laughed. Aunt Pris didn't much like the idea of having a child to raise, especially a cast-off from her no-good sister. Everyone in the neighborhood thought she was a saint for taking me in. She poured another glass of whiskey. She said she was going to make sure I grew up proper and not like my mother. If she didn't use a switch on me at least twice a day, she didn't feel she was doing her duty. Spare the rod and spoil the child. Lucky plunked the bottle on the side table and pushed her dark hair back from her flushed face.
She drank.
Not like I do. She did everything proper. She just sipped. Not whiskey, mind you. Madeira, fine Madeira. She'd start in the morning, a sip here, a sip there. It looked like liquid gold in her pretty crystal glass. She was so mellow and sweet when neighbors came to call. She giggled. They thought she had such a charming lisp. She sighed and swirled the amber fluid in her glass. Meanest woman I ever knew. Meaner than the Duchess. As soon as the guests were out the door and off in their fine carriages, she would start in on me. She began to mimic an elegant southern drawl. You didn't curtsy when Mrs. Abernathy came in. You took 2 biscuits from the tray when I said to take only 1. The schoolmaster said you didn't do your arithmetic yesterday. Lucky drank half her whiskey. Then she would make me sit and wait while she searched for just the right switch to cut from the willow tree. It had to be as thick as her pointer finger. She held her whiskey glass up to the lamp and looked through it before she emptied it. She went to tea one afternoon with the parson's wife. They were going to discuss my enrollment in a young ladies' academy. While she was gone, I chopped the tree down. It flattened the roof and fell right into the middle of her fancy parlor. Smashed all her fine crystal. I ran away before she came back. She laughed softly. Sometimes I wish I had stayed long enough to see the look on her face when she came home. She held the empty glass and stared at it. And sometimes I wish I could go back and tell her I'm sorry. She took her bottle and stood, her eyes glazed. I'd better go to bed and get my beauty sleep. Angel caught her hand. Lucky. Try not to drink so much. Duchess was talking about kicking you out if you don't slow down on the booze. Don't you worry about me. Angel, Lucky said, smiling bleakly. Last I heard there was still 1 woman to 20 men out here. The odds are definitely in my favor. You watch out for yourself. Magowan hates you. Magowan is a worthless piece of horse dung. True. But Duchess has a thing for him. And he's been telling her you're lazy and insolent. Just watch out for yourself. Please. Angel didn't care. What was the difference? Men would still come and pay to play until the decent women arrived. Then they'd treat her like mama. They would pretend they didn't know her when they passed by her on the street. The good women would turn away while the children gawked and asked who she was, only to be cuffed into silence. She would still have work, after dark of course, until she wasn't pretty anymore or was too sick to be appealing. If only she could be like one of those mountain men who went out into the wilderness and stayed there, hunting their food and building their own shelter, and never having to answer to another living soul for anything. Just to be left alone. That must be heaven. She got up and went to the washstand. Pouring water into the bowl, she washed her face, but the coolness gave her no relief. She held the towel over her eyes for a long time. Then she sat at the small table beside the window and looked out through the curtain. She saw an empty buckboard in the street below and thought of Hosea. Why did she have to think of him now? What if I had gone with him? Would things have been any different? She reminded herself of the one time she had run away with a man. At 14, she had still been too inexperienced to recognize Johnny's ambitions. He'd been looking for a meal ticket, and she'd wanted to get away from Duke. As it turned out, neither of them got what they wanted. She closed her eyes tightly at the horror of what Duke had done when he had them brought back. Poor Johnny. She had been fine before that farmer had come. He was just like Johnny. He held out hope as bait. He painted images of freedom and promised it to her. Well, she had stopped believing the lies. She had stopped believing in freedom. She had stopped dreaming about it until Hosea came, and now she couldn't get it out of her mind. She clutched the curtain. I've got to get out of here. She didn't even care where. Anything else was better. She had earned enough gold by now to build a little house of her own and quit working for a while. All she needed was the courage to go down and demand it from Duchess. She knew the risk, but it didn't seem to matter anymore. Pitt, the bartender, was polishing and stacking shot glasses when she came downstairs. Morning, Miss Angel. You want to go for your walk? You want me to see if I can find Brett for you? Her courage faltered.
No.
You hungry? Henri just put something together for the Duchess. Maybe food would staunch the queasiness. She nodded. And he left the glasses and went out the door at the end of the bar. When he came back, he said, Henri will bring something out in a minute. Angel. The small, dark Frenchman brought a tray and uncovered a plate of fried potatoes and bacon. The coffee was lukewarm. He made his apologies and said supplies were low. Angel couldn't eat anyway. She tried, but the food stuck in her throat. She sipped the coffee instead and tried to drown her fear, but it was there like a hard knot inside her chest. Pitt watched her. Something wrong. Angel?
No.
Nothing's wrong. She might as well get it done. Pushing her plate back, she got up. The Duchess's quarters were on the first floor behind the casino. Angel stood before the heavy oak door, her palms sweating. She wiped her hands on her skirt,
Took a deep breath,
and knocked. Who's there? Angel. Come in. The Duchess was dabbing her mouth delicately, and Angel saw what remained of a cheese omelet on her Dresden plate. One egg was worth $2, and cheese was very hard to come by at any price. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd had an egg. The deceitful cow. Fear lessened as resentment grew. The Duchess smiled. Why aren't you sleeping? You look dreadful. Are you upset about something? You've been working me too hard.
Nonsense.
You're just in one of your moods again. She smoothed the flowing red silk of her lounging gown. It did little to conceal the rolls of flesh gathering around her waist. Her cheeks were puffy, and she was developing a second chin. A pink ribbon held her graying hair back. She was obscene. Sit down, darling. I can see you have something unpleasant on your mind. Brett told me you didn't come down for breakfast. Would you like something now? The Duchess waved an indolent hand magnanimously at a basket of muffins. I want my gold. The Duchess didn't look the least surprised. She laughed and leaned forward to pour herself more coffee. She added cream. Angel wondered where she had gotten it and how much it had cost. Duchess lifted the elegant cup and sipped while studying her over the rim. Why do you want it? She asked, as though merely curious. Because it belongs to me. The Duchess gave her a bland, amused look of maternal tolerance. Pour yourself some coffee, and let's talk about it. I don't want any coffee, and I don't want to talk about it. I want my gold, and I want it now. The Duchess tilted her head slightly. You might ask a little more politely. Did you have an annoying customer last night? When Angel didn't answer, the Duchess's eyes narrowed. She put the cup back in the saucer. Why do you need your gold, Angel? What is there to buy up here? More fripperies? Her expression was amused again, but her eyes held warning. Tell me what you want, and I'll try to see you have it. Unless it's something completely out of the question, of course. Like eggs and cream. Like freedom. I want a little house of my own, Angel said. The Duchess's face changed,
darkening.
So, you can go into business for yourself? Are you getting ambitious? My dear, you'll have no competition from me. I assure you. I'll be 100 miles from here. I just want out. I want to be left alone. The Duchess sighed and gave her a pitying look. Angel, we all go through these silly notions.
Take it from me.
You can't quit. It's too late. She leaned forward and set her cup and saucer down again. I take good care of you, don't I? If you have reasonable complaints, of course I'll hear you out, but I can't just let you walk away. This is wild country. You wouldn't be safe out there on your own. All kinds of dreadful things can happen to a pretty girl when she's on her own. Her eyes glittered. You need someone to look out for you. Angel tipped her chin slightly. I could always hire a bodyguard. Duchess laughed low. Someone like Brett? I don't think you like him the way I do. I could get married. Married? She laughed. You?
Oh.
That's rich. I've been asked. Oh, I'm sure you've been asked. Even your drunk little friend Lucky has been asked, but she's also smart enough to know it would never work. A man doesn't want a harlot for a wife. Men say all kinds of foolish things when they're lonely and aching for a woman, and there's no one else around.
Ah.
But they come to their senses quick enough. Besides, you wouldn't like it. At least I'd only be working for one man. The Duchess smiled. How would you like to wash a man's dirty long johns and cook his meals and clean out his chamber pot? How would you like to do all that and then have to give him whatever he wanted besides? How would you like that? Or maybe you have some idea that he would let you lie around all day and have servants to take care of everything. In another place, you might have managed that. But not here in California, and certainly not now. You would have been smarter to stay where you were. Angel was silent. The Duchess's mouth curved. The trouble comes from you thinking too much of yourself, Angel. She shook her head. Sometimes you girls make me feel as though I'm dealing with spoiled children. All right, my dear. Let's get to the point of this little visit, shall we? How much more do you want? 30%. Just what I've earned.
Now.
The Duchess sighed heavily. All right. Then. If that's the way it has to be. But you'll have to wait. I've invested it for you. Angel sat very still, frustration and rage building. She clenched her hands. Uninvested. I know you have enough gold in your safe right now to square with me. She gestured to the platter. You have enough to buy eggs and cheese and cream for yourself. She cupped her hands and made a shape. A sack about this big is all I expect. One of the men you sent my way last night was an accountant, and he made a few calculations for me. Duchess glared at her. You, my dear, are speaking like an ungrateful fool. She stood with injured dignity. You're forgetting all I do for you. Costs aren't what they were when we started this little operation. Everything has gone up. Your clothing costs a fortune. Silk and lace aren't commonplace in a mining town, you know. Your food costs even more. And this building wasn't put up for free. Angel's resentment and bitterness had long since dissolved fear and rational thought. Is my name on the deed? The Duchess stopped. What did you say? You heard me. Is my name on the deed? Angel stood as well, past control. You have cream for your coffee and eggs and cheese for breakfast. You dress in satin and lace. You even sip from fine china. She picked up a cup and smashed it against the wall. How many men have I served so you can stuff yourself like a pig and dress up like a grotesque parody of royalty? Duchess from where? Duchess of what? You're nothing but a fat old harlot no man wants anymore. The Duchess's face was white with rage. Angel's heart beat faster and faster. She hated her. You aren't charging 4 ounces of gold for my time anymore. How much is the toll these days?
6? 8?
I should have earned enough by now to be free of this place. And if you haven't, the Duchess said very quietly. Angel jerked her chin up. Well, a smart girl could do real well for herself. Duchess became very composed. A smart girl would never even consider speaking to me in this way. Angel heard the danger and realized what she had done. She sank down slowly, her heart in her throat. The Duchess came over to her and touched her hair. After all I've done for you, she said grievously. You have a short memory about your first weeks in San Francisco, haven't you? She cupped Angel's chin and lifted her face. When I first saw you, You were still showing the marks of a rather nasty beating. You were living in a lousy shack and almost starving. Her fingers tightened painfully. I picked you up out of the mud and made you into something. You're a princess up here. She let go. A princess of what? She said bleakly. You're so ungrateful. I think Brett is right about you. You've become spoiled with special treatment. Angel was shaking inside. Her unreasoning rage had evaporated. She took the Duchess's hand and pressed it against her cold cheek.
Please.
I can't stand any more of this. I've got to get out of here. Maybe you do need a change, the Duchess said, stroking Angel's hair. Let me think about it. Go upstairs now and rest. We'll talk later. Angel did as she was told. She sat on the end of her bed and waited. When Magowan walked in without knocking, Angel had her answer. She got up and backed away from him as he closed the door quietly. Duchess said you had a lot to say to her a little while ago.
Well.
Little dove. Now it's my turn to do a little talking. When I'm done, you'll be as obedient as my Ling. And I'm going to enjoy it. I've been waiting for this for a long time. And you know it, don't you? Angel looked at the closed two-story window, then back at the locked door. You won't get past me. He took off his black coat. Angel's mind flashed back to a tall, dark man in a black evening suit. It came to her with sudden finality that there was no way out. Not for her. There never had been. There never would be. Everywhere she turned, every time she tried, she was trapped again. Worse off than before. Don't worry. I won't leave any marks that show. And you'll be working tonight whether you feel up to it or not. Hopeless rage filled her. She remembered everything ever done to her from the time she was a child in a shack on the docks to now, in this room. It was never going to get any better. This was all she could ever expect of life. The world was full of dukes and duchesses and Magowans and men to come line up outside her door. There was always going to be someone to enslave and use her, someone to profit from her flesh and her blood. There was one way out. Maybe she had always known it was the only way. She could feel it like a living presence in the room. A force standing beside her. Dark and beckoning. And she was finally ready to embrace it. A few well-aimed words. And Magowan would end it for her. She would finally be free, free forever. Magowan frowned at the look on her face. But she didn't care. She wasn't afraid anymore. She was grinning at him. What's the matter with you? Her eyes glowed bright and wild. And she started to laugh. What are you laughing at? At you, big man, Duchess's pet dog. She laughed harder at the stunned expression on his face. Her laughter rose, sounding strange and bright in her own ears. It was all so funny, so incredibly funny. Why hadn't she seen it before? Her whole life was a great big joke. Even when Magowan came at her, she couldn't stop laughing about it. Not on the first blow, or the second, or even the third. After the fourth blow, all Angel heard was the beast roaring in her ears. Chapter 6. To have and to hold from this day forward. For better, for worse. For richer, for poorer. In sickness and in health. To love and to cherish. Till death us do part. Book of Common Prayer. Michael couldn't get Angel out of his mind. He tried to concentrate on his work and found himself thinking about her instead. Why did she keep eating at him? Why did he have this gut feeling that something was wrong? He worked until past dark every day and then sat before the fire, tormented with thoughts of her. He saw her face in the flames, beckoning to him. To hell itself, no doubt. Or was he getting a taste of that already? He remembered the tragic air about her as she had passed him that first day, and then reminded himself how hard-hearted she was. He swore he wouldn't go back to her, then did so every night when he slept, and Angel haunted his dreams. He couldn't escape her. She danced before him, like Salome before King Herod. He would reach out for her, and she would move back, tantalizing him. "You want me, don't you, Michael? Then come back."
Come back.
After a few days, his dreams turned to nightmares. She was fleeing from something. He ran after her, calling out for her to stop. But she ran on until she came to a ledge. She looked back at him then, the wind whipping her golden hair about her white face. "Mara?"
Wait.
She turned away and spread her arms wide and went over. "No." Michael awakened with a start, his body streaming sweat. His chest heaved, his heart raced so fast his body shook with it. He raked trembling hands through his hair. "Jesus," he whispered into the darkness. "Jesus, deliver me from this." Why did she haunt him so? He got up and opened the door, leaning heavily against the frame. It was raining again. He closed his eyes wearily. He hadn't prayed in days. "I'd be a fool to go back," he said aloud. "A fool." He looked out at the dark, weeping sky again. "But that's what you want, isn't it, Lord? And you're not going to give me any peace until I do." He sighed heavily and rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't see what good will come of it. But I'll go back."
Lord.
"I don't like it much. But I'll do what you want." When he finally went back to bed, he slept deeply and without dreaming for the first time in days. In the morning, the sky was clear. Michael loaded the wagon and hitched up the team. When he drove into Paradise late that afternoon, he looked up at Angel's window. The drapes were drawn. A muscle jerked in his jaw, and a hard pain tightened his belly. She was probably working. "Lord, you said do your will, and I'm trying hard. Does it have to hurt so much? I need a woman, and I've waited for your choice. Why did you give me this? Why am I back here again in this camp, looking up at her window with my heart in my throat? She doesn't want anything to do with me." Shoulders hunched, he headed down Main Street to take care of business at the Mercantile. He needed the gold to get upstairs at the palace. When he pulled up before Hochschild's store, he jumped down from his wagon and strode up the steps. A note was stuck in the window.
Closed.
Michael knocked hard anyway. From inside, Hochschild yelled a string of curses that would wither a seasoned sailor. When he threw open the door, his anger vanished. "Michael, where have you been? I've been out of everything for weeks and no sight of you. Unshaven. Half drunk. His shirt tail hanging." Joseph came outside to look in the wagon. "A full load. Thank heaven. I don't care if it's bug-ridden and rotting. I'll take everything you've got." "You're the sort of fellow I like doing business with," Michael said, smiling slightly. He stacked crates and carried them in two at a time. "You look terrible. Have you been sick?" Joseph laughed.
Too much to drink.
"You in a hurry or something? Could you stop long enough for a talk?" "Not this time. You planning to spend everything I give you at the palace again?" "It's one of man's afflictions, isn't it? Need of woman." Michael's jaw stiffened. "How do you come to know so much about my personal business? It wasn't hard when you were still in town after 4 days last time." Hochschild took one look at Michael, made a silent whistle, and changed the subject. There was a strike about 3 miles upriver. He gave details. With all that gold dust coming in, I can raise my prices. Michael slammed the last crate on the counter. Angel's price had probably gone up.
2.
Hochschild paid up. He scratched his grizzled cheek. Usually Michael was sociable, but today he looked downright grim. Got your herd yet? Not yet. He had invested all his hard-earned gold dust in courting Angel last trip. He poured his payment into his belt. Rumor has it that Angel's not doing business for a while, Joseph said. Her name was all it took. Michael felt as though he had been struck in the chest. Did she earn herself a rest? Joseph's eyebrows rose. The remark wasn't like Michael at all. He must have fallen hard and been hurt bad. Shaking his head, he grimaced. Forget I mentioned her. He followed Michael outside and watched him jump up onto his wagon. Town got a pastor just last Wednesday. If you've a mind to hear him, he's preaching at the Gold Nugget Saloon. Michael was thinking about Angel. He took up the reins. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. You had better rest those horses a while. Looks like you pushed them pretty hard getting up here. I'm heading for the livery stable right now. He tipped his hat and drove down Main Street. It was going to take bribery and fast-talking to see Angel tonight. He left the 2 draft horses and wagon with McPherson and went down into the center of town to rent himself a room at the hotel across from the palace. For the first time in his life, Michael wanted to get rip-roaring drunk. He went for a long walk instead. He needed time to get his emotions under control and think through what he was going to say to her. He returned at dusk, no easier in his mind. A crowd was gathered outside the Gold Nugget Saloon listening to the new preacher shouting about these being the end times of Revelation. Michael stood on the outer edge of the crowd, listening. He glanced up once at Angel's window. Someone moved back into the shadows. He ought to go over now and make his arrangements with the Duchess. His heart raced, and he broke out in a sweat just thinking about it. He would wait a little longer. Someone touched his back, and he turned to see an older woman looking up at him with bloodshot eyes. Her hair was dark and curly, and she wore a low-cut, garish green dress. I'm lucky, she said. Angel's friend. She was drunk and slurring her words. Saw you from across the street. She nodded toward the palace. You are the one. Ain't you? The one who kept a skin, Angel to go away with him. Anger shot through him like a range fire. What else did she tell you? Don't get mad, mister. Just go and ask her again. Did she tell you to come down here? Was she up there laughing at him behind the curtain? No, she shook her head sharply. Angel. She never asks for nothing. Tears filled the woman's eyes, and she wiped her nose on her shawl. She don't even know I'm talking to you. Well, thanks. Lucky. But the last time I saw her, she couldn't wait until I walked out her door. And it was real clear she hoped I'd never come back. Lucky looked up at him. Get her out of there, mister. Even if you don't care anymore. Even if Angel don't. Just get her out of there. Suddenly alarmed, Michael caught her arm as she turned away. What's the matter with her?
Lucky.
What are you trying to tell me? Lucky wiped her nose again. I can't talk anymore. I gotta get back before Duchess misses me. She crossed the street, but instead of going in the front, she sneaked around the back. Michael looked up at Angel's window. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He strode across the street and went in through the swinging doors. Except for a couple of men playing cards and drinking, the place was almost deserted. The bodyguard wasn't at the foot of the stairs to stop him from going up. The hall was dark and quiet.
Too quiet.
A man came out of Angel's room, and the Duchess was with him. She saw Michael first. "What are you doing up here?" "No one's allowed upstairs until they've dealt with me. I want to see Angel. She's not working today." He looked at the black bag in the man's hand. "What's the matter with her?" "Nothing," the Duchess answered sharply. "Angel's just taking a few days off to rest. Now, get out of here." She tried to block his way, but Michael set her aside and went into the room. The Duchess grabbed at his arm. "Stay away from her." "Doc." "Stop him." The doctor fixed her with a cold glare.
"No. Mom."
"I won't." Michael reached the bed and saw her.
"Oh.
Sweet Lord. It was Magouan," Doc said quietly from behind Michael. "It wasn't my fault," Duchess said, drawing back in fear from the look on Michael's face. "It wasn't." "She's right," Doc said. If Duchess hadn't come in when she did, he probably would have killed her. "Now will you get out of here and leave her alone?" Duchess said. "I'll leave." "All right," Michael answered. "And I'm taking her with me." Angel roused to someone's touch. The Duchess was ranting again. Angel wanted the darkness. She didn't want to feel anything ever again. But someone was there, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath. "I'm going to take you home with me," the gentle voice said. "You want to take her home?"
"Fine."
"I'll gift wrap her," the Duchess said. "But you're going to pay first." "Woman, have you no decency?" Another man's voice. "The girl will be lucky to live."
"Oh."
"She'll live. And don't look down your nose at me. I know Angel. She'll live. And he can't have her for nothing. I can tell you something else. She brought this on herself." The little witch knew exactly what she was doing. She pushed Brett over the edge. "She's been nothing but trouble since the day I picked her up out of the mud in San Francisco." "You can have your gold," came the voice that had pulled her from the darkness. But now it was hard. Angry. Had she done something wrong again? "But get out of here before I do something I'll regret." The door slammed. Pain exploded in Angel's head, and she groaned. She could hear two men talking. One of them spoke to her. "I want to marry you before we leave together." "Marry her?" She gave a whimpering laugh. Someone took her hand. She thought it was Lucky at first, but Lucky's hand was soft and small. This one was large and hard, the skin rough with calluses. Just say yes. She would agree to wed Satan himself if it would get her out of the palace. Why not, she managed. She drifted on a sea of pain and quiet voices. The room was full of them. Lucky was there. And Doc. And the other man whose voice was so familiar. But she still couldn't place it. She felt someone slip a ring on her finger. Her head was raised gently, and she was given something bitter to drink. Lucky took her hand. "They're rigging his wagon so he can take you home with him. You'll sleep all the way with the laudanum you drank. You won't feel nothing." She felt Lucky touch her hair. "You're a regular married lady now, Angel." He had a wedding ring on a chain around his neck. He said it belonged to his mother. His mother, Angel. He put his mother's wedding ring on your finger. "Can you hear me, honey?" Angel wanted to ask who she had married. But what did it matter? The pain gradually receded. She was so tired. Maybe she would die after all. It would all be over then. She heard the clink of a bottle against a glass. Lucky was drinking again. Angel could hear her crying. She squeezed Lucky's hand weakly. Lucky squeezed back and sobbed softly. Angel. She stroked her hair. What did you say to make Brett do this to you? Did you want him to kill you? Is life really that bad? She kept stroking her hair. Hang on, Angel. Don't give up. Angel sank back into comfortable darkness while Lucky rambled. I'm going to miss you. Angel. When you're living out there in your cabin with the climbing roses all around, think about me once in a while. Will you? Remember your old friend, Lucky. Chapter 7. I am dying of thirst.
By the side of the fountain.
Charles Dorlians. Angel awakened slowly to the wonderful aroma of good cooking. She tried to sit up, then gasped in pain. Easy, a man's voice said, and a strong arm slid beneath her shoulders, raising her gently. She felt something put behind her to support her back and head. The dizziness will pass. Her eyes were swollen, almost shut, and she could barely make out a man dressed in high boots, dungarees, and a red shirt. He was bending over the fire and stirring in a big iron pot. Morning light was streaming through a window in front of her. The light hurt her eyes. She was in a cabin not much bigger than her room at the palace. The floor was wood plank, the fireplace, multicolored stone. Besides the bed, she could make out the fuzzy shapes of a table, for laden shelves, a willow chair, a chest of drawers, and a big black trunk with blankets stacked on top of it. The man came back and sat down on the edge of the bed. Do you feel up to eating something? Mara? Mara. She froze. Snatches of things came back. Go on speeding. Voices all around her. Someone asking her. Her heart thudded in her chest. She felt her fingers. There was a ring on one. The throbbing in her head worsened. She swore softly. Of all the men in the world, it had to be him. It's venison stew. You must be hungry. She opened her mouth to tell him where to put it when pain shot along her jaw and silenced her. Hosea got up and went back to the fire. When he came to sit down again, he had a bowl and spoon. She saw he meant to feed her. She said something low and foul and tried to turn her head away, but even that simple movement proved too much. I'm glad you're feeling better, he said dryly. Pressing her lips together, she refused to eat. Her traitorous stomach growled. Feed the wolf in your belly, Mara. Then you can try fighting the one you think is at your door. She gave in. She was starving. The gruel of meat and vegetables he spooned into her mouth was better than anything Henri had ever made. The throbbing in her head lessened. Her jaw ached horribly. Her arm was in some kind of sling. Your shoulder was dislocated, Michael said. You've got 4 broken ribs, a cracked collarbone, and a concussion. Doc didn't know if you had any internal injuries. Perspiration was dripping down the sides of her face from the painful effort of sitting up. She spoke slowly and stiffly. So you got me after all. Lucky you. Is this home? Yes. How did I get here? In my wagon. Joseph helped me rig up a hammock so I could move you out of the palace. She looked down at the simple gold band on her finger. She clenched her hand. How far am I from paradise? A lifetime. In miles. 30. We're northwest of New Helvetia. He offered her the spoon again. Try to eat some more. You need to put on some weight. Not enough meat on my bones to please you? Michael made no response. Angel couldn't tell whether her sarcasm had gotten to him or not. It occurred to her belatedly that she might anger him, and this wasn't the best time to do so. She swallowed more soup and tried not to show her fear. He went back to the cooking pot and filled the bowl again. He sat at a small table and ate by himself. How long have I been here? She asked. 3 days. 3 days? You've been delirious most of it. Your fever broke yesterday afternoon. Can you remember anything? No, she didn't try. I suppose I have you to thank for saving my life, she said bitterly. He went on eating in silence. So, what's it going to be? Mister? What do you mean? What do you want from me? Nothing for a while. Just talk. Right. He looked at her then, and she felt uneasy at his calm. When he stood up and came toward her, her heart pounded hard and fast. I'm not going to hurt you.
Mara, he said gently.
I love you. It wasn't the first time a man had said he loved her. I'm flattered, she said dryly. When he didn't say anything more, she clenched the blanket in her fist. By the way,
my name isn't Mara.
It's Angel. You ought to get the name right if you're going to put the ring on my finger. You said I could call you anything I wanted. Men had called her by other names than Angel. Some nice. Some not so nice. But she didn't want this man calling her anything but Angel. That's who he had married. Angel. And Angel was all he was going to get. The name Mara comes from the Bible, he said. It's in the book of Ruth. And being a Bible-reading man, you figure Angel is too good a name for me. Good's got nothing to do with it. Angel isn't your real name. Angel is who I am. His face hardened. Angel was a prostitute in paradise. And she doesn't exist anymore. Nothing's any different now from what it's always been. Whatever you choose to call me. Michael sat on the edge of the bed. It's a whole lot different, he said. You're my wife now. She was shaking with weakness. But she fought back. Do you really think that makes a difference?
How?
You paid for me, just like you always did. Paying the Duchess seemed the quickest way to get rid of her. I didn't think you'd mind.
Oh.
I don't mind. Her head throbbed. You'd better lie down again. She didn't have the strength to protest when he put his arm around her and removed the support from her back. She felt his hand, rough with calluses and warm against her bare skin as he eased her back. Don't push it, he said and pulled the blanket up again. She tried to get a good look at his face and couldn't. I hope you don't mind waiting. I'm not up to showing any gratitude right now. She heard the smile in his response. I'm a patient man. His fingertips ran lightly across her damp forehead. I shouldn't have let you sit up so long. You're not up to more than a few minutes at a time. She wanted to argue, but knew it was useless. He was bound to know she was in great pain. What hurts most? Nothing I want you touching. She closed her eyes, wishing she could die so the pain would end. When he touched her temples, she drew in her breath. Relax. His caress was neither exploring nor intimate, and she eased. By the way, he said, my name is Michael. Michael Hosea. In case you didn't remember.
I didn't, she lied.
Michael. Not too hard to remember. If you want to. He laughed softly. She knew she had gotten to him that last night at the brothel. Why had he taken her away from paradise with him? When he had walked out the door, she never expected to see him again. So, why had he come back? What use was she to him like this? You're tensing up again. Relax the muscles in your forehead, he said. Come on, Mara. Think about that if you have to think about anything. Why did you come back? God sent me. He was crazy. That was it. He was just plain crazy. Try to stop thinking so much. There's a mockingbird outside the window. Listen to it. His hands were so gentle. She did what he told her, and the pain lessened. He talked to her softly, and she grew sleepy. She had heard all kinds of men's voices before, but none like his.
Deep. Calm.
Soothing. She was so tired. She wanted to die and sleep forever. She could barely keep her eyes open. You and God better not expect much, she mumbled. I want everything. Your litany. He could hope all he wanted. And he could ask.
Too.
But all he was going to get was what was left. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Chapter 8.
A mocker seeks wisdom, and never finds it. Proverbs 14 verse 6. Angel didn't care one way or the other whether she ever got up again. A still darkness lay heavily on her. She had seen a way to end her miserable life and had reached for it in a moment of desperation, and she'd failed again. Rather than find the peace she craved, she found pain. Rather than be free, she was in bondage to another man. Why couldn't she do anything right? Why did all her plans go awry? Hosea was the one man she had wanted most to avoid. And now he owned her. She had no strength to fight him. Worse, she had to rely on him for food, water, shelter, everything. Her utter dependency on him chafed bitterly. She was raw with it. And she hated him even more because of it. Had Hosea been an ordinary man, she would have known how to fight him, but he wasn't. Nothing she said bothered him. He was a mountain of granite. She could not wound him. His quiet determination unnerved her. There was a look about him now that she couldn't describe. He once said he had learned a lot about her during her fever, but he didn't say what. She worried about what everything he wanted. Whenever she was awake, he was there. She just wanted him to leave her alone. Angel felt a trap closing in on her. She wasn't in a fancy brownstone this time. She wasn't in a rotting tent made out of a ship's sail, or a two-story brothel. But it was a trap nonetheless. And this lunatic held the key. What did he want from her? And why did she sense he was more dangerous than all the other men she had ever known? After a week, Michael left her in the cabin by herself for a few hours at a time while he went out to work. She didn't know what he did, and she didn't ask. She didn't care. She was relieved he wasn't hovering over her, wiping her brow or spooning soup into her mouth. She wanted to be by herself. She wanted to think, and she couldn't do it with him hanging around. The aloneness she had craved turned to loneliness, and think was all she did. It rained, and she listened to the pounding on the roof, and with the pounding came visions of the shack on the docks, and Mama and Rab. Thinking of Rab led to Duke, and Duke led to all the rest, and she thought she would go mad. Maybe she would start talking to God, too, like this crazy man who had put his mother's wedding ring on her finger. Why had he done it? Why had he married her? Then, there he would be in the doorway, big, strong, quiet, and looking at her with that way of his. She wanted to ignore him, but he filled the cabin with his presence. Even when he just sat silent before the fire reading the same old worn book, he took over the whole place. He was taking her over with it. Even when she shut her eyes, she saw him there. He was sitting in a chair before the fire, right inside her head. She didn't understand him any more now than she had at the brothel, but he had changed somehow. He was different. For one thing, he didn't talk a lot. In fact, he talked very little. He would smile at her and ask how she was feeling or if she needed anything and then go about his own business, whatever his business was. Day after day, she watched him put his hat on and knew he was going to leave her alone again. "Mister," she said, determined never to call him by his name. "Why did you bring me back here if all you're going to do is leave me alone in this cabin?" "I'm giving you time to think." "Think about what?" "Whatever you need to think about. You'll get up when you're ready." He took his hat from the hook by the door and left. The morning sunlight streamed in through an open window. A fire burned in the grate. Her stomach was full, and she was warm. She should be satisfied. She should be able to relax and just lean back and not think about anything. Solitude should be enough. What was the matter with her? Maybe it was the silence. She was used to sounds attacking her from all sides. Men knocking on the doors, men telling her what they wanted, men telling her what to do, men shouting, men singing, men swearing in the bar below. Sometimes chairs crashed against walls and glasses shattered, and there was always the Duchess telling her how grateful she should be. Or Magowan telling some man his time was up, and if he didn't get his pants on and get out, he'd regret it. But she had never had this silence. This quiet that rang in her ears. She complained. "There's plenty of sound," Hosea said. "Just listen for it." With nothing else to occupy her, she did. And he was right. The silence changed, and she heard sounds breaking through. It was like the rain used to be when she put out the shiny tins in the dark little shack. She began to pick out voices in the chorus around her. A cricket lived under the bed. A bullfrog was just outside the window. A throng of feathered companions came and went outside, robins, sparrows, and a noisy jay. Finally, Angel stood on her own feet. When she looked for something to put on, she found nothing. It hadn't occurred to her until then that nothing in the cabin belonged to her. None of her own things were here. Where were they? Hadn't he thought to bring them along? What was she supposed to wear? A scratchy gunny sack? He had precious little himself from the looks of it. A small chest of drawers yielded an extra pair of worn long johns, a pair of dungarees, and some heavy socks, all far too large for her. An old, battered black trunk was in the corner, but she was too tired to open and rummage through it. Naked and too weak to drag a blanket off the bed to put around herself, she just leaned on the windowsill and drank in the fresh, cold air. Half a dozen tiny birds flitted from branch to branch in a big tree. A larger bird strutted and pecked at the ground no more than 6 feet from the cabin. He was so cocky she smiled. A soft breeze drifted in, and with it a scent so rich she could almost taste it. The meadowland near Mama's cottage used to smell just like this. She closed her eyes and savored it. She opened her eyes again and gazed at the stretch of land. "Oh, Mama," she whispered, her throat tightening. Weakness crept up her spine, and her ribs began to ache again. She was shaking and growing lightheaded. Michael walked in and, when he saw her standing naked by the open window, went without a word to take a quilt from the bed. He swung it around her, and she buckled beneath the weight of it. He scooped her up gently. "How long have you been up?" "Not long enough to be put back in bed." He held her in his arms like a child, his warmth soaking into her. He smelled of earth and sun. You can put me down now. But not in bed. I've spent my whole life in bed, and I'm sick of it. Michael smiled. She wasn't going to do anything by halves, even getting on her feet again. He put her in the chair before the fire and added another log. Pain was shooting along her sides. She clenched the arms of the chair, feeling every spot where Magowan had laid boot and fist. He hadn't missed much. She touched her face gingerly and frowned. Do you have a mirror? Michael took the shiny tin he used for shaving and handed it to her. Aghast, she stared. After a long moment, she held the tin up to him, and he set it back on the shelf. How much did you pay for me? Everything I had. She laughed weakly. Mister, you're a fool. How could he even look at her like this? There's no permanent damage. No?
Well,
at least I have all my teeth. That's something. I didn't marry you for your looks. Of course you didn't. You married me for my charming nature. Or did God tell you to do it? Maybe he figured the horns in your head fit the holes in mine. Angel rested her head back. I knew you were crazy the first time I laid eyes on you. She was weary past endurance and thought how much more comfortable she would be lying on her back on that straw mattress again. She might make it to her feet, but one step, and she was going to break her nose again, right on the plank floor. Michael came to her and lifted her gently, ignoring her protests. Mister, I told you I don't want to lie down yet.
fine.
Sit up in bed. What happened to all my things? I forgot them. Besides, what you had wouldn't suit you now anyway. A farmer's wife doesn't wear satin and lace.
No.
I suppose she trots naked up and down your rows of beans and carrots. He grinned, humor lighting his eyes. Might be kind of interesting. Angel could see why Rebecca had been so enamored of him. But good looks made no difference to her. Duke had been a handsome man, a charismatic charmer. Look, she said tightly, I want to start getting up and about on my own. With something on. I'll provide what you need when you need it. I need it now. His mouth tipped. I reckon so, he said with grating calm. He went to the old battered trunk and opened it. He took out a bundle and brought it to her. These will have to do for a while. Curious, she untied it. The gray wool fell apart, and she realized it was a worn cape. Inside were two linsey-woolsey skirts, one faded brown, the other black, two blouses, one that probably was white once but now was almost yellow, and the other with faded blue and pink flowers. Both would button up to her chin and had sleeves long enough to pass her wrists. Two bonnets matched the blouses. Tucked modestly inside them were two simple camisoles, pantalettes, and darned black woolen stockings. Last, she found a pair of down-at-the-heels, high-button black shoes. She looked up at him in wry disbelief. I shall be forever grateful for this bounty. I know they're not exactly what you're used to, but I think you're going to find these things suit you better than anything you've ever worn. I'll try and take your word for it. She fingered the linsey-woolsey. He smiled slightly. In another week or two, you'll be up to taking on a few chores. Her head came up, but he was already on his way out the door.
Chores?
What chores did he have in mind? Milking a cow? Cooking? Maybe he would expect her to chop the firewood and tote it, along with the water from the creek. And his clothes. He would want her to wash and iron. What a laugh. She was good at one thing and nothing else. He was going to have a real awakening when she started doing chores. He came back in with an armload of firewood. Mister, I don't know the first thing about what a farm wife does. He stacked the wood neatly. I didn't expect you would. Then just what chores did you have in mind? Cooking, washing, ironing, the garden. I just told you. You're smart. You'll learn. He put another log on the fire. You won't be doing anything really heavy until you're able, which you won't be for another month at least. Really heavy? What did that mean? She decided to take another tack instead. Her mouth curved in a well-practiced smile. What about the other wifely duties? Michael glanced back at her. When it means something more to you than work, we'll consummate the marriage. She was taken aback by his frankness. Where was the farmer who blushed and jumped when she touched him? Unnerved, she retreated in anger. Fine, mister. I'll do whatever you've got in mind. I'll match you hour for hour, day for day since you started taking care of me. And when you figure we're square, you'll leave. Is that it? I'm going back to paradise and get what the Duchess owes me.
No.
You're not, he said quietly. Yes, I am. She would get her money from the Duchess even if she had to take it out of the old crone's hide. Then she would hire someone to build her a cabin just like this one, far enough away from a town so she wouldn't hear the noise and smell the stench, but close enough that she could get what supplies she needed. She would buy a gun, a big gun and plenty of bullets, and if any man came around knocking at her door, she would use it, unless she needed some money. Then she would have to let him in to do business first. But if she was careful and smart, she could live a long time on what she had already earned. She could hardly wait. She had never lived all by herself, and it would be heaven. You were left to yourself for an entire week. A small voice mocked her from deep inside. And you were miserable. Remember? Admit it. Being by yourself isn't heaven at all. Not when you have so many demons to keep you company. You may have paid a lot of gold dust for me, but you don't own me, mister. Michael studied her with patience. She was small and weak, but possessed an iron will. It shone from her defiant blue eyes and the rigid way she was holding herself. She thought she had enough to overcome him. She was wrong. He was doing God's will, and he had plans of his own. Plans that kept growing, but he had said all he was going to say for a while. Let her think on it. You're right, he said. I don't own you. But you're not running away from this. They ate at opposite sides of the room. She on the bed with her plate in her lap, and he at the table. The only sound in the room was the crackling fire. Angel set the plate on the side table. She was shaking violently, but was still determined not to lie down. She studied him. Sooner or later, she would figure him out. He was a man, wasn't he? He couldn't be that complex. She would take him apart piece by piece. They all have foibles. Honey, Sally had told her. You just have to sort out their messages and find out what it is they want from you. As long as you make them happy, you'll get by just fine. Otherwise, they turn mean. Like Duke when he was crossed. Angel had known all about Duke after the first night. He liked power. He wanted immediate obedience. She didn't have to like what he wanted to do, as long as she did it. With a smile, hesitance earned that cold, dark look, protest a slap, defiance brute force. Running away earned the end of his lit cheroot. By the time he tired of keeping her all to himself, she had learned one major lesson: to pretend. No matter what she felt, no matter how frightened or repulsed or angry, pretend to like whatever the men wanted and paid to get. And if she couldn't pretend to like it, she had to pretend not to care. She had become real good at that. Sally understood. But Sally had her own rules. You got a bad break when that drunken fool brought you here. Then again, maybe not. Seeing as how your mama was a prostitute too, it weren't likely any folks from uptown would want you, no matter how pretty you are. Whatever might have been, here's what is. Angel. And here's where you're going to stay. She'd cupped Angel's chin and forced her to look up. And I don't ever want to see that look on your face after today. Whatever you feel, you learn to keep it to yourself. Understand? The rest of us have our own sad stories to tell, some worse than yours. You learn to read a man, give him what he pays for, and send him on his way with a smile on his face. You do that, and I'll treat you like the mama you lost. You don't, and you'll think your time with Duke was heaven. Sally turned out to be a woman of her word, and Angel learned all she ever wanted to know about men. Some knew what they wanted, some only thought they did. Some said one thing when they meant another. Some had guts. More had gall. However or whatever, it all came down to the same thing. They laid down their money for a piece of her. In the beginning, chunk by bloody chunk. After a while, drop by drop. The only difference was whether they quietly slid the money under the silk undergarments discarded on the foot of her bed or laid it in the palm of her hand and looked her right in the eye. She looked at Michael Hosea. What sort of man was he? Fingering the worn clothing, she worried her lip. Maybe he wanted what he bought wrapped up in linsey-woolsey, so he wouldn't have to look at it too closely. Maybe he didn't want to see it for what it was. No lantern, please, and keep the ring on your finger so we can pretend this is right. Then I won't have to think what I'm doing is immoral. She could play virgin for him. She could even play grateful if it came to that. Oh, yes. Thanks a heap for saving me. She could play anything as long as she knew it only had to last a little while. Jesus.
God.
I'm tired of pretending. I'm sick of living like this. Why can't I just close my eyes and die? I've had enough, she said, putting her plate on the side table. More than enough. Michael had been watching her. I'm not going to give you anything more than you can handle. Angel looked back at him and knew he didn't mean chores. And what about you, mister? Do you think you can handle what I'm going to give you? Try me. Angel watched him eat his supper. He wasn't worried about anything. Every inch of him told her he knew who he was and what he was about. Even if she didn't. And she knew if she didn't get well and get away soon, he would end up taking her apart.
Piece by piece.
The next morning, Angel dressed as soon as Hosea was out the door. She slipped on the camisole and tied up the frayed ribbons. The fabric was thick and unrevealing, covering her completely. She had never worn anything so simple, so sweet, so cheap. Who had worn these things before her? What had happened to her? Judging by her clothing, the woman had been prim and hardworking, just like those women who had turned their backs when Mama walked by. Angel found the button hook in the left boot and put the shoes on. They fit well enough to get by. Michael came, and she looked up at him. She raised one brow. I thought you said you were never married. Those things belong to my sister, Tessie. She and her husband, Paul, came west with me. She died of fever on the Green River. It hurt to remember burying Tessie in the middle of the road west. Every wagon in the train had gone over her grave, so there would be no trace. He and Paul hadn't wanted her dug up by Indians or animals. He still couldn't get over burying his beloved little sister like that, with no stone or cross to mark the place. Tessie deserved better. What happened to her husband? Did he die, too? He shrugged off his coat. His land is at the end of the valley lying fallow. He's panning gold on the Yuba. Paul's never been able to stick to anything for long. His love for Tess had kept him walking a straight road for a while. But when she died, He had gone wild again. Angel smiled mirthlessly. So your brother-in-law is another of the multitude raping the streams of California and anything else to be found. Michael turned and looked at her. Angel felt that look, and she knew what he was wondering. If he's a man and he's on the Yuba, he probably made it to the palace. She saw she had guessed correctly. With a careless shrug, she stabbed deeper. I couldn't tell you whether he made it to my room. Describe him. Maybe I'll remember. Her words were hard and cold. But Michael wasn't fooled. She was trying awfully hard to drive him away. He wondered why. His silence unnerved her. You needn't worry whether he knows me or not. I'll be gone before he gets back. You'll be right here with me, where you belong. She smiled coolly. Sooner or later, a wagon train of virgins will arrive. All respectable in their dusty, worn-out linsey-woolsey. Then you'll come to your senses. Right about the time you have to say, meet my wife. I bought her out of a brothel in Paradise back in '51. It won't matter who comes. I married you. Well, that's easy enough to rectify. She slipped the wedding ring off her finger. See? We're not married anymore. She held it out to him in the palm of her hand. Simple as that. Michael searched her face. Did she really believe it was that easy? Just take the ring off, and the marriage is null and void, and everything goes back the way it was? That's where you're wrong, Mara. We're still married whether you're wearing the ring or not, but I want you to keep it on just the same. She frowned slightly and did as he said. She turned the ring on her finger. Lucky said it belonged to your mother. It did. She let her hands drop to her sides. Just give me the word when you want it back. I won't. She rested her hands in her lap and looked at him indolently. Whatever you want, mister. That got to him. I hate that phrase. Whatever you want. Like you're offering me coffee. Whatever you want. She had offered her body the same way. We'd better get one thing straight. I married you for better or worse, and until death parts us. I made vows before God when I married you, and I'm never going to break them.
Angel knew all about God.
Do everything right, or he'd squash you like a cockroach. That was God. She saw the darkness in Hosea's eyes and said nothing. Mama had believed in God. Mama had had faith. She had opened herself up wide. Our Father who art in heaven was in the same realm as Alex Stafford. Angel wasn't fool enough to open herself up for anyone, least of all him. And if this man figured he could make her, she had learned early that what you don't believe in can't hurt you. Do you remember anything about the wedding? Michael said, startling her from her grim thoughts. I remember some man in black talking over me with a voice deader than Jesus. You said yes. Do you remember that? I didn't say yes. I said, why not? It will do. Chapter 9. Take my yoke upon you, and learn from me. For I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest. Jesus. Matthew 11:29. Dressing was all Angel managed to do the first few days out of bed. After a week on her feet, she ventured outside. It gave Michael an odd pang to see her in Tessie's clothes. No two women could have been more different. Tess, sweet and caring, uncomplicated and open. Mara, cold and indifferent, complex and closed. Tessie, dark and muscular. Mara, blonde and slender. Michael didn't try to fool himself that she'd come outside because she was lonely and wanted his company. She was just tired of being cooped up in the cabin. She was bored. But Angel was lonely. And because of it, she was edgy and defensive when Michael approached. After all, she didn't want him getting any wrong ideas. "When do I start plowing the fields?" she said dryly. "In the fall." She glanced up at him sharply. Michael laughed and brushed the hair back off her shoulder. "You feel up to taking a little walk? How far?" "Until you say stop." He took her hand, trying not to let it bother him that hers lay like a dead fish in his. Passive resistance. He showed her the corn crib and the gear shed. He took her to the log bridge over the stream where he planned to build the spring house to store meat and dairy products when he could afford to buy a cow. He walked her along the pathway to the small barn and showed her the 2 draft horses. He pointed out the fields he had plowed and planted, and then he took her out into the open meadowland. "I started out west with 8 oxen and ended up with the 2 you see out there. What happened to the rest? Indians stole 1, and 5 died in harness."
"It was hard going," he said.
Animals weren't the only ones dying along the Humboldt Sink. Michael looked down at her and saw how pale she was. She wiped perspiration from her forehead with the back of her hand. He asked if she wanted to head back.
She said no.
He headed back anyway. She was played out and too stubborn to admit it. Lord. Is she going to be this bull-headed about everything? On the way back to the cabin, Michael showed her where he wanted to put a grape arbor. "We'll sit beneath it on hot days. There's nothing smells better than grapes ripening in the sun. We'll add a bedroom and kitchen and put a porch on the west side, so we can sit in the evenings and watch the sunset and the stars come out. On hot summer afternoons, we'll sip apple cider and watch our corn grow. And children, someday, God willing." Her stomach dropped. "You've enough work planned out to last a long while." Michael tipped her chin and looked straight into her eyes. "It'll take us a lifetime." "Mara." She jerked her chin away. "Don't go pinning your hopes on me, mister. I have my own plans, and they don't include you." She went the rest of the way by herself. The walk had been good for her, but she was exhausted. Still, she didn't want to be inside. She dragged his chair out the door so she could sit in the open. She wanted to feel the warmth of the sun on her face. She wanted to smell the fresh air. A soft afternoon breeze played with her hair, and she could smell the earth, strong and rich. Her muscles loosened, and she closed her eyes. Michael returned from work to find her sleeping. Not even the bruises darkening her eyes and jaw marred her look of peace. He took a tendril of her hair and rubbed it between his fingers. It was silk. She moved slightly. He looked at the slender column of her white throat and watched the steady pulse there. He longed to lean down and press his mouth to it. He wanted to breathe in the scent of her. Lord. I love her. But is it always going to feel like this? Like there's an ache inside me I'll never get over? Angel roused. She opened her eyes and started, seeing Hosea standing above her. The sun was behind him, and she couldn't see his face or guess what he was thinking. She pushed her hair back and looked away. How long have I been sitting here? You looked peaceful. Sorry if I awakened you. You've got some color in your cheeks. She touched them and felt the warmth. Add red to the black and blue. Are you hungry? She was. You might as well start teaching me to cook. She winced from pain as she got up and followed him inside. She would need to know how to cook for herself when she had a place of her own. First thing you have to do is get a good fire laid. He poked the coals into a fiery bed and added more wood. He went out with the bucket and came back with a chunk of salted venison. He cut it into pieces and dropped them into the boiling pot. Angel could smell the pungent herbs as he rubbed them between his palms and dropped them into the bubbling water. We'll leave that cooking a while. Come on outside with me. He took a basket and she followed him to a vegetable garden. Hunkering down, he showed her how to tell which carrots and onions were ready for harvest. He pulled up a mature potato plant. She didn't want to admit she was astonished. Had anyone asked, she would have said potatoes came from Ireland. The one plant he pulled up produced enough potatoes to last several days. As Angel straightened, she saw Hosea hunkered down a few feet away, yanking plants up and tossing them aside. A piercing recollection of Mama in the moonlit garden froze her. "Why are you tearing up your garden?" Michael glanced up at her tone. Her face was white and drawn. He straightened and brushed his hands on his pants. "I'm pulling up weeds. They're choking everything else. I haven't had time to work out here. One of the things I'll ask of you is tending the garden. When you're ready." He picked up the basket and nodded toward the hills. There are other foodstuffs growing wild. Chicory, mustard, and miner's lettuce mostly. I'll teach you what to look for. Down the creek a half-mile are blackberries. They come ripe in late summer. There are blueberries a half-mile up the hill. We've got apples and walnuts as well. He handed her the basket. "You can wash those vegetables in the creek." She did what he told her and came back to the cabin. Michael showed her how to peel and pare them and left her to it. The meat was boiling in the pot over the fire, and he took an iron hook and slid the pot to the outer edge of the fire. "Stir it once in a while. I'm going out and see to the stock." The stew didn't seem to be boiling fast enough, so Angel slid the pot back over the fire again. Then it boiled too fast, and she slid it away. She hovered, stirring and sliding and stirring. The heat and work were draining. She brushed the damp strands of hair back from her forehead. Her eyes smarted from smoke. Michael came in with a bucket of water. He slammed it down, sloshing it on the floor. "Watch out." He caught her arm and yanked her back from the fire. "What are you doing?" "Your skirt's smoking. In another minute, you would have been in flames." I had to get close enough to stir the stew. The pot lid was banging, the meal boiling over the side and hissing on the red coals. Without thinking, she grabbed the handle. She yelped, swore vilely, and snatched the hook down again. "Easy," Michael warned, but she was in no mood to listen. She yanked too hard and dislodged the bar. It clanged and the pot fell, dumping the contents. The fire hissed and sputtered violently. A cloud of smoke billowed and filled the cabin with the horrible stench of burning stew. She couldn't even do this right. Angel threw the iron hook into the fireplace with the mess and sat in the willow chair. Leaning forward, she held her aching ribs. Michael opened the 2 windows and the door, and the smoke began to clear. Teeth clenched, Angel watched a piece of venison go up in flames. "Your dinner's ready, mister." He tried not to smile. "You'll do better next time." She glared up at him. "I don't know anything about cooking. I don't know a weed from a carrot, and if you set me behind your plow, you won't have a straight furrow worth planting." She stood. "You want me to work? Fine. I'll work. The only way I know how." "Right there," she said, pointing at his bed. "Right now, if you like, mister. If the bed doesn't suit your fancy, how about the floor or your stable or anywhere else you'd like? Whatever you want, just let me know." He let out a breath. It was only a pot of stew. "Mara." She seethed with frustration. "How did a saint like you pick me? Are you testing your faith? Is that it?" She swept past him and went outside. She wanted to run away, but couldn't. Every step hurt. She barely made it to the field before she had to stop and get her breath. He had jarred her when he pulled her away from the fire, and she hurt all over, but the physical pain was nothing to her own self-disgust and humiliation. She was stupid.
She didn't know anything.
How was she going to manage on her own if she couldn't cook a simple meal? She didn't even know how to build a fire. She didn't know anything necessary to survive. You're going to learn.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'm not asking for his help. I'm not going to owe him anything. She clenched her burned hand into a fist. I didn't ask him to come back. I didn't ask for any of this. She went down to the creek to soak her hand and nurse her grievances. Chapter 10. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, bring her into the wilderness, and speak kindly to her. Then I will give her her vineyards from there, and the valley of Acre as a door of hope. Hosea 2 verses 14 to 15a. The mess in the fireplace was cleaned up when Angel came back, but Hosea was gone. She expected to feel relief at his absence, but she didn't. Instead, there was a hollowness inside her that made her feel she was drifting in empty space. Was he out there somewhere thinking up a suitable punishment for her outburst? What a fool he must think her. She could bet his sister had known how to build a fire, cook a fine meal, plow a field, and do whatever else needed doing. She'd probably known every wild vegetable plant from the Atlantic to the Pacific at a distance of 100 feet. She probably had been able to smell out wild game and then shoot and dress it herself. Dejected, Angel sat on the floor before the hearth and looked at the barren fireplace. My life is just like that, a bare,
Cold.
useless hole in a wall. She was stupid and clumsy.
Oh,
But she was beautiful. She touched her face. Or she had been. She got up. She had to do something. Anything. She needed light and warmth. She had watched Hosea build a fire often enough. Maybe she could do it herself. She took wood chips and piled them, then laid kindling and small branches. She took the flint and steel from the mantel, but no matter how hard she tried, she could barely strike a spark. Michael stood in the doorway watching her. He had gone out for her earlier and seen her sitting beside the creek, so dejected she didn't even notice he was there. He stood by, watching over her until she wandered back to the house. He might as well have been invisible. She was so tightly wrapped in herself, her own misery and dark thoughts, that she was blind to everything else, especially him. Cursing, she put her fists against her eyes. Michael put his hand lightly on her hair and felt her jump. Let me show you how to do it. He hunkered down beside her and held out his hand. She handed him tools. First of all, you can't expect to get it perfect the first time. It takes practice. Like cooking stew, he wanted to say. Like living a different way of life. Angel watched him lay the fire and strike the flint. A spark caught, and he blew on it gently until the shavings smoked and began to burn. He added small kindling, then larger branches. Within minutes, the fire was going. Michael sat back, his forearms resting on his raised knees. He intended to enjoy the fire and Mara's closeness, but she had other ideas. She took the poker and knocked the branches off and scattered the kindling and wood chips. She smashed every last ember. Kneeling closer, she laid the fire just as he had done. She did it exactly right, then struck the flint and steel. She made a spark, but it didn't catch. She tried again, more resolute, and failed. Her burned hand hurt abominably, but she clutched the tools with such absolute determination that her palms began to sweat. With each failure, her chest ached more, until the pain was so permeating, so deep and disabling, that she sank back on her heels. I can't. What was the use? Michael's heart ached for her. She had never once cried, even when she was out of her mind with fever. And God knew she needed to. Let go of it. Mara. Fine. Angel put the flint and steel between them. You do it. That's not what I mean. You try too hard. You expect to do everything right. It's not possible. I don't know what you're talking about. All I want to do is build a fire. We don't even speak the same language, he said flatly. He might as well be speaking English to a Spanish-speaking California girl. It's like fighting me when you don't have to. She refused to look at him. Build it again so I can see what I did wrong.
He did as she asked.
She watched closely and saw she had done nothing wrong. Why hadn't her fire caught? The hearth was full of blazing light, and he had done it all in but a few moments. Her fire wouldn't even start, but his would last the night. Angel came to her feet abruptly and stepped away. She hated his competence. She despised his calm. She wanted to destroy both. And she only had one weapon she knew how to use. She stretched sinuously, aware of his gaze upon her. I suppose I'll get it eventually, she said, and sat on the bed. My shoulders ache. Would you massage them the way you did before?
Michael did, as she asked.
He needed the tension from her muscles, increasing his own. That feels good, she said, and the sultry tone sent his pulse racing. Her hair slipped back and was like silk over his working hands. When he put one knee on the bed, she put her hand on his thigh. So that's it, he thought ruefully. She figured she couldn't build a fire in the grate, so she would build one in him instead. It hadn't taken her any time at all to do it. He drew back. Angel felt his retreat and followed him. She slid her arms around his waist, pressing herself against his straight back. I know I need someone to take care of me, and I'm glad you came back for me. Jesus, give me strength. Michael closed his eyes. When her hands moved, he caught her wrists and withdrew from her embrace completely. When he turned, Angel was ready. She knew how to act the role. She knew all the words by heart. Soft, broken words, calculated words to tear at his heart, to make him feel his rejection had hurt her. Stir guilt in with the hot blood boiling. Give him reasons and excuses to give in. That last evening in the brothel had already weakened him. He was a lamb ready for the slaughter. Angel came to him again, shutting down her emotions and using her mind instead. She pulled his head down and kissed him. Michael dug his fingers into her hair and kissed her back. She used what she knew to wage war against him. She didn't know anything about building fires or cooking stew,
But she knew all about this.
He disentangled himself, gripping her shoulders. You're so relentless, he said, unwilling to surrender. Angel stared up at him and saw he wasn't fooled. He knew exactly what she was doing and why. She tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let her. It doesn't have to be the way you know. Let go of me. She struggled frantically. Michael saw she was hurting herself and released her. She stepped well away from him. Did all that make you feel any better? Yes, she hissed, lying through her teeth. God help me. She had wanted him to feel more than physical discomfort. She had wanted to annihilate him. She wanted to see him squirm like a worm on a hook. She plunked herself down in the willow chair, her neck stiff, and stared straight ahead. Michael looked at her bleakly. Her silence screamed profanity at him. She thought she had lost, but did she think he had won? He went outside. Does this woman have a compromising bone in her body, Lord? Or is this what I've got to look forward to for the rest of my life? Jesus, she doesn't fight fair. She's fighting you the only way she knows how. Michael went down to the creek and knelt, splashing cold water on his face. He stayed on his knees for a long time. Then he went to the barn for the metal washtub. When he came in, Angel kept her back to him. He set the tub before the fire. She looked from it to him and away again, saying nothing. Had she made him feel dirty? Did he need a bath now to wash her off? He spent the next hour toting water from the well and heating it in the big black pot hanging over the fire. He tossed a bar of soap into the water. "I'm going for a walk," he said, and left. Surprised, she went to the door and opened it. He kept on going until she lost sight of him in the trees. Frowning, she closed the door. She took off her clothes and stepped into the tub. She scrubbed her hair and body vigorously, poured the warm water down over her to rinse, then stepped out. She wanted to be finished before he came back. He had left a towel draped over the back of the chair, and she rubbed her skin and wrapped her hair. She dressed quickly. She sat down before the fire again and unwound the towel. Her hair was a tangled mess, and she tried to work her fingers through the knots. Hosea didn't come back for more than an hour. When the door finally opened behind her, she glanced up at him. His dark hair was wet. She supposed he had bathed in the icy stream, and she felt a twinge of guilt and doubt. He moved about the cabin restlessly. She went on pushing her fingers through her hair, aware of his every movement. He opened the trunk and slammed it shut. As he paced past her, he dropped a brush in her lap. She picked it up and looked at it. Her throat closed up. She looked up at him and slowly began to brush her hair. He stood with his hip resting against the table and watched her. She didn't know what he was thinking. She didn't know what to say. "Don't ever do that to me again," he said. He was pale, and she felt something move inside her, curling tight and sinking deep. "I won't," she said, and meant it. Michael sat in the willow chair before the fire. His hands relaxed between his knees. He stared at the flames for a long time. "I guess I got a good taste of what it's been like for you." She glanced up in surprise. "What do you mean?" He looked at her. "It doesn't feel good to be used." Whatever the reason, something twisted inside her. She held the brush in her lap and stared at it miserably. "I don't know what I'm doing here with a man like you. I knew the moment I saw you that I was going to marry you. So you told me." She tilted her head. "Look, mister. Let me explain a few facts of life to you. A farmer alone for weeks on end,
Coming to town.
You could have looked at the south end of a northbound mare and known she was the right one for you. It was your young, stone-cold face," Michael said. He gave her a rueful smile. "Then the rest of you." His gaze flickered down over her. "You were dressed in black like a widow. And Magowan was with you. I guess he was making sure you didn't run away." She didn't say anything for a long time. She closed her eyes and tried not to think about any of it, but it was like a foul stench in the room. It lingered. She couldn't get rid of it. It was there under the clean smell of the soap he had given her to use. The foulness was inside her, running in her blood. "Do you remember when you asked me what kind of name Hosea was, and I said prophetic?" She began brushing her hair again slowly. But Michael knew she was listening to him this time. Hosea was a prophet. God told him to marry a prostitute. She glanced at him with a mocking smile. "Did God tell you to marry me?"
Yes.
He did. She was scornful. "He talks to you personally?" "He talks to everyone personally. Most people just don't bother to listen." It was better to humor him. "Sorry I interrupted. You were telling me a story. What happened next?" Did this prophet marry the prostitute?
Yes.
He figured God must have a reason. A good reason. The same as he probably did. Did this Hosea beat the sin out of her? I suppose she crawled to him on her face and kissed his feet for saving her soul.
No.
She went back to prostitution. Her stomach dropped. She looked up at him and searched his face. He just looked back at her. Solemn. Self-contained. Enigmatic. So God isn't so all-powerful after all. Is he? She said quietly. God told him to go and get her back again. She frowned slightly. Did he? Yes. Just because God told him to? No man would do that. Yes. And because he loved her. She got up and went to look out the window at the darkening sky. Love?
No.
I don't think that was his reason. It was his pride. The old prophet just didn't want to admit he couldn't hold on to her all by himself. Pride drives a man away. Mara. It drove me away from you that last night in paradise. He should have listened to the Lord and gone back. He should have dragged her out of there no matter how much she kicked and screamed. Angel looked back over her shoulder at him. So she stayed with the prophet after that?
No.
She left him again. He had to buy her out of slavery a second time. She didn't like his story very much. Then she stayed.
No.
She kept leaving. She even had children by other men. Her chest felt heavy. Defensive. She mocked him. And he finally stoned her to death, she said wryly. Sarcasm dripping. Isn't that right? He finally sent her to where she belonged. He didn't answer. And she turned her back on him again. What's your point, mister? Just say it. Someday you're going to have to make a choice. He didn't say any more. And she wondered if that was the end of it. She clenched her teeth. She wasn't going to ask him if the harlot ever stayed with that prophet or if he finally gave up on her. Michael got up, opened 2 tins of beans, and poured them into a pot. In a few moments they were warm, and he served them. Sit and eat with me, Mara. She sat down with him at the table. When he bowed his head and prayed, the anger came up fast inside her again. Trying to ignore him, she began eating. When he looked at her, she gave him a tight, challenging smile. You know what I think, she said. I think God had you marry me to punish you for some great sin in your past. Have you lusted after many women, mister? It does plague me on occasion, he said, looking her over with a rueful smile. He ate the rest of the meal in silence. She envied his peace and self-control. When he finished, she took his plate and stacked it on her own. Since you did the cooking, I'll wash the dishes. She didn't like the dark, but it was better than staying in the cabin with him. He might start telling her another of his rotten stories. A really nice one this time, something about a leper or someone with running sores. When she finished the dishes, she sat by the creek for a while. She was aching all over and knew she had attempted far too much today. But just listening to the water soothed her unsettled nerves. What am I doing here? She said to herself. What am I doing here with him? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the cottonwood, and she could swear she heard a soft voice. She turned, but no one was there. Shivering, she walked back quickly and saw Hosea leaning against the door frame, waiting for her. His hands were shoved in his pockets. Stepping around him, she entered the cabin and put the dishes away. She was tired and wanted to go to bed. Stripping off her clothes, she slipped quickly beneath the quilts. Then she lay there thinking about that girl going back to prostitution. Maybe she had a duchess who had her money, too. Maybe the prophet had driven her half crazy the way this farmer was driving her crazy. Maybe she just wanted to be left alone. Did the prophet ever think of that? Angel stiffened when Hosea slid into bed beside her. She only had herself to blame. Give them the taste of a kiss, and they want the whole meal.
Well,
The sooner it was done, the sooner she could sleep. She sat up, brushing her hair impatiently over her shoulder, and looked down at him with grim resolution.
no,
She was surprised at the look of impatience he gave her. No.
no,
Look, mister. I can't read your mind. You have to tell me what you want. I want to sleep in my own bed with my wife beside me, taking a strand of her hair. He tugged lightly. And that's all I want. Perplexed, she lay back down again. She waited for him to change his mind. After a long while, his breathing deepened. She turned her head cautiously and looked at him in the firelight. He was asleep. She studied his relaxed profile for a long moment, then turned away from him. Angel tried to put space between their bodies, but Michael Hosea filled the bed the same way he filled the cabin. The same way he was beginning to fill her life. Chapter 11. In the middle of the journey of our life, I came to myself in a dark wood. Dante, Angel moaned as Duke bent over her. He laughed softly. Did you think you could get away from the Alpha and Omega? Someone called to her from a great distance, but Duke kept drowning out the still, soft voice. You thought 4,000 miles was far enough, but here I am. She strained away from him, trying to hear who was calling her. Duke pulled her back again. You belong to me.
oh, yes.
Always, and you know it. I'm the only one you'll ever belong to. His breath smelled of the cloves he chewed after smoking his cheroots. I know what you're thinking, Angel. I can read your mind. Couldn't I always? Hope all you wish, but I will never die. Even when you cease to exist, I'll still live. I am timeless. She fought him, but he was not substance to be pushed away. He was shadow, covering her, taking her back and down into a deep black hole. She felt her body absorbing him as she fell. He was entering every pore until the blackness was within her, and she tore at her own flesh.
No,
No,
Mara.
Mara. She awakened abruptly, her mouth open in a silent scream. Mara, Michael said gently, sitting on the edge of the bed. She tried to still the shaking as he brushed her hair away from her face. You have a lot of nightmares. What are they about? His gentle voice and touch made her relax a little. She brushed his hand away. I can't remember, she lied. Duke branded into her mind. Would he still be searching for her after all this time? She knew the answer and felt cold. She could still see his face. It was as if she had run from him yesterday and not a year ago. He would find her someday, and when he did, she could not bear to think about it. She didn't dare go back to sleep. The nightmare would begin again and take the course it always did. Mara, tell me what you're afraid of. Nothing, she said tightly. Just leave me alone. Michael laid his hand on her chest, and her muscles tensed. If your heart beat any harder, it would come right out your chest. Are you hoping to get my mind on something else? Michael took his hand away. There's more than sex between us. There's nothing at all. She turned her back to him. Michael stripped the quilts off her. I'll show you what else there is. I said leave me alone. Raw from the nightmare. Raw from being with him. She yanked the quilts back up again. Michael ripped the bedcovers off. Bunching them, he tossed them on the trunk in the corner. Get up.
Now.
You're going whether you like it or not. Angel was frightened of him as he loomed over her. She could sense him trying to rein in his temper. We're going to take a little walk, he said.
Now?
In the middle of the night, it was cold and dark. She gasped as he scooped her up and set her on her feet. Pulling on his pants, he said, You can go dressed or naked. It's all the same to me. She didn't like the shadows in the cabin, and she wasn't going out that door into the darkness. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. She headed for the quilt, but he caught her arm and spun her around. When she cowered and raised her arm to ward off a blow, Michael's anger evaporated. Was that what she expected from him? Even after all this time? I'm never going to hurt you. He got the quilt and swung it around her. He found her shoes and held them out to her.
She didn't take them.
You can wear them or walk barefoot.
Your choice.
But you're going with me. Angel took the shoes. What are you really afraid of?
Mara?
Why don't we get down to that? She threw the button hook aside and straightened. I'm not afraid of anything. Least of all a dirt farmer like you. He opened the door. Come on. Then. If you're so brave. She could make out the barn, but he took her firmly in hand and headed toward the woods. Where are you taking me? She despised the tremor in her voice. You'll see when we get there. He kept walking, pulling her along with him. Angel could barely see anything except shapes. They were menacing and dark, some moving. She remembered Rab hurrying her through the dark night a long time ago and was afraid. Her heart beat faster. I want to go back. She stumbled and almost fell. Michael caught and steadied her. Just once. Try trusting me. Would you? Have I done anything to harm you? Trust you? Why should I? You're crazy bringing me out here like this in the middle of the night. Take me back. She was trembling and couldn't stop. Not until you see what I have to show you. Even if you have to drag me? Unless you'd rather ride over my shoulder. She jerked her hand free. Go on ahead. All right, he said. Angel swung around to go back, but couldn't see the cabin or barn through the trees. When she turned around, she couldn't see Hosea either and panicked. Wait, she cried out. Wait. Michael caught hold of her. I'm right here. He felt her shaking and drew her into his arms. I'm not going to leave you in darkness. He tipped her face up and kissed her gently. When are you going to understand I love you? Angel put her arms around him and pressed closer. If you love me, take me back. We can be warm and comfortable in bed. I'll do whatever you want. No, he said roughly, fighting his response to her. Come with me. She tried to hold him back. Wait. Please. All right. I am afraid of the dark. Being out here reminds me of, she stopped. Of what? Of something that happened when I was a child. He waited, and she bit her lip. She didn't want to talk about Rab or what happened to him. She didn't want to think about the horror of that night. Please. Just take me back. Michael combed his fingers into her hair and tilted her head back so he could see her face in the moonlight. She was afraid. so afraid she couldn't hide it. I'm afraid.
2.
Mara. Not of the dark. Not of the past, but of you and what you make me feel when I touch you. You use my desire for you as a weapon. What I feel is a gift. I know what I want, but when you press yourself against me, all I can feel is your body and my need. You make me tremble. Then take me back to the cabin. You don't hear me. You don't understand anything. I can't take you back. You're not going to have it your way. It's got to be my way or not at all. Michael took her hand. Now, come on. He walked through the dark woods. Her palms were sweating, but her hand didn't lay in his hand like a dead fish anymore. She was holding on as though her life depended on him. Angel heard sounds everywhere, a constant ringing and humming that came from all directions and penetrated her head. It was a quiet that was so quiet it screamed. She wanted to be back in the cabin, away from the black, moving things around her. Winged demons, watching and grinning. This was Duke's world. She was cold and weak from exhaustion. How much farther is it? Michael swept her up in his arms and carried her. We're almost there. The woods were behind them. The moon above making the hillsides an eerie silver gray. Just to the top of that hill. When he reached the crest, he set her on her feet again, and she looked around in confusion. There was nothing. Just more hills and then the mountains in the distance. Michael watched the night breeze, making her pale hair dance in the moonlight. She huddled into the quilt and glared back at him. There's nothing here. Everything that matters is here. All this way for nothing. She didn't know what she had expected. A monument. Something. She sat down, exhausted and shivering from the chill night air. The quilt wasn't enough. 10 quilts wouldn't be enough. The chill was inside her. What did he think he was doing dragging her up this hill in the middle of the night? What's so special about this? Michael sat down behind her. He put his strong legs on either side of her and pulled her back against him. Just wait. She wanted to resist his embrace, but she was too cold to fight him. For what? He put his arms around her. For morning. I could have waited for that in the cabin. He laughed against her hair. Lifting it, he kissed the nape of her neck. You can't understand until you see it from here. He nuzzled the soft skin beneath her ear. She shivered softly. Sleep a while if you want. He tucked her more closely against him. I'll wake you at the right time. She wasn't sleepy after the long walk. Do you do this sort of thing often? Not often enough. They were silent again, but she was not uncomfortable with it. The warmth of his body was coming through her. She felt the weight of his arm across her and the solidness of him bracing her back. She looked at the stars, tiny jewels against black velvet. She had never seen it like this before, so close she felt she could reach up and touch each bright speck of light. The night sky was beautiful. It had never looked like this from a window. And the smell, thick, moist, earthy. Even the sounds around her became a kind of music, like the birds and insects, like the rain plinking into the tin cans in a dingy wharf shack. Then the darkness lightened. It began slowly, hardly noticeable. The stars grew smaller and smaller, and the black softened. She stood up, hugging the quilt around her, watching. At her back was darkness still, but before her was light, pale yellow growing brilliant, gold-streaked with red and orange. She had watched sunrises before from within walls and behind glass, but never like this, with the cool breeze in her face and wilderness in every direction. She had never seen anything so beautiful. Morning light spilled slowly over the mountains, across the valley to the cabin and the woods behind, and up the hillside. She felt Hosea's strong hands on her shoulders. Mara, that's the life I want to give you. The morning sunlight was so bright it hurt her eyes, blinding her more than the darkness ever had. She felt his lips against her hair. "That's what I'm offering you." His breath was warm against her skin. "I want to fill your life with color and warmth. I want to fill it with light." He put his arms around her and held her back against him. "Give me a chance." Angel felt a heaviness building inside her. He had pretty words for her, but words weren't life. Life wasn't that simple, that straightforward. It was tangled and twisted, writhing from birth. She couldn't erase the last 10 years, or even the 8 before Rab had led her through the streets to the brothel and left her there for Duke to ruin forever. It had started long before that. She was guilty of being born. Her own father had wanted her cut out of her mother's womb and thrown away like garbage. Her own father. And Mama would have done it had she known she would lose him over her small defiance. All those years of endless weeping had told Angel that. No. Not 100 dawns like this. Not even 1,000 would change what was. The truth was there forever. Just like Duke said in the dream. You can't get away from it. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape the truth. Her mouth curved into a sad smile, and her soul ached. Maybe this man was all he seemed. Maybe he meant every word he said, but she knew something he didn't. It was never going to be the way he wanted it. It just couldn't happen. He was a dreamer. He wanted the impossible from her. Dawn would come for him, too, and he would awaken. Angel didn't want to be anywhere around when he did. Chapter 12. Even if you persuade me, you won't persuade me. Aristophanes. Michael felt the change in Angel after that night, but it was not a change that made him happy. She retreated and held her distance. Though her bruises were gone and her ribs healed, she was still walking wounded. She wouldn't let him get close. She regained the weight she had lost after Magowan's vicious beating. She grew physically strong, but Michael sensed a deeper vulnerability in her. He gave her work to give her purpose, and the brothel and cabin pallor disappeared. Yet no life shone in her eyes. Most men would have been satisfied to have such a malleable, hard-working wife. Michael was not. He had not married her to have a drudge. He wanted a woman as part of his life, part of himself. Every night was a trial. He lay beside her and breathed in the scent of her until his head swam. She made it clear he could use her body whenever and however he wished. She looked at him every night as she took off her clothes. The question in her eyes made his mouth go dry, but he didn't give in. He waited, praying for her heart to soften. Her nightmares continued unabated. She often awakened shaking, her body drenched with perspiration. In the aftermath, she wouldn't even let him touch her. Only after she went back to sleep could he ease his arms around her and tuck her close. She would relax then, and he knew that on some deeper level she knew she was safe with him. It was small satisfaction when the natural needs of his body were driving him harder the longer they were together. His mind would create pictures of them making love as it was written in Song of Solomon. He would almost feel her arms around him and taste her honeyed kisses. Then he would come out of the daydream and feel more frustrated and bereft than ever. Oh, he could have her now if he wanted. She would be accommodating. She would be expert. And he would know, all the while he poured his hope into her, that she was counting the beams in the ceiling or the chores for the next day or anything else that kept her from him. She wouldn't look into his eyes or care that he was dying inside for love of her. The memory was set in Michael's mind, Angel sitting on the end of the bed at the palace, swinging her foot back and forth like a pendulum. It would be just the same now if he gave in to his physical desire. It would be Angel, not Mara, just waiting for him to finish, so she could consign him to oblivion with all the other men who had ever used her body. God. What do I do? I'm going crazy. You're expecting too much of me. Or am I expecting too much from her? The answer remained the same. Wait. More than anything, Michael was consumed with the need to hear her say his name. Just once, Jesus. God, please. Just once. Michael. An acknowledgement of his existence. Most of the time, she looked right through him. He wanted to be more than someone walking on the periphery of her soul, someone she was convinced would step on her and use her. Love to Angel was a foul four-letter word. How am I supposed to teach her what love really is when my own instincts are getting in the way? Lord. What am I doing wrong? She's more distant now than she was in paradise. Have patience, beloved. Michael's frustrations built, and he started thinking about his father, who had claimed every woman wanted to be dominated. Michael hadn't believed it then, and he didn't believe it now, but he almost wished he could. Believing that lie would make his life with Angel easier. Every time she looked through him, he thought about his father. Every time she moved close to him in sleep, he knew what his father would say about his self-imposed celibacy. He heard another voice, dark and powerful and as old as time. When are you going to act like a man? Go ahead and take her. Why are you holding back? Take her. She belongs to you, doesn't she? Act like a man. Enjoy her body if you can't get anything else from her. What are you waiting for? Michael wrestled with the voice in his head. He didn't want to hear it at all. But it was there, pushing and pushing at him whenever he was most vulnerable. Even when he was on his knees in prayer, he could hear it taunting him. Angel grew restless with time. Something was at work inside her, something slow and insidious and threatening. She liked life in this little cabin. She felt comfortable and safe, except for Michael Hosea. She didn't like the emotions he was beginning to rouse in her, the feelings nibbling at her resolve. She didn't like that he didn't fit any mold she knew, that he kept his word, that he didn't use her, that he treated her differently from any way she had ever been treated before. He was never angry when she made mistakes. He complimented and encouraged her. He shared his own mishaps with a sense of humor that made her less annoyed with her own incompetence. He gave her hope that she could learn, and pride when she did. She could build a fire now. She could cook a meal. She could identify edible plants from weeds. She was even beginning to listen to the stories he read each evening, not that she believed a single one of them. The sooner I get away from him, the better. She had unfinished business to take care of back in paradise. Besides, she could have her own little cabin just like this one when she had her share of the gold she had earned. And she wouldn't have to live with any man. Angel mentally tabulated how much time and money Hosea had spent nursing her back to health and training her for independence. She intended to repay him every hour and ounce before she left. She took care of his garden. She cooked, swept, washed, ironed, and mended. When he mucked out his stable, she found a shovel to help. When he chopped firewood for the winter, she filled her arms and made neat stacks against the barn. By the time 4 months had passed, her skin was brown, her back strong, and her hands rough. She looked in the shiny tin again and saw that her face was back to normal. Even her nose had healed straight. It was time to start making plans to go back. Do you suppose those vegetables I've been tending for you would be worth a sack of gold back in paradise? She asked him one evening over supper. Probably more. Michael looked up. We'll have enough to buy a couple head of cattle. She nodded, unduly pleased at the thought. Maybe he would buy a cow and they would have milk. Maybe he would teach her how to make cheese. Angel frowned. What was she thinking? What did it matter to her if he bought a dozen cows? She had to go back and set things right in paradise. She lowered her eyes and ate slowly. The day was coming when she could take off his mother's ring and forget all about him. Angel washed the dishes and ironed while Michael read the Bible aloud. She didn't listen as she pushed the sad iron around until it was cold and useless. She put it back on the grill. She had lived here with this man for months. She had worked like a slave. She'd never worked this hard back at the palace. She looked at her hands. Her nails were broken and short, and she had calluses. What would the Duchess have to say about that? She picked up the sad iron again. She tried to make plans, but her mind wandered to the garden, to the baby birds in a nest outside the bedroom window,
To the deep,
quiet serenity in Michael Hosea's voice as he read. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel this heaviness inside again? I thought it was gone. It won't be gone until you go back to paradise and get what the Duchess owes you. Yes, that must be it. Until she went back to paradise, everything would be left hanging. The old harridan had cheated her. Angel couldn't let her get away with it. Besides, Angel reasoned, she ought to be relieved that her time with this farmer was over. But she wasn't. She felt the same way she had the night she had watched him ride out of paradise, like a hole had been punched in her and her life was running out, not in a rush, but in a slow red trickle staining the dirt at her feet. You have to go back, Angel. You must. You'll never be free if you don't. You're going to get your money. There will be a lot of it, and you will be free. You can always build another cabin like this one, and it will be all yours. You won't have to share it with a man who expects too much from you. He expects what you don't even have, what you never had. Besides, he's crazy praying to a god who doesn't exist or care, and reading a book of myths like it was the answer to everything. She worried her lip as she worked. She put the sad iron back on the grill to heat up again. When are we going back to paradise for supplies? 30 miles was a long walk. Michael stopped reading. He looked up at her. I'm not going back to paradise. Not at all.
But why?
I thought you sold your produce to that Jew on Main Street. Joseph. His name is Joseph Hochschild. And, yes, I did. I decided it's better not to go back. He knows. There are other places. Marysville. Sacramento. You ought to go back and get your money at least. What money? The gold you paid for me. His mouth tightened. That doesn't matter to me. She looked at him. It ought to matter. Don't you care that you were cheated? She went back to ironing. Michael watched her and realized she wanted to go back. Even after all this time with him, she was hankering after her life in paradise. His body grew hot and tense. She went on ironing as though nothing were wrong, seemingly blind to his feelings. He wanted to grab her and shake some sense into her. Does she have any? Lord? Does she?
God.
Haven't I touched her at all? Have I worked her too hard? Or is she just bored with this quiet kind of life? Jesus. What do I do? Chain her like a dog? He thought of something to keep her mind off paradise for a while. It was a mean, low trick. But the result would keep her on the homestead for a couple more weeks. Maybe she would come to her senses by then. I've got a job for you to do tomorrow, he said. If you're willing. She had been thinking about leaving tomorrow, but it was a long walk.
And she didn't even know which road to take.
She doubted he would point her in the right direction. What was she supposed to do? Ask his God. What is it? She said tersely. There's a black walnut tree in the meadow. The nuts have fallen. I'd like you to go ahead and pick them up. I've got a gunny sack in the barn. You can dump them in the yard to dry.
Fine, she said.
Whatever you want. He clenched his teeth. Back to that again. Whatever you want. If she said one more word, he was going to put his father's theory to the test. I'm going to check the stock. He went outside to cool off. He stalked off toward the corral. How do I get through to this woman? He said between his teeth. What do you want from me? Was I just supposed to bring her back and give her time to heal and rest before she went back? Whose will is at work here? He couldn't seem to hear the still small voice anymore. That night, he was worse off than ever. He almost followed the desires of his body rather than his heart and mind. But he knew what was expected. He got up and went down to the creek. The cold water helped, but it was no cure for what ailed him. Why are you doing this to me, Lord? Why did you give me this bullheaded, maddening girl? She's turning me inside out. Angel knew when he left the bed. She wondered where he was going. She missed his warmth. When he came back, she pretended to be asleep. But rather than get back into bed with her, he sat in the willow chair before the fire. What was he brooding about? Cattle? His crops? He was asleep in the chair when she got up in the morning. Angel shrugged off his old shirt and gathered her clothing. When she turned slightly and saw him staring at her, she knew what was wrong. She had seen that look on men's faces often enough to know what it meant. Was that all that ailed him? Well, why hadn't he said so? She straightened, lowering her arms slowly so he could look at her. She gave him her old smile. A muscle jerked in his cheek. He stood, took his hat from the hook by the door, and went out. She frowned, perplexed. Angel prepared his breakfast and waited for him to come in. When he did, he ate without so much as a word. She had never seen him in such a foul mood before. He looked at her darkly. Have you decided whether you're going to pick those nuts? Her brows flickered up. I'll pick them. I didn't know you were in such a hurry. She scraped her chair back and went out to the barn for the gunny sack. It took several hours to fill it. She dragged her load back and dumped the nuts. She shook out the sack, proud of her work. Michael was splitting logs. Pausing, he wiped his brow with the back of his hand and nodded toward the heap. Is that all? Her smile evaporated. Isn't this enough? I thought there'd be more. She stiffened. You mean you want all of them? Yes.
Tight-lipped, she went back.
Maybe he's part squirrel, she muttered under her breath. Maybe he figured on selling them along with the vegetables and smoked venison. Stubborn and angry, she kept at it right through the noon meal. Let him fix something to eat for himself. If he wants nuts, he's going to get nuts. It was near dusk when she dumped the last sack in the barn. Her back was a massive pain. I sniffed all through the leaves and couldn't find any more, she told him. She longed for a long, hot soak. But the thought of toting one bucket of water made her give up that idea. He smiled. We've got enough there to share with neighbors. Share? I didn't know we had any neighbors, she said angrily, pulling a wayward strand of blonde hair out of her mouth. She hadn't done all this work for a bunch of strangers. Let them pick their own nuts. What do you care? Angel? You're not going to be here. I'm going to wash up and fix supper, she said, and headed for the creek. Do that, Michael said. He grinned and jabbed the pitchfork into the hay again. He started to whistle. Half an hour later, Mara stormed back. Look at this. She held her hands for him to see her blackened palms and fingers. I've used soap. I've used grease. I've even rubbed with sand. How do you get this stuff off? It's the dye from the hulls. You mean they're going to stay like this? For a couple of weeks. Her blue eyes narrowed. Did you know this would happen? He smiled slightly and pitched hay into a stall. Why didn't you tell me? Michael leaned on the pitchfork. You didn't ask. Her stained hands balled into fists and her face filled with angry color. She didn't look indifferent or aloof anymore. He added fuel to the fire already blazing. The nuts still have to be peeled and dried before we can sack them again. Then you and I'll have all winter long to crack, Em. He saw the heat coming into her face. She was ready to explode. You did it on purpose. His own temper was just beneath the surface. So he held his silence. How am I supposed to go back now with my hands looking like this? She could just hear the Duchess laughing at her dung-colored hands. She could just imagine the remarks. Michael's mouth curved wryly. You know, Mara, if you were really that set on going back to paradise, you'd have been on your way weeks ago. She blushed, which only added to her fury. She hadn't blushed in years. Why this? She demanded hotly. You got your money's worth out of me. He heaved the pitchfork into the haystack. I haven't gotten anything from you yet, lady. Nothing worth anything. Fury made a red haze before her eyes. Maybe you're just not man enough to take it the usual way. She swung around and started out of the barn, calling him a foul name under her breath. Michael's own temper erupted. He caught up with her and swung her around. Don't mutter it under your breath. Mara.
Come on.
Say it to my face. Let's get your real feelings for me out in the open. She yanked free of him. She screamed names up at him. She knew plenty. She saw his anger and jerked her chin up, daring him. Go ahead and hit me. Maybe it'll make you a man. Not likely, but that's what you want, isn't it? Another beating. More hard knocks. He was afraid of his own rising emotions, the hot surging blood that made him almost call her challenge. He was shaking with the power of it. It's the only thing you know, and you're too full of your own stubborn pride to find out if there's anything else in the world. Don't make me laugh. You think you're any different from the rest? I'm quit of this place. I've matched you hour for hour. You've had your gold's worth of work out of me.
Hogwash.
You're just running because you're scared. Because you're beginning to like it here. She swung at him. But he blocked her hand. She swung again. And he caught her wrist. Finally, I have your full attention. He let her twist free. At least you're looking at me instead of through me. Angel spun away and marched across the yard. She went into the cabin and slammed the door. Michael expected to see something come crashing through the window, but nothing did. His heart was pounding like a locomotive. He let out his breath and pushed his fingers back through his hair. It was going to be open warfare from here on out.
Well, so be it.
Anything was better than her apathy. He went back to his work. When he came in, Mara seemed calm enough. She glanced at him and gave him a sweet smile as she ladled stew into a bowl and set it on the table for him. One cautious taste, and he knew there was enough salt in it to pickle him. The biscuits had sand in them, and when he looked into his mug of coffee, he saw half a dozen flies floating on the steaming surface. He laughed and pitched the coffee out the door. What else had she cooked up for him? Why don't we discuss what's really bothering you? Angel folded her hands on the table. I've only got one thing to say. I am not going to stay here with you forever. He just looked at her with that faint, enigmatic smile on his face that made her want to use a club on him. I'm not, she said again. We'll take one day at a time. Beloved. He took a can of beans from the shelf and opened them. Her eyes were hot enough to fry a steak. He leaned his hip against the counter and ate his cold meal. She glared up at him. I don't belong here. And you know it. Where do you think you belong? Back in that bordello? That's my choice. Isn't it? You don't even know you've got a choice yet. You think there's only one way to go. And that's straight downhill to hell. I know what I want. Then would you mind telling me? I want to get out of here. She got up and went outside, too angry and frustrated to look at him. Michael set the can down and came to lean in the doorway. I don't believe you. I know. But I don't see that what I want is any of your business. He laughed. But it wasn't an amusement. She glared back at him, her eyes glittering in the moonlight. What everything did you have in mind when you brought me here? Michael didn't answer for a long moment. He wondered if he could make her understand. He wondered if he could even put it into words. I want you to love me, he said, and saw the derision in her face. I want you to trust me enough to let me love you, and I want you to stay here with me, so we can build a life together. That's what I want. Her anger dissolved at his sincerity. Mister, can't you understand that's impossible? Anything's possible. You don't have any idea who and what I am other than what you've created in your own mind. Then tell me. Go ahead. Angel. Tell him. He could never even guess at the things that had been done to her or that she had done. Oh. She could tell him. Level the gun. Both barrels. Point blank. Straight for his heart. Annihilation. That would put a quick end to everything. Why was she holding back? Michael came outside. Mara, he said. His gentle voice was like salt on her wounds. My name isn't Mara. It's Angel. Angel. No, it isn't. And I'll call you by what I see. Mara, embittered by life. Tirza, my beloved who stirs a fire in me until I feel like I'm melting. He moved toward her. You can't keep running away, don't you see that? He stopped right in front of her. Stay here. Stay with me. We'll work things through together. He touched her. I love you. Do you know how many times I've heard those words before? I love you, Angel. You're such a pretty little thing. I love you, sweetheart. Oh, baby, I love you when you do that. Say you love me, Angel. Say it so I believe you. As long as you do what I tell you, I'm going to love you. Angel. I love you, love you, love you. I'm sick to death of hearing it. She stared at him angrily. But the look on his face defeated her. She hugged herself tightly. Don't think. Don't feel anything. He'll destroy you if you do. She tried to focus on something else. The night sky was so clear, stars everywhere, and a moon so big it seemed to be a single silver eye staring down. Her mind and emotions still boiled. She tried to call up her defenses, but they had dispersed. She wanted to be up on that hilltop, seeing the sunrise again. She remembered his words. Mara, that's the life I want to give you. Who was he kidding? She knew it could never happen, even if he still didn't. Her eyes burned. I want to go back to paradise as soon as possible. Am I getting too close? She swung around. I am not staying here with you. She tried to calm down and reason with him. Look, mister. If you knew even half of what I've done. You have me headed back for paradise, so fast. Try me. Go ahead and see if it makes a difference. Angel withered at the thought. She had opened Pandora's box and couldn't get it closed again. The horrible, grotesque memories rose from the dead. Her father. Mama dead, clutching her rosary. Rab with the cord around his neck because he knew Duke was not the moral, upstanding citizen the public thought he was. Duke raping her over and over again. The dozens of men in the years that followed. And the hunger, the endless, aching hunger inside herself. Michael could see her face, white in the moonlight. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he knew she was tormented by her past. He reached out to touch her cheek. I wish I could open your mind and climb inside with you. Maybe the two of them could fight off the darkness that was trying to swallow her whole. He wanted to hold her, but she had withdrawn from him already. God, how do I save her? Angel looked up at him and saw the sheen of moisture in his eyes. Shock ran through her. Are you crying? For me, she said weakly. Don't you think you're worth it? Something inside her cracked. She writhed inside to escape the feeling, but it was there nonetheless, growing with the light touch of his hand on her shoulder, with every soft word he spoke. She was sure if she put her hands against her heart, her palms would come away covered with her own blood. Was that what this man wanted? For her to bleed for him? Talk to me. Amanda, he whispered. Talk to me. Amanda? What's this name supposed to mean? I don't know. But it sounds like a gentle, loving name. He smiled slightly. I thought you might prefer it to Mara. He was a strange man given to strange ways. What had become of her defenses? Where was her defiance and anger? Her resolve? What do you want to hear? Mister, she said, meaning to sound amused and failing. What could she tell a man like him that he would even understand? Anything. Everything. She shook her head. Nothing. Ever. Michael cupped her face tenderly. Then just tell me what you're feeling right now. Pain, she said before she thought better of it. She pushed his hands away and went back into the cabin. She was cold and desperate to get warm. She knelt down before the fire. But even its warmth couldn't permeate. She could lie in the coals and still not melt the chill attacking her. Run away from him. Angel. Run away now, stay. Beloved. Voices warred in her head, pulling at her very soul. Michael came inside and sat down beside her on the floor, watching quietly as she drew up her knees and hugged them against her chest. He knew she was trying to shut him out again. He wasn't going to help her succeed this time. Give your pain to me, he said. Surprised, Angel looked at him. She was in a wilderness with this man. She was desperate to find a familiar road, some known landmark to guide her away. She couldn't remember the last time she had even felt close to tears. And she had no tears. Not anymore. Hosea perplexed her. I've done everything for you, but the one thing I know best. She searched his eyes. Why not? His expression changed, and she felt a softening toward him. He was vulnerable, and oddly, she felt no desire to attack his defenses. Are you afraid? Is that what holds you back? Do you think I'd make fun of you because you've never been with a woman before? Michael took a strand of her hair and rubbed it between his fingers. Where were all his rational answers now? I suppose it's entered my mind. But more than that, I need to know why. Why what? She asked, not understanding. Why you would make love with me. Why? She would never understand this man. All the men she had ever known would expect her to thank them if they had given her so much as a box of candy or a bouquet of flowers. This man had kept her alive and nursed her back to health. He had taught her things that would help her live on her own. And now he wanted to know why she offered her body to him. Would gratitude be enough reason?
No.
It wasn't in my hands whether you lived or died. That was up to the Lord. Angel turned her head away. Don't talk to me about your God. He didn't come back for me. You did. She put her forehead against her raised knees and said nothing more. Michael started to speak, but the voice held him back. Michael, there is a time for all things. He sighed inwardly,
Heeding the message.
She wasn't ready to listen to the why and wherefore. It would be acid, not salve. And so he held his silence.
Lord, please guide me.
The fire crackled, and Angel began to relax just listening to the soothing sounds. I wanted to die, she said. I couldn't wait. And just when I thought I had, there you were. Do you still want to die?
No.
But I don't know why I want to live. Either. The siege of emotion passed. She turned her head slightly and looked at him again. Maybe it has something to do with you. I don't know anything anymore. Joy leaped inside Michael, but only briefly. She looked hurt. Not happy, confused, not certain. He wanted to touch her and was afraid if he did, she would take it the wrong way. Comfort my lamb. If I touch her now,
Lord,
comfort your wife. Michael took her hand. Her whole arm stiffened, but he didn't let go. He turned her hand over in his and smoothed his fingers down over her blackened palm and fingers so that his large hand covered hers. We're in this together. Amanda. I don't understand you, Angel said. I know, but give me time and you will.
No.
I don't think I ever will. I don't know what you want from me. You say everything and take nothing. I see the way you look at me, but you've never treated me as a wife. Michael turned the gold band on her finger. She was his wife. It was time he did something about it. If she didn't know the difference between having sex and making love, he would have to show her. Oh, God, I am afraid of the depth of my physical desire. Most of all, he was afraid he would not know how to please her. Lord, help. Angel watched him looking at the ring on her finger. Do you want it back? No, he wove his fingers with hers and smiled at her. I'm just as new at being married as you are. A calm settled over him, and he knew everything would be all right. Angel looked away. Married men had come to her plenty of times, and she knew what they had to say about it. Their wives didn't understand them. They married for convenience and progeny. They were bored with the same woman and needed a little change, like having steak for dinner instead of stew, fish instead of chicken. Most said their wives didn't enjoy sex. Did they think she did? What I know about marriage isn't encouraging. Mister. Maybe not. Michael kissed her hand. But I believe marriage is a contract between a man and woman to build a life together. It's a promise to love one another no matter what comes. You know what I am. Why would you make a promise like that to me? I know what you were. She felt an ache inside her. You'll never learn. Will you? Leaning over, Michael tipped her face toward him and kissed her. She didn't pull away, but she wasn't moved either. Lord, I could use a little help down here. He shook as he combed his fingers into her hair and kissed her again.
He was so tentative.
Angel relaxed. She could handle this. She could handle him just fine. She could even help him along. Michael drew back. He wasn't going to allow his desire to become rampant. He wasn't going to embrace sex and lose sight of love, no matter how much more comfortable she would be with that. My way, not yours. Remember? He stood up. Angel watched him in confusion. What do you know about it? We'll have to wait and see. Why do you make things difficult for yourself? It all comes down to the same thing. It won't be my way or your way. It'll just be the way it is. A sexual act was what she meant. And he didn't know how to show her it was meant to be a celebration of love. All Angel saw was his determination. She stood slowly and joined him. If it has to be your way,
fine.
It'll be your way. In the beginning. Michael looked into her eyes and saw no hardness. Neither did he see understanding. He wasn't sure which part of himself to listen to anymore. He was hard-pressed by his physical nature.
She was so beautiful to him.
Let me help you, she said and took his hand. Michael sat in the willow chair, his heart in his throat as she knelt before him and pulled off his boots. He was losing control fast. Standing, he moved away from her. He unbuttoned his shirt and shrugged it off. As he undressed, Michael kept thinking about Adam in the Garden of Eden. How had he felt the first time Eve came to him? Scared half to death, yet surging with life. When Michael turned, his wife stood naked before the fire, waiting for him. She was breathtaking, just as Eve must have been. Michael came to her in wonder.
Oh, Lord.
She is so perfect, like no other creation in the world. My mate. He swung her up into his arms and kissed her. As he stretched out beside her on their marriage bed, he marveled at how she fit him. Flesh to flesh. Molded for him.
Oh.
Jesus, he whispered, awestruck by the gift. Angel felt him shaking violently and knew it was due to his long, self-imposed celibacy. Strangely, she was not repulsed. Instead, she felt an alien sense of sympathy. She pushed the feelings away, blocking him out of her mind, and was surprised when he drew back from her and searched her eyes, his own filled with so much. She turned her face away. Think of your money in paradise, Angel. Think of going back and getting it from the Duchess. Think of having something for yourself. Think of being free. Don't think about this man.
It had worked for her in the past.
Why not now? Come on, Angel. Remember how you used to close your mind? You've done it before. Do it again. Don't think. Don't feel. Just play the part. He'll never know. But Michael wasn't like other men.
And he did know.
He didn't have to die to realize she had brought him to the edge of heaven and slammed the gates in his face. Beloved, he said, turning her face back to him. Why won't you let me get close to you? She tried to laugh. How close do you want to be? She could feel the difference in this man right through her pores and sought to protect herself from him. Michael saw the flatness in her blue eyes, and it broke his heart. You keep shutting me out. Tirza. Stay with me. Is it Tirza now?
Oh.
Jesus. Help me. Stop running from me. Angel wanted to cry out. Not from you.
From this.
From the mindless, selfish grasping for pleasure. Theirs and yours. Not mine. Never mine. But she didn't. Instead, she challenged him in anger. Why do you have to talk? She struggled, but he was unyielding. Why did he have to keep intruding on and interfering with her thoughts, breaking her concentration? He kept confusing her feelings, stirring them into a boiling mess. He held her and looked into her eyes and was aware of her, and something deep within her shifted. Her panic grew, and she closed her eyes. Look at me, beloved. Don't. Don't what? Don't love you? Don't become part of you? I am part of you. This way. In every way. No, she said, struggling. Yes, he gentled. This can be beautiful. It doesn't mean what you've been taught. It's a blessing.
Oh.
My love. Say my name. How could he think this could be anything but vile and simple? She knew everything there was to know about it. Hadn't Duke taught her? Hadn't all the rest? So this farmer wanted to know what it was really like.
Well.
She would show him. Don't. His rasped command confused her. Don't you want me to please you? You want to please me? Say my name. His breath mingled with hers. You said you wouldn't say no to anything I asked of you. Remember? I want you to say my name. Anything? You said. Can't you keep your word? His calm left. Say it. Michael, she ground out. He cupped her face. Look at me. Say it again. Michael. Was he satisfied now? She waited for his triumphant grin and instead saw his adoring eyes and heard his tender voice. Keep on saying it. When it was over, Michael held her close, telling her how much he loved her and of the pleasure he found in her. He was no longer hesitant, no longer the least unsure. And with his growing assurance, her own doubts expanded. Some unknown and unwelcome emotion opened deep inside Angel. Something hard and tight began to soften and uncurl. And as it did, the dark voice arose. Get away from this man. Angel. You've got to get out of here. Save yourself and flee.
Flee.
Chapter 13. But if we hope for what we do not have, we wait for it patiently. Romans 8 verse 25. When Michael went out to do his morning chores, Angel headed up the hill to the road. The faint trail Michael had cut with his wagon during his journeys to camp markets was difficult to follow. On a road less traveled, Angel was soon lost. Everything looked so unfamiliar, she was disconcerted. Was she still walking in the right direction? Or had she come full circle and was back near Hosea's homestead where she had started? The sky was darkening. Heavy gray clouds closing together. Angel pulled the shawl more tightly around her. But the thin wrap did little to ward off the chill in the air. She headed for the mountains, reasoning that paradise was up there somewhere, and heading that way gave her a better chance of reaching it. Besides, going east would take her away from Michael Hosea. The farther away from him, the better. Things had changed between them. It wasn't that he had finally had sex with her. It was something else, something deeper and more elemental, something beyond her understanding. She wasn't sure what it was, but she knew if she was ever going to call her life her own, she had to get away from him.
Now.
But where was the road to freedom? She hunted in vain. She saw a creek and, thirsting,
She went to it.
Dropping to her knees, she scooped up water and drank deeply. Looking around, she wondered if this was the same stream that ran through Michael's land. If so, Surely crossing it and climbing that hill would bring her back to the road again. The stream looked shallow, the current calm. She had forgotten to bring the button hook. Annoyed, she worked at the shoes until she could pull them off. Pulling the skirt up, she bunched it in front and tucked the shoes into the folds for safekeeping before she waded into the stream. Rocks bit into her tender feet, and the water was so cold it hurt. Though she picked her way carefully, she slipped on a mossy stone and dropped a shoe. Swearing, Angel reached for it and slipped again, falling this time. She struggled quickly to her feet, but she was already soaked. Worse, both shoes were floating downstream. She took off the shawl and tossed it on the far bank. One shoe filled with water and sank. Angel retrieved it easily and stuffed it securely inside her shirtwaist. The other shoe had lodged in the branches of a fallen tree. She plodded through the water toward it. The rushing stream deepened and the current tugged, but she knew she couldn't walk all the way to paradise barefooted. She had to have that shoe. Determined to get it, Angel pulled her skirt higher and waded closer. When the bottom sloped sharply, she caught hold of a branch and leaned out to reach the shoe. Her fingers brushed it once,
and the branch snapped.
Crying out, she slid down sharply, cold water closing over her head. The current dragged her thrashing into the hollow beneath the tree. Clawing at the trunk, she pulled herself up and gasped in air. Her skirt caught. She clung with all her strength to the fallen tree and kicked her skirt loose. She grabbed the vines close by. The blackberry thorns cut into her palms, but she held on and pulled herself to the safety of the bank, collapsing there. She was shaking violently from fright and cold. Angry, she threw rocks at the shoe until it broke free and was swept along with the current. It lodged in the reeds not far away, where she had no difficulty retrieving it. Cold, weary, and miserable, she pulled on the sodden shoes and climbed the hill, sure she would find a road. She didn't. It began to rain. A few drops at first, then more, plastering her hair to her head and soaking through the shirtwaist. Cold, stiff, and exhausted beyond pain, Angel sat down and put her head in her hands. What was the use? So, what if she did make it to the road? She couldn't walk all those miles. She would never make it. She was already exhausted, aching, and hungry, and she couldn't even find her way. Who would be there to give her a ride back to paradise? What if it was someone like Magowan? Thoughts of Michael's warm hearth, a heavy quilt, and food tormented her. She hadn't thought to bring any food with her. Her stomach was already knotted with hunger. Dejected but resolved, Angel got up and went on. After another mile, her feet hurt so badly. She took off the shoes and tucked one in each skirt pocket, unaware when they dropped out along the way. When Michael came in for breakfast and found Angel gone, he saddled his horse and went looking for her. He blamed himself for not expecting it. He had seen the look in her eyes when he made her say his name last night. He had smashed through her defenses for one brief instant, and she hadn't liked it. He followed the road to where she left it and trailed her to the stream. He found Tessie's shawl. He spotted a shoe print on the bank and followed her trail up the hill. It began to rain. Michael was worried. She would be soaked and cold and probably frightened. It was clear she didn't know where she was or where she was going. He found her shoes. Lord, she's heading away from the road. He galloped to the top of the knoll and looked for her. He could see her in the distance, walking across a field of grass. He cupped his hands. Mara. She stopped and turned. He could tell even at this distance by the set of her shoulders and the tilt of her head that she had made up her mind to leave him. He rode slowly toward her. When he was within 100 yards, he dismounted and walked toward her. Her face was dirty, her shirtwaist torn. He saw bloodstains on her skirt. The look in her eyes made him hold his tongue. "I'm leaving," she said. "Barefooted. If I have to. Let's talk it over." When he put his hand beneath her elbow, she drew back sharply and slapped him in the face. Michael stumbled back a step, astonished. He wiped the blood off his mouth and stared at her. "What was that for?" "I said I am leaving. You can drag me back. And I'll leave again. However long it takes you to get it through your thick head." Michael stood silent. His anger burned hotter than his cheek. But he knew anything he said now he would later regret. "Do you hear me, Michael? This is a free country. You can't make me stay." He still said nothing. "You don't owe me no matter what you paid the Duchess. Patience, God said."
Well.
Patience was wearing thin. Michael wiped the blood off his lip. "I'll give you a ride to the road." He walked to his horse. Angel stood, mouth ajar. He glanced back at her. She lifted her chin but didn't move. "You want a ride or not?" Michael said. She went to him. "So, you've finally come to your senses." He lifted her to the saddle and then swung up behind her. When he reached the road, he took her arm and slid her off the horse. She stood looking up at him, bemused. He unlooked the canteen and tossed it to her.
She caught it against her chest.
He took the shoes out of his coat pocket and dropped them at her feet. "That way is paradise," he said. "It's 30 miles, uphill all the way, and ma go on, and the Duchess are waiting for you at the end of it." He nodded in the opposite direction. "That way is home. 1 mile downhill, fire and food and me. But you'd better understand something right now. If you come back, we're picking up where we left off last night, and we're still playing by my rules." He left her standing alone in the road. It was after dark when Mara opened the cabin door. Michael glanced up from his reading but didn't say anything. She stood there for a moment,
Pale,
strained, and covered with road dust. Mouth tight. She came in. "I'll wait for spring," she said bitterly and dropped his empty canteen on the table. She sank down on a stool as though every muscle in her body hurt, but she remained too stubborn to seek the warmth of the fire. From the look on her face, it was clear she was waiting for him to mock her. Michael got up and ladled stew from the iron pot. He took a biscuit from the pan. Setting both before her, he smiled ruefully. A small frown flickered across her brow as she glanced up. Obviously famished,
she ate.
He poured her coffee. She sipped at it while watching him fill a pan with hot water. When he leaned his elbow on the mantel and looked at her, she lowered her head and went back to eating her supper. "Sit over here," he said when she finished. She was so tired she could hardly get up, but she did what he told her. He knelt and set the pan of water at her feet and eased the shoes off. All the way back, she had imagined him gloating and taunting, rubbing her face in her own broken pride. Instead, he knelt before her and washed her dirty, blistered feet. Throat burning, she looked down at his dark head and struggled with the feelings rising in her. She waited for them to die away, but they wouldn't. They stayed and grew, and made her hurt even more. His hands were so gentle.
He took such care.
When her feet were clean, he kneaded her aching calves. He cast the dirty water outside and poured more, setting the pan in her lap. He took her hands and washed them as well. He kissed her stained, scratched palms and worked salve. Then he wrapped them with warm bandages. And I hit him. I drew his blood. Angel shrank back ashamed. When he raised his head, she looked into his eyes. They were blue, like a clear spring sky. She had never really noticed before. "Why'd you do this for me?" she said thickly. "Why?" "Because, for some of us, 1 mile can be farther to walk than 30. He brushed the dust and tangles from her hair, undressed her, and put her to bed. Undressing, he lay down beside her. He said nothing and asked nothing. She wanted to explain. She wanted to say she was sorry. The words just would not come. They stuck like hot rocks in her chest, weighing her down deeper and deeper. "I don't want to feel this. I can't let myself feel this way. I can't survive it." Michael turned on his side and propped his head up on his hand. He stroked the hair back from her temples. She was back in his tiny cabin and looked more lost than ever.
Her body was like ice.
He pulled her close to share his warmth. Angel didn't move when he kissed her. If he wanted sex, he could have it. All he wanted. Anything. For tonight.
Anyway. "Try to sleep," he said.
"You're home and safe." Home. She took a long shuddering breath and closed her eyes. She had no home. Her head rested on his chest, and the steady beat of his heart soothed her. She remained like that for a long time, but for all her exhaustion, sleep would not come. She drew away and lay on her back staring up at the ceiling. "Will you talk about it?" Michael said. "About what?" "Why you left." "I don't know." Michael traced the side of her face. "Yes. You do." She swallowed heavily, fighting emotions she couldn't even identify. "I can't put it into words." He curled a strand of her pale hair around his finger and tugged gently. "When I made you say my name, you couldn't pretend nothing was happening between us."
"Could you? Was that it?"
"I wanted to get inside you. Inside your heart," he said huskily. "Did I?" "A little." "Good." He traced her face with one finger again. "A woman is either a wall or a door. Beloved." She gave a bleak laugh and looked at him. "Then I guess I'm a door 1,000 men have walked through."
"No."
"You are a wall. A stone wall. 4 feet thick and 100 feet high. I can't get over you all by myself. But I keep trying." He kissed her. "I need help." Tirza. Her lips softened, and she touched his hair. Aroused, he drew back. He knew how exhausted she was. "Roll over," he said softly.
And she did.
He tucked her body into his own and put his arm around her. He brushed his lips against her hair. "Go to sleep," she sighed in relief. It only took a few moments for the weariness to catch up with her. She lay in the safety of Michael's arms and dreamed of a high, thick wall. He was there below her, planting vines. As soon as they touched the soil, they grew, spreading the green life up the sides and working their strong tendrils between the stones. The mortar was crumbling. Michael lay in the darkness, wide awake. He would have to give up hoping he could break through her barriers. But how do I reach her? Lord,
Tell me how.
he closed his eyes and slept peacefully, forgetting the enemy who was loose in the world. The battle was not yet won. Paul was coming home. Chapter 14. Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged.
And
The measure you give will be the measure you get. Jesus. Matthew 7:1. Paul dumped his meager gear and stood on the hillside. He saw Michael working in the field and cupped his hands to his mouth to shout. Michael left the shovel to meet him halfway down the hill. They embraced. Paul almost wept at the feel of those strong, sure arms. "Oh, I'm glad to see you, Michael," he said, his voice graveled with fatigue and emotion. The relief was so great, he had to fight back unmanly tears. He withdrew and rubbed his face self-consciously. He hadn't shaved in weeks, and his hair had grown long. He hadn't changed his clothes in a month. "I must look," he gave a bleak laugh. It was awful. Hard work for little or nothing, drinking to forget, women to remember, and fighting just to stay alive. Michael put his hand on his shoulder. "You look a lot better after you clean up and have a good meal." Paul was too tired to protest when Michael went up the hill and shouldered his load. "How is it on the Yuba?" Paul grimaced. "Dismal and cold." "Did you find what you were looking for?" "If there's gold in them there hills, I never saw much of it. What I found was barely enough to keep body and soul together." He looked toward his end of the valley and thought of Tess. The last few days had been filled with thoughts of her and how they had dreamed of coming to California and building a place of their own. Losing her was what had driven him into the gold country. Every time he thought about her, he felt the pain coming up again.
Oh,
"Tessie, why did you have to die?" His eyes burned and filled up against his will. He needed her so much. He didn't know what he was doing anymore. His life had lost meaning when she died. "Are you home for good?" Michael asked. Afraid to trust his voice, Paul cleared his throat. "I don't know yet," he admitted flatly. "I'm just played out." He was too bone-weary to think about what he was going to do tomorrow. "I wouldn't have survived winter in the mountains. I wasn't even sure I could make it home." Now that he felt the old ache again. Thank God, he could spend the winter with Michael. He was looking forward to long hours of intelligent conversation. All the men on the streams talked about was gold and women. Michael talked of many things, big things that filled a man's head and gave him hope. He had headed for the streams to make his fortune the quick way. Michael had gone with him, but only stayed a few months. "This isn't what I want from life," he said, and tried to talk Paul into going back to the land.
pride had made Paul stay.
It was cold, disillusionment, and hunger that brought him back. Not hunger for food or even riches, but a deeper hunger of the spirit. Michael put his hand on his shoulder. "I'm glad you're home." He grinned. "There are fields to plant, brother. And the workers are few. Michael always made it easy." Paul smiled wryly. "Thanks." He fell into step beside him. "It wasn't anything like I expected out there." No pot at the end of the rainbow? Not even a rainbow. He was feeling better already. He would stay. Better to break soil than your back. Better to muck out a stable than stand in freezing water trying to find a few meager specks of gold in a rusting pan. The quiet, dull farmer's life was what he needed right now. The sameness and routine of every day, watching something grow from the earth, rather than ripping something out of it. "Anything happen around here while I was gone?" He could see Michael had done some building and cleared another section of land. "I got married." Paul stopped dead and stared at him.
He swore.
"You didn't." He realized as soon as the words were uttered how bad they sounded. Sorry, but I haven't seen a decent woman since we got here. He saw an odd look on Michael's face and tried to make amends. She must be something if you married her. Michael had always said he was waiting for just the right one. Paul tried to be happy for him, but he wasn't. He was jealous. All this time, he had been on the road home, looking forward to sitting in front of the fire and talking to Michael. And now Michael had a wife. What rotten luck. He needed Michael's advice. He needed his friendship. His brother-in-law had a way of listening and understanding things you didn't even say. He could bring a lightness to the heaviest times, a feeling that everything would come out the way it was intended, and for good. Michael raised hope, and God knew how much he needed hope right now. He expected to come back and find everything the same. Women had been chasing after Michael for as long as he could remember. Why did one have to catch him now? Married, Paul muttered. Yes. Married. Congratulations. Thanks. You sound real happy about it. Paul winced. Ah. Michael. You know I'm selfish. They walked again. How did you manage to find her? Anyway. Just lucky. So tell me about her. What's she like? Michael nodded his head toward the cabin. Come and meet her. Oh. No. Not like this, Paul said. One look at me, and she'd be sure the neighborhood went to seed. What's her name, anyway? Amanda. Amanda. Nice. He grinned wickedly. Is she pretty? Michael? She's beautiful. She could be the plainest of women. But if Michael loved her, he would see her as beautiful. Paul didn't intend to make any judgments until he saw her for himself. Let me put up in the barn tonight, he said. I'm dead on my feet. And I'd like to meet your wife after I've cleaned up. Michael brought him a blanket, soap, and a change of clothes. Paul was too tired to even get on his feet. All he could do now was lean back against the wall, feet outstretched. Michael came back again with a hot meal. You should eat something, old man. Your skin and bones. Paul smiled weakly. Did you tell her there was a filthy beggar in the barn? She didn't ask. He pitched hay. Burrow into this with the blanket, and you'll be warm enough tonight. It'll be like heaven after hard ground for so many months. It was the first roof over his head in weeks. He tasted the stew and raised his brows. You got yourself a good cook. Thank her for me, would you? He wolfed down the rest and wilted into the hay. I'm tired. I don't think I've ever been so tired. He couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. The last thing he saw was Michael bending down to cover him with a thick blanket. All the tension he had carried for months left him. Paul awakened to a hoarse whinnying. He was stiff and sore when he got up. Stretching, he went to look out the barn door. Michael was digging a hole for a fence post. He leaned against the wall watching him for a long while. Then he went back to the hay and got the borrowed clothing. He bathed down at the creek so he wouldn't offend Michael's wife. He shaved off his beard. Shrugging into Michael's red wool shirt, he went to help him. Michael stopped work and leaned on his shovel. I wondered when you were going to wake up. You've slept 2 days clean through. Paul grinned. Just goes to show you panning gold is harder work than putting up fences. Michael laughed. Come on back to the house. Amanda will have breakfast ready. Paul was beginning to look forward to a woman being around. He expected someone like Tess at the hearth, someone quiet and sweet, good-natured and devout. He came in behind Michael, eager to meet her. A slender girl stood before the fire, her back to them. She was wearing a skirt exactly like the one Tess had worn walking the Oregon Trail. The same shirtwaist, too.
Odd.
He frowned slightly. She bent to her cooking pot, and he was quick to notice she had a nice backside. When she straightened, he noticed her tiny waist and a long, thick golden braid that reached it. So far, so good. Amanda. Paul's here. When she turned around, Paul felt his stomach drop into his worn boots. He stared in disbelief. But she was there staring right back. That high-priced prostitute from Paradise. He glanced at Michael and saw him smiling as though she was the sun and moon and all the stars in the heavens.
Paul.
I'd like you to meet my wife. Amanda. Paul stared at her and didn't know what to do or say. Michael was standing beside him, waiting, and he knew if he didn't say something nice real soon, things would go from bad to worse. Paul forced a stiff smile. Sorry to gape at you, ma'am. Michael said you were beautiful. And she was that. Just like Salome and Delilah and Jezebel. What was Michael doing married to a woman like this one? Did he know she was a prostitute? He couldn't. The man had never set foot in a brothel in his life. He had never had a woman. Not that the chance hadn't been presented often enough. Against all reason and natural drives, Michael had set his mind to wait for the right one. And now look what he got for all his purity angel. What story had the witch concocted? What was he going to do about it? Should he tell Michael now? Michael was looking at him strangely. Angel smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. Her eyes were a gorgeous blue, but they had become deathly cold. She knew he recognized her, and she was letting him know that she didn't care. And if she didn't care, then it was clear she hadn't married Michael for love. He smiled back.
Colder than she.
How'd you get your claws into him? Angel saw the world in one man's eyes, and she felt every stone cast. Her smile tipped up a little more on one side. This man she understood. He probably had never had the dust to make it up the stairs. Coffee? Gentlemen. Michael looked between them and frowned. Sit down, Paul. Paul sat and tried to keep his eyes off her. The silence stretched tight. What could he say? Michael leaned back slightly. Now you're rested. You can tell us about the Yuba. Paul did talk. Out of desperation. Angel served him a bowl of porridge and a mug of coffee. He thanked her stiffly. She was beautiful. Too beautiful, a cold, defiled, alabaster goddess. She didn't sit with them or speak. Paul figured she already knew more about the Yuba than he did. Only the men with the best strikes could have afforded her services. What was she doing here? What sweet little lies had she whispered in Michael's ear? What would happen when he found out the truth? Would he throw her out? It would serve her right. Paul asked about the farm and let Michael do the talking for a while. He needed to think. Or at least try to. He stole glances at Angel. How could Michael not know? How could he not suspect? What would a beautiful girl like her be doing in the gold country? It wouldn't make sense to a thinking man. But then, one look into a pair of clear blue eyes like hers, and a man could be lost. Michael wasn't a philanderer. He was honest and loving. She could tell him anything, and he would believe her. A girl like her would make mincemeat out of him. I've got to tell him the truth. But how?
When?
Michael got up to pour himself more coffee. And Paul looked at Angel. She looked back at him. Her chin tilted slightly.
Her blue eyes mocking.
She was so sure of herself. He almost blurted the truth out right then. But the word stuck in his throat when he looked at Michael's face. Angel took down her shawl from a hook by the door. "I'm going to get some water," she said, picking up the bucket. "I'm sure you two have lots to talk about." She looked right at him before she went out the door. It struck him like a blow in the face. She doesn't even care if I tell him. Michael was looking at him solemnly. "What's on your mind, Paul?" He couldn't make the words come. He gave a hoarse laugh and tried to retrieve his old teasing manner. But he couldn't do that either. "Sorry. But she took the breath right out of me." "How did you meet her?" "Divine intervention."
Divine?
Michael was in the black pit of Sheol and didn't even know it. He had fallen head over heels for a devil with blue eyes and waist-length blonde hair and a body that would tempt a man into sin and death. Michael stood. "Come on outside, and I'll show you what I've done since you went off to seek your fortune." Paul saw Angel washing his clothes. Nice touch. Did she think doing him a favor would keep him quiet? She didn't look their way. He might not be able to spill the truth about her to Michael, but he sure wasn't going to let her off easily. "Give me just a minute with your wife.
Would you?"
"Michael? I've made a poor impression staring at her the way I was. I'd like to thank her for breakfast and for washing my clothes." "Do that. Then meet me down at the creek. I'm building a spring house. You can help. I'll be along in a minute." Paul headed for Angel. He looked her up and down again, and this time there was no mistake. She was wearing Tessie's clothes. He felt hot fury all over. How could Michael give them to her? He walked up just as she finished shaking out his worn long johns. He expected her to turn around, but she didn't. She knew he was there. He was sure of it. She was just ignoring him. "Hello, Angel," he said, thinking that might bring her about quick enough. She turned, but her expression was cool and self-possessed. "Angel," he said again. "That's your real name, isn't it? Not Amanda. Correct me if I'm wrong. I guess I'm found out, aren't I?" She draped his long johns over the line Michael had put up for her. "Should I remember you? Brazen hussy. I suppose faces all begin to look alike in your business. And everything else." She looked him over and laughed. "Hard luck on the streams, mister?" She was worse than he expected. "Does he know who and what you are? Why don't you ask him? Doesn't it even bother you what it'll do to him when he finds out? Do you think he'll fall to pieces? How did someone like you get your hooks into him? He trussed me up like a goose and brought me back here in his wagon." A likely story. Her look of boredom infuriated him. "What do you think he'd do if I told him I'd seen you before? In a brothel in paradise?" "I don't know." "What do you think he'd do? Stone me?" "Pretty sure of your hold over him, aren't you?" She picked up the empty basket and rested it on her hip. "You tell him whatever you want, mister. It doesn't make a lot of difference to me." She walked away. On the way to Michael, Paul made up his mind to tell him, but when he reached him, he couldn't follow through with it. He spent all day working beside Michael and couldn't get the courage up. When they headed back, Paul declined supper. He said he was too tired to eat. He went to the barn instead and ate the last of his jerky. He didn't want to sit across the table from her. He couldn't keep up the pretense that he was pleased his best friend was married to a deceiving harlot. He shoved his things into his pack, slung it over his shoulder, and headed to his own place at the end of the valley. standing in the open doorway of the cabin. Michael saw him go. He rubbed the back of his neck and turned away. Angel looked at Michael and felt the tension building inside her again. She sat in the willow chair he had made for her and watched him close the door and come sit before the fire. He took up his boots and began rubbing beeswax into them to make them waterproof. He didn't look at her. He didn't have much to talk about tonight, and he hadn't taken the Bible down to read. Clearly, last night was forgotten. "You're wondering, aren't you?" she said. "Why don't you just ask?" "I don't want to know." "Of course. You don't," she said dryly. Her throat was tight and raw. "I'll tell you anyway. Just to clear the air. I don't remember him. But then that doesn't mean a thing in my business. Does it? I didn't remember you. Either. Even after a couple of visits." She looked away. Michael knew it wasn't the whole truth. But it hurt nonetheless. "Don't lie. Amanda. Can't you get it through your head I love you? You're my wife now. Whatever happened before, it's in the past. Leave it there." The lull was over. The storm was on them in a fury. 2 weeks ago. "You wanted to hear everything about me. Do you still want to know everything?" "Leave it be." She stood up. Keeping her back to him, she ran a shaking hand along the mantel. "You still don't understand, do you? Even if I wanted things to work, others out there won't let it happen. Like your fine, upstanding brother-in-law." She smiled dryly and looked up at the wall. "Did you see his face when he recognized me? I'm sorry he hurt you." She swung around, glaring at him. "Is that what you think?" She gave a short laugh. "He can't hurt me. And neither can you." She wasn't going to give either of them the chance. Paul spent a day cleaning his cabin and thinking what to do about Angel. He had to go back and talk to Michael about her. He couldn't remain silent. Michael had every right to know about her deception. Once he knew all the facts, he would do the right thing and toss her out. Like a cat, she would land on her feet. The marriage could be annulled. It probably hadn't even been performed by a sanctified reverend, so it wouldn't count anyway. Michael could put the whole bad experience behind him. With wagon trains pouring into California, he was bound to find another woman. One that would make him forget Angel. Michael came over and chopped wood with him. They talked. But it wasn't the way it had been. Paul had too much on his mind. And Michael was strangely pensive. "Come on over for supper," Michael said before he left. But Paul couldn't stand the thought of eating with Angel across the table. Michael looked annoyed with him. "You've hurt Amanda's feelings." Paul almost laughed. "Hurt? That hardened harlot?" Not likely. But he knew exactly what she was doing. She was driving the wedge between him and Michael. She was out to destroy their friendship. "Well, if she wanted to play rough, I'll be over tomorrow." Angel was outside beating blankets on a line when he arrived. She paused and looked straight at him. She wasted no time flinging the gauntlet in his face. "He's working down at the stream on the spring house. Why don't you get it off your chest before it eats you alive? You're betting I won't, aren't you?" "Oh, I think you will." "You can hardly wait. Do you love him?" he sneered. "You think you could make him happy? Sooner or later, he's going to see you for what you really are." Her hand whitened on the stick. Shrugging, she turned away. "You don't care about anything, do you?" "Should I?" She began beating the blanket again. Paul wanted to grab her and swing her around so he could lay his fist into her arrogant face. You're just asking for it. He headed straight for the stream. All the stiffness went out of her as Angel watched him go. She sat down weakly on a stump, refusing to acknowledge the feelings coursing through her. You came just in time, Michael said, straightening and wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. Give me a hand with these planks. Will you? Paul helped him place the notched log, planed flat on one side. Michael, I've got to talk to you about something, he said with a grunt as the log banged into place. Michael gave him a dark look he could not decipher. The heat of his own anger made him plunge ahead. It's got nothing to do with what happened on the Yuba or why I can't make up my mind whether to stay. It's got to do with something else. It's got to do with your wife. Michael straightened slowly and looked at him. Why do you feel you have to say anything? Because you have to know. He could still see her arrogant face. Michael. She's not who you think she is. She's exactly who I think she is. And she's my wife. He bent to his work again. She really must have gone to work on him the past day. Furious, Paul slammed the next log into place. He looked back across the yard at her. She stood in the doorway of Michael's cabin, in Tessie's clothes. He wanted to go over there and rip them off her. He wanted to beat her and chase her right out of this valley. Michael, of all people, tricked. Michael with his high ideals and strength of character. Michael with his purity. It was inconceivable. It was obscene. I'm not going to leave it alone. I can't. Michael wasn't even looking at him.
Paul caught his arm.
Listen to me. Before she was your wife, she was a prostitute. Her name's Angel, not Amanda. She worked in a brothel in Paradise. She was the highest-priced soiled dove in the whole town. Take your hand off my arm, Paul.
Paul did.
Aren't you going to say anything? He had never seen Michael so angry. I know all about it. Paul stared at him. You know? Yes. Michael bent for another log. Take the other end. Would you? Paul did so without even thinking. Did you know before or after she got the ring on her finger? He asked cynically. Before. Paul banged the log into place. And you still married her? Michael straightened. I still married her. And I'd marry her again if I had to do over. A simple statement. Calmly and quietly delivered. But his eyes were burning with wrath. Paul felt like he had been punched hard. You're besotted with her. Michael, she has you fooled. He had to try to reason with him. It happens. You haven't seen a woman in months, and then you do, and she's got pretty blue eyes and a beautiful body, and you lose your head over her. So enjoy her for a while, but don't try and convince yourself she'll make a decent wife. Once a prostitute, always a prostitute. Michael clenched his jaw shut. Almost Angel's own words about herself. Stop judging. Don't be a fool. Shut up. Paul. You don't know her. He laughed at that. Oh, I don't have to. I know enough. You're the one that doesn't know. How much experience have you had with women like her? You see everything and everyone through your own set of principles, but the world isn't like that. She's not worth the pain she'll bring you. Listen to me. Michael, do you want a woman who's been with 100 men being the mother of your children? Michael stared at him. Was this what Angel had put up with all her life? Condemnation and blind hatred? I think you'd better stop right there, he said tightly. But Paul wouldn't. What would your folks say if they knew about her? Would they approve? What about the neighbors when they start arriving?
Good people.
Decent people. What are they going to think when they find out your pretty little wife was a high-priced prostitute? Michael's eyes darkened ominously. I know what I think, and what God thinks. And that's all that matters. Maybe you ought to get your own life in order before you examine hers. Paul stared at him, smarting. Michael had never used that tone of reproach on him before, and it hurt. Couldn't he see he was only trying to help? He was only trying to prevent him from being destroyed by that worthless woman? You're like my own brother, he said thickly. You saw me through the worst times in my life. I don't want to see you destroyed by some conniving witch who's got your heart so twisted around her little finger you don't even know you're heading for disaster. A muscle jerked in Michael's jaw. You've said enough. But all Paul could see was a prostitute in his beloved Tessie's clothes. Michael. She's nothing but dung. He didn't even see the fist coming. He didn't even know what happened. Pain spread along his jaw, and he was lying on his back. Michael standing over him, fists clenched, face livid. Michael caught him by the front of his shirt and yanked him to his feet, shaking him like a rag doll. If you love me as you claim to, then you love her as well. She's part of me. Do you understand? She's part of my flesh and my life. When you say things against her, you say them against me. When you cut her, you cut me. Do you understand? Michael. Do you understand? It was the first time in his life Paul had been afraid of his brother-in-law. I understand. Good, Michael said, and let him go. He moved away, his back to Paul, trying to control his anger. Paul rubbed his bruised chin. She was the cause of this dissension between them. It was her fault. Oh. I understand, all right. Michael. Better than you do. Michael rubbed the back of his neck and looked at him. I'm sorry I hit you. He let out his breath and came back. I need help, not hindrance. She's in pain you can't even begin to understand. He made a fist, his face tormented, his eyes filling with tears. And I love her. I love her enough to die for her. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be silent. And Paul was, while they worked, but his mind was yelling the whole while. He was going to help Michael the best way he knew how. He was going to drive her out. Somehow. The sooner, the better. He would find a way. Michael broke the tension. You're going to have to go to town and lay in supplies for winter. I haven't got enough to stake you. I haven't any gold dust. I have a little laid by. It's yours. You can use my horses and wagon. Paul felt ashamed. But why should he? He was only trying to keep Michael from being hurt. Michael was a thinking man. He would come to his senses. His big problem was overlooking defects of character in others. He looked at a harlot and saw someone worthy of love. Paul seethed. Already she was coming between them. Already she was breeding contention. He had to think of some way to flush Angel out of her comfortable hole and send her back where she belonged. And he had to do it before she broke Michael's heart into little pieces. They set the last plank into place. The inside walls were up. Michael said he could manage the roof on his own. He put his hand on Paul's shoulder and thanked him for the help. But the tension was heavy between them. You'd better head for paradise tomorrow. Tell Joseph I'll settle up with him in a few weeks. He'll see you get everything you need. Thanks. Paradise. Maybe he could find out a little more about Angel and her weaknesses when he got there. The Duchess would want her best girl back. And she could always send that big hulking giant who guarded her like she was the crown jewels to get her. When Michael came in at dusk, Angel didn't ask what Paul had to say. She put supper on the table and sat down with him. Back straight, head up. He still hadn't said anything. He was probably thinking everything over, examining and weighing. So let him. The heaviness was back inside her, and she pretended it didn't matter. He didn't matter. When Michael looked at her, she tilted her chin and looked straight back. Go ahead and say what's on your mind, mister. I don't care. Michael put his hand over hers. Pain gripped her heart, and she yanked her hand from beneath his. She couldn't look at him. Taking her napkin from the table, she shook it gently before meticulously placing it on her lap. When she raised her head again, he was looking at her.
His eyes. Oh. His eyes.
Don't look at me like that. I told you before, I don't care what he thinks of me, and he can say anything he wants. It's all the truth. You knew it. And it doesn't matter. He's not the first man who's looked down his nose at me, and he won't be the last. She remembered Mama walking down the street, and the men who had come to the shack walking right on by like they didn't know her at all. I might believe you if you weren't so angry. Angel raised her chin. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? She had no appetite. But she forced herself to eat anyway, just so he could make something of it. She cleared the dishes. Michael put another log on the fire. Paul will be gone a couple of days. He needs supplies. He'll be over tomorrow morning for the horses and wagon. Angel lifted her head slightly, thinking. She poured water into the basin and washed the dishes. Michael wouldn't take her back where she belonged, but she knew Paul would. Just to save poor Michael from himself. Something squeezed tight inside her at the thought of leaving Michael. She forced herself to think instead of the satisfaction she would feel when she faced the Duchess again and demanded her money. She could always enlist the bartender's help if she had to. He was as big as Magowan and had plenty of practice with his fists. As soon as her gold was safely in her hand, she would be free.
Free.
Her chest hurt, and she pressed her hand against it. Michael pulled her close again that night, and she didn't resist. After a few minutes, he drew back shaking, bathed in sweat. He could hardly get his breath. What are you trying to do? Be good to you, she said, and used everything she knew to give him the pleasure he deserved. Paul came at dawn for the wagon and horses. Michael helped him hitch up the team. He gave him gold dust and a letter for Joseph Hochschild. I'll look for you in 4 or 5 days. I spotted a buck on the way over. A big one. Thanks, Michael said. As soon as Paul was on his way, he came back into the cabin and took the gun down from the rack above the mantel. Paul spotted a buck on the way over. I'm going to see if I can't get us some more meat for winter. Angel had wondered all night how she would manage to get away without Michael knowing. Now, here was her answer. She waited for him to be out of sight, then slipped the ring off her finger. She put it on his Bible, where she knew he would find it. Grabbing the shawl and swinging it around her shoulders, she hurried out. The wagon couldn't have gone too far. Lifting her skirt, she ran to catch up with it. Paul heard her call. He drew rein and waited, wondering what she wanted. She was probably going to tell him to bring something back for her with Michael's gold. Or maybe she was going to beg him to leave things alone.
Well,
let her. A lot of good it would do her. Angel was flushed and breathless when she reached him. I need a ride back to paradise. He covered his surprise with a curt laugh. So you're running out on him already? She smiled derisively. Were you hoping I would stay? Get on up, he said, not even reaching out a hand to help her. Thanks, she said dryly, and climbed onto the wagon seat with him. Paul had spent the better part of last night wondering what to do about Michael's soiled bride. And here she had solved the problem for him. He hadn't thought she would leave so easily. No bribe. No threats. She was going of her own free will. He clicked the reins, and they set off. Paul glanced at her as she dabbed her face with the hem of Tessie's shawl. It was all he could do not to tear it off her. How do you think Michael's going to feel when he finds you gone? She looked straight ahead. He'll get over it. You don't care about his feelings much. Do you? She didn't say anything. He looked straight ahead, and then at her again. You're right. He'll get over you. In a few years' time, California will have plenty of suitable girls for him to choose from. Women have always been after Michael. She looked off toward the forest, as though she could care less. Paul wanted to cut her so deep she would bleed the way Michael was going to when he found she had deserted him without so much as a backward glance. Hadn't he warned him? But she ought to feel something. It was only right. He was curious. What made you decide to leave? No particular reason. I suppose you got bored with the quiet life Michael leads. Or is it just having the same man all the time? She didn't respond. Michael would see now he was right about her. In time, he would accept what a mistake he had made. Women loved Michael. Besides his good looks, he combined a strength and tenderness that attracted them like flies. He would marry again if he was that ready, and he wouldn't have to wait long. The next one would sure be better than this one. The Duchess will be glad to see you back again. I hear you were bringing in a fortune to her coffers. She never would say where you went. Angel raised her head slightly and gave him a cloying smile. Don't feel you have to make polite conversation. He grinned coldly. So he was getting to her a little. He dug deeper. I guess talking isn't all that important in your business. Is it? Angel felt the fury rise inside her. Sanctimonious pig. If it weren't so many uphill miles to paradise, she would get off this wagon right now and walk, but she wasn't fool enough to think she could make it. Let him peck at her all he wanted. She could take one day of riding on a high seat with a lowbrow hypocrite. She'd think about her gold. She would think about her own little cabin in the woods. She would think about never having to look at another man like him again. Paul didn't like being ignored, especially by someone like her. Who did she think she was anyway? He snapped the reins and picked up the pace. He hit every hole in the road, bouncing and jarring her. She had to hold on tight to keep her balance and not be pitched out. He enjoyed her discomfort. She pressed her lips tight, but made no complaint. He kept the hard pace until the horses tired, and he had to slow down again. Feel any better now? She said, mocking him. He loathed her more with each mile. When the sun was straight overhead, he pulled off the road and jumped down. He unhitched the team and let them graze. Then he strode off into the woods. When he came back, he saw her heading for the trees on the other side. She moved as though she were in pain. His saddlebag was under the front seat. Inside he had an apple, beef jerky, and a can of beans. He ate them with relish. She glanced at him once when she came back and went to sit down in the shade of a pine. He tore off a piece of beef jerky with his teeth and chewed while studying her. She looked tired and hot. She was probably hungry, too. Tough luck. She should have thought to bring something with her. Paul opened his canteen and drank deeply, corking it again when he was finished. He looked at her and frowned heavily. Annoyed, he got up and walked over to her. swinging the canteen back and forth in front of her face. He said, "Do you want a drink?" "Say please if you want one." "Please," she said quietly. He tossed the canteen into her lap. She uncorked it, wiped off the mouth, and drank. When she finished, she wiped the mouth again, corked it, and held it up to him. "Thanks," she said. Nothing showed in those blue eyes. Paul went back and sat down beneath the tree and finished the beef jerky. Angry, he started on the apple. When he finished half, he looked her way. "Hungry?" "Yes," she said simply, not looking at him this time. He tossed what was left to her. Getting up, he went for the horses and hitched them to the wagon. Glancing back, he saw her picking the needles and dirt out of the half-eaten apple before she took a bite. Her cold, silent dignity made him uncomfortable. "Let's go." He sat waiting for her impatiently. She winced as she climbed up onto the wagon seat with him. "How'd you meet Michael?" he said as he snapped the reins and they started off again. "He came to the palace." "Don't make me laugh." Michael wouldn't set foot in that stinkhole. He doesn't drink and he doesn't gamble. And he's sure never consorted with prostitutes. She smiled.
Taunting.
"Then how do you think it all came about?" "Mister? I imagine a girl with your gifts would think of something. You probably met him at the mercantile and told him your family had died on the trail west and you were all alone in the world." She laughed at him. "Well, mister, you needn't even wonder anymore. Now that I'm gone, you can have Michael to yourself all winter long." His knuckles whitened on the reins. Was she making some sort of foul insinuation? Did she doubt his manhood? Yanking the reins, he pulled the wagon off the road and stopped. She stiffened, wary. "Why are you stopping?" "You owe me something for the ride." She went very still. "What did you have in mind? What have you got?" He wanted to rub her raw. "I guess you figure when someone does you a favor, you don't owe them anything, right?" She looked away. He caught her arm tightly, and she looked at him again, her face pale. He glared into her cynical blue eyes. "Well, you do. You owe me for this ride." He let her go abruptly. She didn't turn away this time. She just sat looking at him, face smooth and expressionless. "You know, I never made it upstairs at the palace," he said, stabbing deeper. He untied the leather cord in her hair. "I didn't have enough dust to even get my name in the hat." He tugged it free. "I used to wonder what it'd be like to make it to Angel's inner sanctum. And now you want to know for yourself." Paul wanted to make her squirm. Maybe. Angel felt the spiraling begin inside her. Going down, like water in a sinkhole. She had forgotten that everything cost something. She let her breath out and tilted her head slightly. "Well, we might as well get it done." She got down from the wagon seat. Paul stared. He jumped down on the other side and came around to stand in front of her. She was white and tired, and he wasn't sure whether she was bluffing or not. Did she think she could walk 30 miles? He wasn't going to give her the chance to change her mind and go back. "What do you figure on doing?" "Whatever you want, mister." She took off the shawl and draped it over the side of the wagon. Well, her smile mocked him. Did she think he couldn't? Furious, he grabbed her arm and propelled her 100 feet off the road, into the shadows of a thicket. He was rough and quick, his sole desire to hurt and degrade her. She didn't make a sound.
Not one.
Didn't take you long to fall back into old ways, did it? He glared down at her in disgust. Angel stood up slowly and brushed leaves from her skirt. She picked them out of her hair. Paul was filled with distaste. It doesn't even bother you,
Does it?
you've got the morals of a snake. She raised her head slowly and smiled a cold, dead smile. Uncomfortable. He strode back to the wagon. He couldn't wait for this trip to be over. Angel could feel the shaking start. She tied her camisole and buttoned up her shirtwaist, shoving it into the skirt. The trembling became worse. She went into the trees where Paul couldn't see her and dropped to her knees. Clammy sweat broke out on her forehead. She felt cold all over. Closing her eyes, she fought the nausea. Don't think about it, Angel. It doesn't matter if you don't let it.
Pretend it didn't happen.
Her fingers dug painfully into the tree bark, and she vomited. The coldness passed, and the shaking stopped as she stood up. She stood for a long moment waiting for the calm to come. Hurry up, Paul shouted. I want to get there before dark. Chin up. She walked back to the road. Paul glared down at her from the wagon seat. You know what, Angel? You're overrated. You aren't worth more than 2 bits. Something burst inside her. And what are you worth? His eyes narrowed. What do you mean? She came closer and snatched the shawl from the side of the wagon. I know what I am. I never pretended to be anything else. Not once. Not ever. She put her hand on the edge of the wagon seat. And here you are, borrowing Michael's wagon and his horses and his gold, and using his wife. She laughed at him. And what do you call yourself? His brother. His face went from white to red. Then white again. He clenched his fist and looked as though he wanted to kill her. I ought to leave you here. I ought to let you walk the rest of the way. Calm now. In complete control, Angel climbed up onto the wagon seat and sat beside him. She smiled and smoothed her skirt. You can't now.
Can you?
I've paid you. They didn't speak another word the rest of the way.
Part 2. Fear.
Chapter 15. Then Peter came and said to him, Lord,
How?
often shall my brother sin against me and I forgive him? Up to 7 times.
Jesus said to him,
I do not say to you up to 7 times, but up to 70 times 7. Matthew 18:21-22. The palace was gone. Angel stood shivering in the falling snow, mud up to her ankles, and stared at the blackened rubble of what was left. She looked around and saw that the streets were quiet and half deserted. Several buildings were half torn down, the boards and shingles already loaded on wagons. What was happening? Across the street was an open saloon. At least the silver dollar was still in business. She remembered the proprietor, Murphy. He always came up the back stairs. When Angel entered the swinging doors, the few men inside stopped talking and stared. Murphy was at the bar. Well, I'll be. If it ain't Angel, he grinned broadly. I didn't recognize you in those rags. Max, get the lady a blanket. She's wet and half frozen. Hey, gents, look who's back. Little lady, you are a sight for sore eyes. Where you been, sweetheart? Word was you got married to some farmer. He laughed as though it were a great joke. Murphy was loud, and Angel wanted to tell him to shut up. What happened to the palace? She asked quietly, trying to still the shaking inside her. Burned down. I can see that. When? Couple of weeks ago. It was the last bit of excitement we had in these parts. Town's dying. In case you hadn't noticed, the gold that's left in these parts is too hard to get out. Another month or two, and Paradise is going to be stone cold dead. I'll have to move with the strikes or go broke like some have already done. Hochschild saw what was coming and tore his mercantile down weeks ago. He's in Sacramento now, raking in the dust. She tried to still her impatience and raise her waning hope. Where's the Duchess? Duchess?
Oh. She's gone.
Left right after the fire. Sacramento. San Francisco. Don't rightly know where. Someplace bigger than this. You can bet. Angel's heart sank as all her plans disintegrated. Max gave her a blanket, and she wrapped it around herself to ward off the growing chill. Murphy kept on talking. She didn't have a thimble to spit in after Magowan burned the place down around her. Fire killed 2 of her girls. She glanced up sharply. Which girls? Mai Ling. That little celestial flower. I'm going to miss her. Who was the other girl? The drunk. What was her name? Can't remember. Anyway, both of them were trapped upstairs when the blaze started. Nobody could get them out. You could hear them screaming. Gave me nightmares for days afterward.
Oh.
Lucky. What am I going to do without you? Magowan tried to get away, Murphy said. Made it about 5 miles before we caught up with him. Brought him back and hanged him right out there on Main Street. Raised him like a flag.
Took him a long time to die.
He was the meanest. Angel left the bar and sat down at a table. She needed to be alone and get control of her emotions. Murphy came over with a bottle and 2 glasses. He stayed and poured her whiskey. You look down on your luck, honey. He poured another drink for himself. His eyes were dark and bright as he looked her over. You got nothing to worry about, Angel. I've got a spare room upstairs. He glanced around at the men. You could be back in business in 5 minutes on a simple say-so. He leaned closer. All we got to work out is the split. How about 60 for me, 40 for you? You'll get room, board, clothes, whatever you want. I'll take good care of you. The shaking began inside her again. Angel cupped the glass of whiskey between her hands and stared bleakly into the amber liquid. All her prospects were gone. She had no gold, no clothes other than the ones on her back, no food, and no place to stay. She was back where she had started in San Francisco.
Except it was winter now and snowing.
There's never going to be a cabin. Murphy leaned forward. What do you say, Angel? She looked up at him and smiled bitterly. He knew she couldn't say no. I'm never going to be free. Well, what do you say? He ran his finger back and forth on her arm. 50-50. And they pay me, she said, or we don't do business. Murphy leaned back, brows flicking up. He studied her for a long moment and then laughed. Downing his whiskey, he nodded. Fair enough. Providing you give me whatever I want for free. After all, it is my place, isn't it? He waited, and when she made no argument, he smiled. Right now, honey. He stood. Hey, Max. Take over for me. I'm going to show Angel her new digs. She's staying, a man called, looking like Christmas had finally come. Murphy grinned. She's staying. I'm next. How much? Murphy named a high price. Angel drank the glass of whiskey. Shuddering, she stood as Murphy pulled back her chair. Nothing is ever going to change. Her heart beat slower and slower as she went up the stairs. by the time she reached the top, she couldn't feel her heart beating at all. She couldn't feel anything. I should have stayed with Michael. Why didn't I stay with Michael? It would never have worked. Angel. Not in a million years. It did for a while. Until the world caught up. The world has no mercy. Angel. You know that. It was a desert dream. You just left before he was finished using you. Now you're back where you belong. Doing what you were born to do. What did any of it matter?
It was too late to think about what if. It was too late to think about why.
It was too late to think about anything. Murphy wanted the works. When he left, Angel got out of bed. She blew out the lamp. Sitting in the darkened corner, she hugged her knees against her chest and rocked herself. The pain that had begun when Paul showed up in the valley bloomed and expanded and consumed her. Eyes tightly closed, she made no sound, but the room was filled with silent screaming. The days ran together. Nothing much had changed. Instead of the Duchess, Angel now had Murphy. Instead of Magowan, there was the more manageable Max. Her room was smaller, and her clothing less grand. The food was tolerable and plentiful. Men were still the same. Angel sat on the bed, leg crossed and swinging back and forth as a young miner undressed. His hair was still wet and slicked back, and he smelled strongly of harsh soap. He didn't have much to say, which was fine because she didn't want to listen. This one wouldn't take long. Closing down her emotions, closing down her mind, she went to work. The door crashed open, and someone yanked the young man away. Angel drew in a sharp breath as she recognized the face of the man above her. Michael. She pushed herself up.
Oh.
Michael. The young man thudded on the floor. He came to his feet. What are you doing? Swearing, he lunged. Michael hit him and sent him back against the wall. Hauling him up, he hit him again and sent him flying backwards through the open door to crash and sag against the outer wall. Michael snatched up the miner's things and heaved them out on top of him. Kicking the door shut, he turned. Angel was so relieved at the sight of him, she wanted to fall at his feet. But one look at his face and she shrank back. Get dressed. He didn't wait for her to move as he grabbed up her discarded clothing and tossed it at her.
Now.
Heart pounding. She fumbled with the clothing, frantically trying to think of a way to escape him. Before she was fully clothed, he yanked her off the bed, opened the door, and shoved her into the corridor. He hadn't even allowed her to put her shoes on. Murphy was coming. What do you think you're doing? I told you to wait downstairs. That man paid. You can wait your turn. Get out of my way. Murphy spread his feet and balled his fists. You think you can get by me? Angel had seen Murphy in action before and was sure Michael was no match for him. Michael. Please. Michael shoved her roughly to one side and stepped in front of her. Murphy came at him, but Michael moved so fast. Murphy was down before he knew what hit him. Michael caught her wrist and pulled her along again. Before they reached the stairs, Murphy was up. He grabbed her arm and yanked back so hard, she cried out in pain. Michael let go, and she fell against the wall. Murphy came at him again, and this time Michael sent him straight down the stairs. When Michael bent over her, Angel drew back from him. Get up, he bellowed. She didn't dare disobey. He took her arm and shoved her ahead of him. Keep walking and don't stop. Max charged Michael when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Michael used the man's momentum to lift and heave him across a poker table. Two more men came at him, and he pushed her out of the way just before they hit him. The three went crashing back over a faro table. Chips, cards, and men scattered. Two more entered the fracas. "Stop it," she screamed. Sure they would kill him. Frantic, she looked for something to use as a weapon to help, but Michael wasn't down long enough. He kicked one man off of him and was on his feet. She stared, mouth agape, as he fought. He stood his ground, punching hard and fast as the other men came at him. Swinging around, he brought one foot up straight into a man's face. She had never seen anyone fight the way he did. He looked as though he had been doing it all his life instead of plowing furrows and planting corn. He hit square, and he hit hard, and those he hit stayed down. After a few minutes, the men weren't so eager to come at him. Michael stood ready, eyes blazing. "Come on." Then he grated, daring them. "Who else wants to get between me and my wife? Come on." No one moved. Kicking a turntable out of his way, Michael strode toward Angel. He didn't look anything like the man she had come to know in the valley. "I told you to keep walking." He grabbed her arm and swung her toward the doors. His wagon was right outside. Michael caught her up in his arms and tossed her onto the high seat. She had no time to think of escape before he was beside her. He took the reins and snapped them. She had to hang on for dear life. The pace he set was grueling. He didn't slow until they were several miles out of paradise, and when he did, it was out of care for the horses and not her. Angel was afraid even to look at him. She was afraid to say a word. She had never seen him like this before, even that one time when he had lost his temper in the barn. This was not the quiet, patient man she thought she knew. This was a stranger bent on vengeance. She remembered Duke lighting his cheroot and broke out in a cold sweat. Michael wiped blood from his lip. "Make me understand. Angel. Tell me why. Angel." There was a death knell in the name. "Let me off this wagon. You're coming home with me, so you can kill me? Jesus. Are you listening to her? Why'd you give me this stupid, stubborn woman? Let me off. Not a chance. You're not skipping out of this. We have some things to settle." The look in his eyes was so full of violence. She jumped. She hit heavily and rolled. Regaining her breath, she clambered to her feet and ran. Michael drew back hard on the reins and veered the wagon off the road. He jumped down and started after her. "Angel." He could hear her footsteps fleeing into the woods. "It's getting dark. Stop running before you break your neck." She didn't stop. She tripped over a root and fell so hard she knocked her wind out. She lay gasping on the ground and could hear Michael close behind. He was walking fast, slapping branches out of his way until he spotted her. Angel scrambled to her feet and ran from him in terror, heedless of the branches that slapped her face. Michael cut her off and caught her shoulders. Stumbling, she took him down with her. He turned his body so he landed first and tried to roll her. She kicked and twisted, fighting for freedom. Flinging her onto her back, he pinned her down. When she tried to claw his face, he caught her wrists and held them against the ground. "That's enough." She lay panting for breath, her eyes enormous. Getting his breath back, he yanked her to her feet. The minute he loosened his hold, she tried to run again. He swung her back and took a blow. He almost hit her back, but he knew if he hit her once, he wouldn't stop. He let go of her, but each time she tried to flee, he swung her back. Finally, she attacked, slapping, hitting, and kicking at him. He blocked her blows, all without retaliating. When she sagged, Michael pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Her whole body was shaking violently. He could feel the fear radiating from her. And rightly so. His rage frightened him. If he had hit her back once, he would have killed her. He had almost gone out of his mind when she left him. He searched on foot until he found the wagon marks and realized what had happened. She had left with Paul. She was on her way back to paradise. He went home, hurt and furious at them both. The long wait for Paul's return from town had been the closest thing to hell he had ever experienced. Why had Paul done it? Why hadn't he sent her home instead of taking her with him? But Michael knew. Paul brought the wagon and horses back. He said Hochschild moved to Sacramento, and that was why it had taken him so long. It was clear he wasn't going to volunteer any information about Amanda. Michael asked straight out. Paul had little to say other than yes. He had driven her back to paradise. It was her idea to leave. I didn't talk her into it, Paul said, pale and scared. What struck Michael hardest was the guilt etched deeply into his grieving face. He didn't have to ask anything more. He knew what else had happened on the road. Or in paradise. Michael.
I'm sorry.
I swear it wasn't my fault. I tried to tell you what she was. Get out of my sight. Paul. Go home and stay there.
And he did.
Michael almost didn't come and get her back after that. She deserved whatever she got. She went looking for it. Didn't she?
He wept.
He cursed her. He had loved her.
And she betrayed him.
She might as well have stuck a knife in his guts and twisted it. But at night, in the dark, he remembered those first days when she had been so sick and he had been given a glimpse of her soul. She had said a lot in her delirium, drawing pictures of the wretchedness of her life. Did she even know any better? He remembered Paul's reaction to her and her own anger. He had seen her hurt, though she had denied it fiercely. He had to go and get her back. She was his wife. Until death do us part. He prepared himself for anything on the way to paradise, but when he walked into that room and saw for himself what she was doing, he had almost lost all reason. If he hadn't seen her eyes or heard the way she said his name, he would have killed them both. But he had seen and heard it. For one brief, unguarded instant, he'd known what she really felt. Relief. Relief so profound it stopped him cold. But it didn't mean the instinctive rage at her betrayal wasn't still there, bubbling just below the surface. Michael shuddered and drew back from her. Come on, he said tightly. We're going home. He took her hand and started back through the woods. Angel wanted to resist, but was afraid. What was he going to do to her now? In this mood, could he be as brutal as Duke? Why did you come for me? You're my wife. I left the ring on the table. I didn't steal it. That didn't change a thing. We're still married. You could have just forgotten about it. He stopped and glared at her. It's a lifetime commitment in my book. Lady. It's not an arrangement you nullify when things get a little tough to bear. She searched his face in confusion. Even after you just found me, he started walking again, pulling her along with him. She didn't understand him. She didn't understand him at all. Why? Because I love you, he said thickly. He swung her around in front of him, his eyes tormented. That's simple. Amanda. I love you. When are you going to understand what that means? Her throat tightened, and she hung her head. They walked the rest of the way in silence. He lifted her onto the wagon seat. She shifted over as he pulled himself up beside her. She looked at him bleakly. Your kind of love can't feel good. Does your kind feel any better? She looked away. He unlooped the reins. Right now, love doesn't have an awful lot to do with feelings, he said grimly. Don't misunderstand. I'm as human as the next man. I feel all right. I feel plenty right now, a lot I wish I didn't. He shook his head, his face strained with hurt and anger. I felt like killing you when I walked in that room, but I didn't. I feel like beating sense into you right now, but I won't. He looked at her with dark eyes. And no matter how much it hurts, and no matter how much I feel like hurting you back for what you've done, I'm not going to. He snapped the reins and set off again. Angel tried to shove her feelings down, but they kept coming up, choking her. She clenched her fists, fighting it. You knew what I was. You knew. She wanted him to understand. Michael. It's all I've ever been. It's all I'm ever going to be. That's pure, unadulterated horse manure. When are you going to stop wallowing in it? She looked away, shoulders sagging. You just don't understand. It's never going to be the way you want it to be.
It can't be.
Even if there ever could have been a chance. That's gone now. Don't you see? His eyes impaled hers. Are you talking about Paul? He told you. He didn't have to. It was written all over his face. Angel offered no defense. She offered no excuses. Shoulders limp, she stared straight ahead. Michael saw she took the whole blame on herself. But she and Paul were both going to have to deal with it. So was he. He faced the road again and was silent for a long time. Why did you go back? I just don't get it. She closed her eyes, searching for a good enough reason. She could find none and swallowed hard. To get my gold, she said bleakly. Admitting it aloud made her feel small and hollow. What for? I want a little cabin in the woods. You've already got one. She could hardly speak past the lump of pain in her chest. She pressed her hand against it. I want to be free, Michael. Just once in my whole life. Free. Her voice broke. She bit her lip and clutched at the side of the wagon seat, so hard the wood dug into her hands. Michael's face softened. The anger vanished, but not the hurt, not the sorrow. You are free.
You just don't know it yet.
It was a long, quiet ride back to the valley. Chapter 16. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heave-in of hell. A hell of heaven. Milton. Michael couldn't get it out of his head. She made no apology. She gave no excuses. She just sat, wordless, back straight, head up, hands clenched in her lap as though she were going into battle instead of going home. Would she rather reject his gift and live in eternal darkness than open her mind and heart to him? Was her pride the only thing that mattered? He didn't understand. Angel sat in silent torment. She struggled against the emotions tearing at her, remorse, guilt, confusion. They became a solid mass, a hardened lump growing in her throat and chest, like a cancer spreading pain into every limb. She was afraid. The hope she thought long since dead was resurrected. She had forgotten the small light that had sometimes flickered inside her as a child. Something would strike its spark, and it would grow, until Duke crushed it. She tried to crush it now, with logic. Nothing could be the same. Whatever might have grown between her and Michael was ruined. She knew that. The moment Paul had used her, she had thrown her last chance away. I did it to myself. I did it to myself. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. Her mother's words haunted her. Unbearable memories of a forsaken life. Why was she feeling this small light again when she knew it would only be destroyed in the end? Just as it always had been. Hope was cruel. Only the aroma of sustenance before a starving child. Not milk. Not meat.
Oh, God.
I can't hope for anything. I can't. I won't survive if I do. But it was there, a tiny spark glowing in the darkness. As they reached the valley at first light, Angel felt the building warmth of the sun on her shoulders and remembered Michael dragging her with him through the night to face the sunrise. That's the life I want to give you. She hadn't understood then what he offered. She had not comprehended until she walked up the stairs at the Silver Dollar Saloon and sold her soul into slavery again. It's too late. Angel. Then why is he bringing me back? Why didn't he just leave me in paradise? Duke brought you back.
Too.
Didn't he? Several times. She had always seen retribution in Duke's dark eyes. He had made her suffer. Yet it had been easier to take what he did to her than to watch the suffering he brought on others who dared aid her. Like Johnny, before Duke dispatched him forever. But Michael wasn't like Duke. She had never seen that sheen of calculated cruelty in his eyes. She had never felt it in his hands. There's a price for everything. Angel. You know that. You've always known. What kind of price would he require for bringing her back from hell? What price for saving her from her own folly?
She shook inside.
Michael swung the wagon around in the yard in front of the cabin and tied the reins securely. Angel started to climb down, but his hand clamped her wrist. Sit tight. His voice was heavy, and she sat silently awaiting his command. When he came around to lift her down, she closed her eyes, afraid to look into his. He set her on the ground gently. Go into the house, he told her. I'm going to see to the horses. Angel pushed the cabin door open and felt her whole being permeated with a sense of relief. I'm home. For how long?
Angel?
Long enough to make you suffer before he casts you out again? She couldn't let herself think of that right now. She entered and looked around for changes. Everything was so familiar, so plain, so dear. The rough table, the willow chairs before the fireplace, the bed made out of the wagon bed, the worn quilts his sister had made. Angel moved to lay a fire and make the rumpled bed. Picking up a red wool shirt, she pressed her face into it and inhaled the scent of Michael's body. He was the earth and sky and wind. Her breath stopped. What have I done? Why did I throw it all away? Paul's words came back. You're not even worth 2 bits. It was true. She was a prostitute, and that's all she would ever be. It hadn't even taken a day for her to fall right back into her old ways. Trembling, she folded the shirt carefully and tucked it away in his drawer. She had to stop thinking. She had to get by as she had always done before. But how could she now?
How?
Her desperate mind worked for answers, and none came. I'll do whatever he wants for as long as he wants if he'll let me stay.
If he'll only let me.
Though she had no appetite. She knew Michael would be hungry when he came in. She took great care with breakfast. While the porridge cooked, she dusted and swept. An hour passed, then another. Still Michael didn't return. What was he thinking? Was his anger growing? Had he already changed his mind about bringing her back here? Would he kick her out now? Where would she go if he did? Memories of Duke made her stomach twist. He's not like Duke. Every man is Duke when betrayed. Her mind circled like a bird searching for carrion. Her self-defense roused and took up arms against Michael. No one had forced him to come after her. If he was hurt about what he had seen, he had only himself to blame. It wasn't her fault he walked in when he did. It wasn't her fault he came at all. Why didn't he just leave her alone in the first place? She had never tried to fool him. What did he expect? He knew from the beginning what he was getting. He knew what she was. What am I? Her mind cried out.
Who am I?
I don't even have a name of my own anymore. Is there even a piece of Sarah left? She kept seeing his eyes, and the hot heaviness of her own heart was unbearable. Finally, she could bear it no more and went out to find him. He wasn't in the field, though the horses were grazing. He was nowhere to be seen. Finally, she entered the barn quietly and saw him. He was sitting, head in his hands, weeping. Her heart sank as she watched, and the ease she sought became an even heavier burden. I've wounded him. I might as well have taken a knife and stabbed it into his very heart. It would have been better if Magowan had killed me. It would have been better if I had never been born. Hugging herself, she went back to the cabin and sank to her knees before the fire. It was her fault. All the ifs flooded her. If she had never left Duke, if she had never gotten on that barkentine, if she hadn't sold herself to any passerby on the muddy streets of San Francisco, or gone with Duchess, if she had ignored Paul, if she had stayed here and never left, if she hadn't gone back to Paradise, or gone up those stairs with Murphy. If the endless, twisting, downward staircase. But I did all of it. I did. And now it's too late. And Michael sits crying while I haven't a tear for anything. She held herself and rocked back and forth. Why was I ever born? Why? She stared down at her hands. For this? She could feel the filth of her trade covering them. Her whole body was fouled inside and out. Michael had taken her straight out of the abyss and offered her a chance, and she had thrown it away. Then he came again and took her straight from her soiled bed to his home, and staying true to her own stupidity, she had spent the whole morning cleaning the cabin and had not once thought to cleanse herself. Searching frantically, she found soap and ran for the creek. Stripping off her clothing and heedlessly casting it aside,
she waded in.
The icy air and water bit her flesh. But she didn't care. All she wanted was to be clean, to wash it all away, everything from as far back as she could remember. Maybe right to the very moment of her conception. Michael rose and hung up the harnesses. He came out of the barn and walked slowly back to the cabin. What could become of a marriage so fouled by sexual betrayal? She never loved me in the first place. Why should I expect her loyalty? She never really promised it. I made her say the vows. She never said a word about being sorry, Lord. Not one word in 30 miles. Have I made a mistake? Was it your voice I heard? Or was it my own flesh? Why are you doing this to me? He should have left her in paradise. She is your wife. Yes. But I don't know if I can forgive her. The image of her in bed with another man was branded in his mind.
He couldn't get it out of his head.
I loved her.
Lord.
I loved her enough to die for her.
And she did this to me.
Maybe she's beyond redemption. How do you forgive someone who doesn't even care enough to want to be forgiven? What does she want? Michael? Freedom. She wants freedom. The cabin was neat. A cozy fire was burning. The table was set and his breakfast ready. Only Angel was missing. Michael swore for the first time in years. Let her go back. I don't care. I'm sick of the struggle. He kicked the pot free of the iron bar. How many times am I supposed to go after her and bring her back? He sat for a while in the willow chair, but his anger just kept building. He would go find her again, and this time he would give her a good piece of his mind. He would tell her if she wanted to leave so badly, he'd even give her a ride back. Slamming out of the cabin, he stood outside, arms akimbo, wondering which way she had run off this time. He scanned the landscape and, with some surprise, spotted her standing naked in the creek. He strode down the bank. "What are you doing? If you wanted a bath, why didn't you tote water to the house and warm it?" In a sudden, uncharacteristic act of modesty, she turned her back to him, trying to hide herself. "Go away." He stripped off his jacket. "Come on out of there. You'll catch pneumonia. If you want a bath that badly, I'll tote the water." "Go away," she screamed, dropping to her knees and hunching over. "Don't be a fool." He waded in and caught hold of her, yanking her to her feet. Her fists were full of gravel. Her breasts and belly were raw from scrubbing. "What are you doing to yourself? I have to wash." "You didn't give me the chance. You've washed enough." He tried to put the jacket around her, and she pulled away. "I'm not clean yet, Michael. Just go away and leave me alone." Michael grabbed her roughly. "Will you be finished when you've stripped your skin off? When you've bled? Is that it? Do you think doing this to yourself will make you clean?" He let go of her, afraid he would do her physical harm. "It doesn't work that way," he said through gritted teeth. She blinked and sat down slowly, the icy water swirling around her waist.
"No. I guess not," she said softly.
Her tangled wet hair hung limp around her white face and shoulders. "Come back inside," he said, and helped her up. She came without resistance this time, stumbling as they reached the bank. When she bent for her clothing, he pulled her along without them. Half shoving her into the cabin, he slammed the door. Yanking a blanket from the bed, he threw it to her. "Sit down by the fire." Angel pulled the blanket around her shoulders and sat. She didn't raise her head. Glancing back at her, Michael poured her a cup of coffee. "Drink this." She did as he told her. "You'll be lucky if you don't get sick." "What are you trying to do? Make me feel guilty you went back to prostitution? Make me feel guilty for dragging you out of that brothel again?" "No," she said quietly. He didn't want to pity her. He wanted to shake her until her teeth fell out. He wanted to kill her. "I could.
God.
I could kill her and be glad of it. 70 times 7. I don't want to listen to you. I'm sick of listening. You ask too much. It hurts. Can you understand? Don't you know what she's done to me? 70 times 7. His eyes were hot with tears, his heart pounding like a war drum. She looked like a bedraggled child. Shadows lay dark beneath her blue eyes. Let her suffer. She deserved it. There was a mark on her neck that made him sick. She put her hand over it and turned her face away from him. He could almost see her shrinking. Maybe she had a tiny bit of conscience left. Maybe she did feel a little shame. Oh, but it'd wear off soon enough, and she'd be ready to cut him to ribbons again. "I can't help how I feel.
Lord.
If I thought she could love me, maybe, as you have loved me, it's not the same.
You're God.
I'm only a man. You shouldn't have come for me," she said dully. You should never have come near me in the first place. That's right. Blame me. Maybe she was right. He felt sick. Clenching his hand, he glared down at her. I said vows. And I'm going to stick by them no matter how much they're choking me now. She looked up at him with bleak eyes. You don't have to. She shook her head. It'll work. I'll make it work. Didn't you promise, Lord? Or was I imagining it? Was she right all along, and it was just sexual attraction? You're only fooling yourself, Angel said. You just don't understand. I never should have been born. He laughed derisively. Self-pity. You're drowning in it. Aren't you? You're a blind fool. Angel. You can't see what's right in front of your face. Nor can you. She stared into the fire. I'm not blind. I've had my eyes open all my life. You don't think I know what I'm saying? You don't think it's true? I heard my own father say I was supposed to be aborted. Her voice broke. She regained control and went on more quietly. How can a man like you understand? My father was married. He already had enough children. He told Mama she just wanted to hold over him. I never knew if that was true. He sent her away. He didn't want her anymore. Because of me. He stopped loving her. Because of me. She kept on in that quiet, agonized voice. Mama's parents were decent people in a good neighborhood. They wouldn't take her in, not with an illegitimate child. Even her church turned her away. The blanket fell open, and Michael stared down at the reddened marks on her skin. There were lines of red where she had torn at her own flesh. Jesus! Why are you doing this to me? It was easier retreating into anger than seeing into her tortured soul. We ended up on the docks, she said, emotionless now. She became a prostitute. When the men left, she'd drink herself to sleep while Rab went out and drank the money away. She wasn't very pretty anymore. She died when I was 8. She looked up at him, smiling. Her own mouth curved. So you see, it is true. I shouldn't have been born. It was all a terrible mistake from the beginning. Michael sat down heavily. Tears at the surface again. But not for himself this time. What happened to you then? She bowed her head and clasped her hands tightly together. She didn't look at him. It was a long, heavy silence before she spoke very quietly. Rab sold me to a brothel. Duke has a thing for little girls. Michael shut his eyes. She looked up at him. Of course he was repulsed. What man wouldn't be at the thought of a child fornicating with a grown man? That was just the beginning, she said dully, lowering her head, unable to look at him. You can't even begin to imagine what happened from there. Things done to me. Things I did. She didn't tell him it was a matter of survival. What did it matter? She had chosen to obey. He looked at her through his tears. You think you're to blame for all of it, don't you? Who else? Mama? She loved my father. She loved me. She loved God. A lot of good love ever did her. How can I blame her for anything, Michael? Should I blame Rab? He was just a poor, dull-witted drunk who thought he was doing the best for me. They killed him, right there in the room in front of me, because he knew too much. She shook her head. He didn't have to know everything. You're not to blame. Amanda. Amanda.
Oh. God.
How can you still call me that? Because it's who you are now. When will you ever understand? She cried out in frustration. It doesn't matter who does things to you. You can't pretend they didn't happen. She clutched the blanket around her, hugging herself. You take it all into yourself. What's happened is what I am. You said it yourself, and you're right. I can't wash it away. I can't get clean. I could strip my skin off. I could drain my blood. It wouldn't make any difference. It's like a foul stench I can't get rid of no matter how hard I try. And I've tried. Michael,
I have.
I swear to you. I've fought and I've run. I've wanted to die. I almost succeeded with Ma Gowan. Almost. Don't you see? Nothing matters. Nothing ever made any difference. I'm a prostitute, and that's what I was meant to be. That's a lie.
No.
It isn't. It isn't. He leaned toward her. But she drew back, hugging herself even more tightly and looking away. Amanda. We'll make it through this, he said. We will. I swear a covenant with you.
No.
We won't make it. Just take me back. When he shook his head, she pleaded.
Please.
I don't belong here with you. Find someone else. Better than you. You mean? Her face was white as death. Her pain stark and raw. Yes. Michael reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. But she withdrew from him. He knew why now. And it pierced him to the core that she thought she was so unclean he shouldn't even touch her. Do you think I'm such a saint? He said hoarsely. Only moments ago he had denied love and God himself, and even longed to kill his own wife. What was the difference in murder by hand or thought? His fleshly nature had relished thoughts of retribution, even lusted for it. He went down on his knees and held her shoulders. I should have run all the way to paradise, he said thickly. I shouldn't have waited for Paul to come home with his tail between his legs. She raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes, wanting to end it quickly, once and for all. I gave him sex just to pay for the ride back. The pain of those words hit him hard. But he didn't give up on her. Michael lifted her chin. Look at me. Amanda. I'm never taking you back. Not ever. We belong together. You're a fool. Michael Hosea. A poor, blind fool. She shivered violently. Michael got up to get her a dry blanket. When he turned, her eyes were on him, and they were filled with fear. What is it? He said, frowning. Do you think I mean to harm you? She closed her eyes tightly. You want what I don't have. I can't love you. Even if I was able, I wouldn't. He hunkered down, took the damp blanket from her, and covered her with the dry quilt. Why not? Because I spent the first 8 years of my life watching my mother do penance for loving a man. He tipped her chin. The wrong man, he said firmly. I'm not the wrong man, Amanda. He straightened and dug in his pocket. Kneeling down before her, he dug beneath the quilt and found her hand. He slipped his mother's wedding ring back on her finger, just to keep it official. He touched her cheek tenderly and smiled. She hung her head and pulled her hand back beneath the heavy folds of wool. She clenched it against her breasts and felt every self-inflicted scratch and bruise. But far worse was the feeling blooming inside her. The spark was becoming a fire. Michael took a cloth and dried her hair. When he finished, he pulled her close and cradled her in his arms. Flesh of my flesh, he whispered against her hair. Blood of my blood. Angel closed her eyes tightly. His desire for her would diminish with time. He would stop loving her the same way her father had stopped loving Mama. And if she let herself love Michael the way Mama had loved Alex Stafford, he would tear her heart out. I don't want to weep myself to sleep on a rumpled bed and drink my life away. Michael felt her trembling. I can't send you away without cutting myself in half, he said. You're already part of me. He brushed his lips against her temple. We'll start over. We'll put what's happened behind us. How can we? What's done is done. It's all inside me, carved in stone. Then we'll dig it out and bury it. She gave a bleak, humorless laugh. You'll have to bury me. His heart lightened. All right, he said. We'll baptize you. Not just with water, but with the Spirit if she would ever allow it. He kissed her hair and held her. It was ironic how close he felt to her now, closer than he ever had before. He stroked her hair back. I learned a long time ago we've control of little in this world, Amanda. It doesn't belong to us. It's out of our hands, like being born or being sold into prostitution at 8. All we can change is the way we think and the way we live. She gave a shuddering sigh. And you've made up your mind to keep me with you for a while. Not for a while.
Permanently.
I'm hoping you'll make up your mind to stay. He caressed her skin tenderly. Whatever anyone else has said and done to you, it's up to you now to make the decision. You can decide to trust me. She searched his face uncertainly. Just like that.
Yes. Just like that.
One day at a time. She studied him for a moment, then nodded. Life had been too unbearable the other way not to try Michael's. Stroking her cheek with his thumb, he kissed her mouth. Her lips softened beneath his, and she clutched the front of his shirt. When he raised his mouth from hers, she rested her cheek against his chest. He felt her body relax completely into his. Michael closed his eyes.
Lord, forgive me.
You said go to her, and I let pride stand in my way. You said she needed me, and I didn't believe. You said love her, and I thought it would be easy.
Help me.
Open my heart and mind so that I will love her as you have loved me. The fire crackled softly, and a steady warmth built within Michael as he held his young wife, and sometime within the space of a shuddering sigh, he ceased thinking of her as Angel, the harlot he loved and who had betrayed him, and saw her instead as the nameless child who had been broken and was still lost. Chapter 17. You are our letter written not in ink, but with the Spirit of the living God,
Not on stone tablets,
but on tablets of human hearts.
2 Coríntios 3:2-3.
Forgiveness was a foreign word. Grace inconceivable. Angel wanted to make up for what she had done, and she sought to do it by labor. Mama had never been forgiven, not even after 1,000 Hail Marys and Our Fathers. So how could Angel be forgiven by a single word? She worked to make it up to Michael. When she was finished with her own chores, she sought him out and asked for more to do. If he plowed, she walked behind him and pulled up the rocks, toting them to the stone wall growing between the fields. When he downed trees, she hacked off the branches with a hatchet, piled and tied them into bundles, and stacked them inside the barn to dry for kindling. When he split wood, she stacked it. She even took up a shovel to help him dig up stumps. He never asked her to do anything, so she looked for things to do for him. By nightfall, she was exhausted but could not sit idle. Idleness made her feel guilty. Rather than pleasing him, she found he withdrew from her more each day. He was quiet, watchful, pensive. Was he already regretting his impulsiveness at bringing her back? One evening, she struggled with her weariness as he read. His voice was deep and rich, and she drifted,
exhausted,
fighting to keep her eyes open. He closed the book and put it back on the mantel. You're working too hard. She pushed herself up straighter and looked at the mending in her hands. Her hands were shaking. I'm just not used to this kind of work yet. You've enough to do without thinking you have to take on half of what I do as well. You're dead on your feet. I suppose I'm not very good company. When Michael put his hand on her shoulder, he felt her wince. You ache all over from toting those rocks yesterday. And this morning you were shoveling manure from that stall. I needed it for the garden. Tell me and I'll take care of it. But you said the garden was my responsibility. There was no use in talking to her. She was set on doing penance. I'm going to go out and walk a while. Go on to bed. He went up to the hill and sat, forearms resting on his knees. So what do I do now? Nothing was the same as it had been. It was as though they both walked side by side, never touching, never talking. She had cut herself wide open and poured her insides out to him the night he brought her home. Now she lay bleeding to death and wouldn't allow the healing to come. She hoped to please him by working like a slave when all he wanted was her love. He raked a hand back through his hair and held his head.
So,
what do I do? Lord? What do I do? Tend my lamb.
How?
Michael said to the night sky. Entering the cabin quietly, he saw she was asleep in the chair. He lifted her gently and put her to bed. She looked so young and vulnerable. How far was she removed from the child raped at 8? Not far enough. No wonder she had never seen sex as having anything to do with love. How could she? He knew he didn't know the half of what she had gone through. He knew the only one who could mend a ruptured soul was God, and she wanted no part of him. How do I teach a hurt child to trust you when the only father she knew hated her and wanted her dead? How do I teach her the world isn't all bad when the priest turned her mother away? Lord, she was sold into bondage to a man who sounds like Satan himself. How do I convince her there are good people in the world when everyone she has ever known used her and then condemned her for it? Michael lifted a strand of her pale hair and rubbed it between his fingers. He hadn't made love to her since bringing her home.
He wanted to.
His body yearned for her. But then he would remember her lifeless voice as she said, Duke has a thing for little girls, and his desire evaporated. What was she thinking all those times we were together? Was I just like all the others, taking my pleasure at her expense? She had always seemed so strong. And she was strong enough to take unspeakable abuse and survive. Strong enough to adapt to anything. Strong enough to lock herself away inside walls she thought would make her safe.
What choice had she then?
How could she even comprehend what he offered her now? She was just a child.
Lord.
Why did you let it happen? Jesus. I don't understand.
Why?
Aren't you supposed to protect the weak and innocent? Why didn't you protect her? Why didn't you help her?
Why?
How is Angel any different from Hosea's wife, Gomer, sold to the prophet by her own father? A child of prostitution. An adulteress. Was Gomer ever redeemed by her husband's love? God had redeemed Israel countless times. Christ had redeemed the world. But what about Gomer, Lord? What about Angel? What about my wife? Tend my lamb. You keep saying that, but I don't know how. I don't know what you mean. I'm not a prophet, Lord. I'm a simple farmer. I'm not up to the task you've set for me. My love hasn't been enough.
She's still there in the pit, dying.
I reach for her, but she won't take my hand. She'll kill herself trying to earn my love when it's hers already. Trust in me with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. I'm trying. Jesus. I'm trying. Dejected, Michael sat down on the edge of the bed. Tessie's skirt slid off and landed in a heap on the floor. He picked it up and looked at the threadbare fabric. Frowning, he tossed it back on the bed. He picked up the faded shirtwaist and looked at it. He rubbed it between his fingers. The first time he had come to Angel in her upstairs room, she had been in satin and lace. Now he dressed her in rags. Not even her own, but those of his dead sister. Not once had Amanda asked for anything to replace them, and he had been too caught up in his own bleak thoughts and labor to give time to it. Well, that was going to change. They weren't so far away from Sacramento that they couldn't make a trip to see Joseph, who would be well stocked with his merchant's sharp mind on the coming influx of families. Michael went to Paul and asked him to watch over the stock while he and Amanda were away. At the mention of her name, Paul paled. "You brought her back?"
Yes.
"I brought her home." Paul fell silent, his face stiff. When Michael reminded him she was his wife, Paul agreed to take care of things. "I'll settle up with Joseph while we're in Sacramento," Michael said. "Thanks just the same, but I'll make my own arrangements." Michael hesitated, then nodded. He felt the rift between them growing wider. Paul and his insufferable, stiff-necked pride. Paul and his guilt. Michael loaded the wagon with sacks of potatoes, boxes of onions, and crates of winter apples while Amanda stood in the barn doorway, hugging her shawl around her shoulders. She didn't ask any questions. "Paul's going to watch the stock," Michael said as he pulled the canvas top over the produce. "I can do that." "You didn't need to ask him. You're going with me." That clearly took her aback. He smiled. "Make some extra biscuits this evening. We'll pack a couple cans of beans and be on our way in the morning." They left at sunrise. Amanda said very little on the way. They stopped for a noon meal and started off again, driving until dusk before Michael made camp 100 yards off the road. It was cold, the sky clear. Amanda gathered wood while Michael dug a wide pit and pitched a lean-to over it. After they ate supper, he shoveled hot coals into the earthen hollow. He spread a layer of dirt over them, then pine boughs and canvas before the blankets. Angel sank into the bed gratefully, her body aching from the bouncing wagon. A coyote howled, and she edged closer to Michael. He put his arm around her and she pressed against him, fitting him like a puzzle piece. He turned to her and kissed her, his fingers digging into her hair. But after a moment he withdrew and lay back staring up at the stars. Angel moved away. "You don't want me anymore, do you?" He didn't look at her as he spoke. "I want you too much. I just can't stop thinking of what it must have been like for you as a child. I should never have told you anything." He turned his head to her. "Why not?" "So I could keep on taking my pleasure and never understand the cost to you." "It doesn't cost me anything, Michael." "Not anymore." "Then why did I have to force you to say my name?" She couldn't answer that. Michael turned toward her and tenderly caressed her face. "I want your love, Amanda. I want you to feel the pleasure I feel when I touch you. I want to please you as much as you've pleased me." "You always want too much." "I don't think so. I think it's just going to take time. It's going to take us getting to know one another better. It's going to take trust." Angel stared up at the star-studded sky. "I knew soiled doves who fell in love. It never worked." "Why not?" "Because they became obsessive just like Mama, and they were just as miserable." Angel counted herself lucky she lacked the ability to love. She thought she did once, but it was only an illusion. Even Johnny had turned out to be only a means of escape. You're not a prostitute anymore. Amanda. You're my wife. Michael smiled ruefully and toyed with a tendril of blonde hair. You can love me as much as you want and feel safe. Falling in love meant you lost control of your emotions and your will and your life. It meant you lost yourself. And Angel couldn't risk that. Even with this man. What do you feel when I touch you? He asked, running a fingertip down her cheek. She looked at him. What do you want me to feel? Forget what I want. What goes on inside you? She knew he would wait until she answered. And she knew he would know if she lied. I don't really feel anything. I guess. Frowning, he kept touching her face. He loved the feel of her soft, smooth skin. When I touch you, my whole body comes alive. I feel the warmth all through me. I can't even describe how wonderful it feels when we make love. She looked away again. Did he have to talk about it? We've got to find a way to help you like it just as much as I do, he said, and lay back beside her again. Does it matter that much? Why should it matter at all whether I feel anything or not? It matters to me. The pleasure is meant to be shared. Michael put his arm around her. Come here. Just let me hold you. She turned to nestle her head against his shoulder and relaxed. She put her arm across his broad chest. He was so warm and solid. I don't know why it bothers you, she said. It never bothered anyone else what she thought or felt, just as long as she did what she was supposed to do. It bothers me because I love you. Maybe he just didn't understand the facts of life. Maybe he was functioning under some illusion. Women aren't supposed to really enjoy sex. Michael. It's all an act. Did someone tell you that? A few. A man or woman? Both. Well, I know that's not the way the Lord intended it to be. She laughed derisively. God? You're so naive. Sex is the great original sin. He threw Adam and Eve right out of the garden because of it. So she did know something about the Bible. Probably from her mother. And she had her theology twisted. Sex had nothing to do with why they were cast out. Eve's sin was trying to be God. That's why she wanted the apple, so she would know all and be like the Lord. She was deceived. Adam was weak and went along with what she said rather than follow what God had told him. Angel drew away slightly and stared up again. She wished she hadn't brought up the subject. Whatever you say. You're the expert. He smiled. I studied the scripture before we were together that first time. She glanced at him in surprise. Your Bible told you what to do? He laughed. Knowing what to do wasn't the problem. It was the how I worried about. Song of Solomon told me a man and woman's passion is intended to be mutual. His smile dissolved, and he looked troubled. A shared blessing. Angel moved out of his embrace and looked up at the stars. It made her uncomfortable when he started talking about God. The great I am hovering and watching her. Mama said God could see everything, even when the lantern was extinguished, even when you were in bed with someone. She said God even knew what you were thinking. The great spy in the sky, eavesdropping on her every thought. Angel shivered. The vast darkness of the night sky frightened her. Every sound seemed amplified and ominous. There really wasn't anyone up there. Was there? It was all in Mama's head. It was all in Michael's. Wasn't it? You're shaking. Are you cold? I'm not used to sleeping in the open. Michael drew her closer and pointed out Orion's belt, the the Big Dipper, and Pegasus. Angel listened to the deep resonance of his voice. He was not uneasy with the darkness or the sounds, and after a while, in his arms, she wasn't either. Long after he slept, she lay awake looking at the pictures he had drawn in the night sky, but it was God she dared not contemplate. They set off just past dawn the next morning. As they came down out of the foothills, the grass was a brilliant green from the fall rains. Massive oak trees dotted the landscape. A stage came up the hill, horses in full gallop. Michael leaned protectively toward Angel as it roared past, splattering mud up as it went. As they reached the outskirts of Sacramento, Angel was amazed at what she saw. A year ago, she had traveled through a swarming tent and clapboard settlement with the Duchess, Mai Ling, and Lucky. Now it was a booming metropolis with a look of permanence. Streets were thronged with wagons and men on foot. Some men looked prosperous in their suits, while others appeared to have just arrived from the gold fields, packs and shovels on their hunched backs. There were even some women in dark linsey-woolsey dresses and woolen capes. A few had children with them. As Michael drove down a wide street, Angel saw a grand hotel front, 2 eateries, half a dozen saloons, a barber shop with men standing in line outside, and a real estate office. On the next block were a construction company and a haberdashery with a display of denim pants, heavy overcoats, and wide-brimmed hats. To Angel's left stood a miner's variety store, a theater, and an assayer's office. On the other was a 2-story building advertising baling and barbed wire, nails, and horseshoes. More mining supply shops and a seed store followed, flanked by a wagon wheel and barrel warehouse. An apothecary advertising plasters had more than a dozen men lined up on the boardwalk. Another stage rolled by, kicking up more mud. Paul said Joseph was down near the river, Michael said, turning down another street. Makes it easier for him to get his merchandise from the ships coming up the American from San Francisco. Michael saw how the men noticed Angel all along the drive through town. She was a rare gem in a city of mud. They would stop and stare, some thinking to remove their hats despite the rain that had begun. Angel sat beside him, back straight, head up, completely unaware. Reaching back over the seat, Michael got the blanket. Wrap yourself in this. It'll keep you dry and warm. She unbent enough to glance at him, but he saw the uneasiness in her expression as she put the blanket around her shoulders. Angel saw ships' masts ahead of them. Michael turned up a street that ran along the river. Hochschild's store, which was next door to a big saloon, was twice the size of his mercantile in Paradise. The sign over the door boasted, "Everything under the sun." Michael drove the wagon up front and set the brake. Jumping down, he came around and lifted Angel from the high seat, carrying her across the mud to the boardwalk. 2 young men came out of the mercantile. They stopped talking when they saw her. Whipping their hats off, both stared like poleaxed mules, neither noticing Michael stomping the mud off his boots. When he glanced over, he smiled and took her arm. "If you gentlemen will excuse us." They stammered apologies and moved out of the doorway. Spotting a Franklin stove near the back of the store, Angel told Michael she would get warm while he conducted his business. She glanced to where Joseph was up a ladder, taking canned goods from a high shelf and dropping them to an assistant who boxed them for a waiting customer. She noticed the 2 young men come back inside the store as Michael wove his way past several tables displaying tools, household goods, jackets, and boots to reach the counter. "What sort of grocer are you?" "Not a potato in the place." Joseph looked down with a start, then grinned broadly from his perch. "Michael." He came down the ladder with quick agility and extended his hand. Ordering his assistant to finish the order, he took Michael aside. He glanced once in her direction and then looked again with obvious surprise. Michael turned and looked back at her with a smile and said something to Joseph as he winked at her. Looking away, she stood as close to the stove as she could. One of the young men came over to stand with her. She ignored him, but she could feel him staring at her. The other joined him. She drew her shawl more tightly around herself and gave them both a cold look, hoping they'd take the hint and leave her alone. They looked thin, their coats patched. "I'm Percy," one said. He was smooth-cheeked like the other, but his skin was darkly tanned. I just got back from the Tuolumne. Sorry to be staring.
Ma'am.
But it's been a month of Sundays since I've seen a lady. He nodded toward his companion. This is my partner, Ferguson. Angel looked at Ferguson and he blushed. She rubbed her arm, trying to ease the chill, and wished they would go away. She didn't care who they were, where they came from, or what they had been doing. Her silence was meant to discourage them, but Percy took it as encouragement and talked about his home in Pennsylvania, the 2 sisters, 3 younger brothers, and Mama and Papa he had left behind. I've been writing and telling them how good the land is, he said. They're thinking of coming out and bringing Ferguson's family with them. Michael was coming toward them, his expression inscrutable. Angel was afraid he might think she was drumming up business. He put his hand beneath her arm possessively, but smiled. Percy introduced himself and Ferguson again. Hope you don't mind us talking to your wife. Sir. Not at all, but I was about to offer you both some work helping me unload my wagon. They accepted with alacrity, and Angel was relieved to see the back of them. She glanced up at Michael to judge his mood. He smiled. They were harmless and lonely, he said. If they'd been looking at you like a piece of meat, I might have felt like busting some heads. But they weren't, were they? No, she gave a faint, mocking laugh. One said it was a long time since he had seen a lady. Well, you are a married lady. He nodded toward some tables. Joseph has some cloth I want you to look over. Pick what you like. He led her between tables stacked with mining gear and stopped at one piled high with bolts of cloth. Enough for 3 dresses. He went to help the boys unload. Thinking what Michael might like, she selected one of dark gray linsey-woolsey and another of brown. When he came back, he didn't look pleased by her selections. Just because Tess wore brown and black doesn't mean you have to. He cast the bolts onto another table and yanked a bolt of light blue linsey-woolsey from the bottom. This would suit you better. It's more expensive. We can afford it. He took out another bolt of light rust and a muted yellow plaid to match. Next he pulled out a forest green and a flower-patterned gingham. Joseph brought out 2 more bolts of flowered cotton. I just got these. More on the way. I'm stocking up as I can. Husbands are bringing their wives and children now. He nodded and smiled at her. Hello, Angel. It's a pleasure seeing you again. I've got a box of buttons, a bolt of white lawn, and 2 of red flannel, too, if you're interested in taking a look. We are, Michael said. She needs wool stockings, boots, gloves, and a good coat. Joseph went off to see to it. Michael took up a bolt of blue and white gingham. What do you think of this for curtains? It would be pretty, she said, and watched him stack it with the other bolts of cloth. Joseph came back with the buttons and gave them to her to make selections. How long will it take you to get us a stove? Michael asked. Got a shipment coming in any time. Tell me how big a stove you want, and I'll hold it for you. Michael gave him the dimensions, and Angel put her hand on his arm. Michael. It's too big, she whispered. Besides, we've got the fireplace. A stove's more efficient and doesn't burn as much wood. It'll keep the cabin warm through the night. But how much is it? Don't argue with him, Angel. At the price he's asking for his potatoes and carrots, he can afford a stove. As long as you don't mark up your stoves the way you mark up your vegetables, she retorted. The men laughed. Maybe I ought to let my wife do the bargaining, Michael said. When he said he wanted a set of dishes, Angel went back to stand by the Franklin stove. If he meant to spend every penny he had to his name, it was none of her business. Joseph asked them to stay for supper and insisted they spend the night in his own quarters. It was the least he could do after emptying Michael's coffers. There's not a hotel room to be had in the whole township, what with the men coming down out of the mountains to winter here, Joseph said, ushering them upstairs. Besides, it's been a long time since you and I have had a conversation. He slapped Michael on the back. The upstairs apartment was well furnished and comfortable. I bought everything for next to nothing. Fellow from the east came sailing and loaded to the beam with Chippendale and fancy sofas, thinking he was going to outfit the new millionaires in their mansions. He also had a ton of mosquito netting and enough Panama hats to last the population along the isthmus a decade. He welcomed them into a neat parlor that overlooked the river. A Mexican cook served a savory meal of roast beef and potatoes on elegant china. Joseph poured a fine imported tea for them. Even the knives, forks, and spoons were silver. Joseph did most of the talking. I think I've just about convinced my family to leave New York and come west. Mama said the only way she'll agree is if I'll take a wife. Michael grinned across the table at him. Did you tell her to bring you one? I didn't have to. She already had one picked out and packed up, ready to come west. Dinner finished, Joseph poured coffee. The two men talked politics and religion. Neither agreed with the other's viewpoint, but the conversation continued amicably, unabated. She was drowsy. She didn't care that California had become a state, or that mining companies were taking over the gold country, or that Joseph insisted Jesus was a prophet and not the Messiah he was waiting for. She didn't care if the river was rising with the rain. She didn't care if a shovel cost $300 while a new plow cost $70. We've put Angel to sleep, Joseph observed, adding another log to the fire. The second bedroom is right through that door. Joseph watched Michael lift his wife tenderly and carry her in. He swirled the coffee in his cup and finished it. He had been watching Angel since spotting her by his Franklin stove. She was one of those rare beauties that caught a man's breath no matter how many times he had seen her before. When Michael came back in and sat down, Joseph smiled. I'll never forget the look on your face the first time you saw her. I thought you were crazy when I heard you married her. Good men were often destroyed by obsessions with fallen women, and he had worried about Michael. Joseph had never known a more mismatched pair. A saint and a sinner. You seem pretty much the same. Michael laughed and took up his cup. Did you expect me to change? I expected her to feast on your heart. Michael's smile altered, hinting at pain. She does, he said, and tipped his cup. She's changed, Joseph said. She didn't have the glow of a woman in love. There was no sparkle in her eyes or flush to her cheeks. But there was something different about her. I can't put my finger on it exactly. But she doesn't look as hard as I remember. She never was hard. It was pretense. Joseph didn't argue, but he remembered well the beautiful soiled dove who walked Main Street every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He had come out to watch her like all the others, enraptured by her pale, perfect beauty. But she was hard all right, hard as granite. Michael was just seeing her through the eyes of a man who loved her far more deeply than a woman like her deserved. But then, maybe it was Michael's kind of loving that was changing her. God knew Angel would never have come across a man like Michael before. Not in her trade. He would be something new to her. Joseph laughed silently at himself. Michael had been something new to him, too. He was one of those rare men who lived what he believed, not once in a while, but every hour of every day, even when the going wasn't easy. As gentle a man as he was, as tender as was his heart, there was nothing weak about Michael Hosea. He was the strongest-minded man Joseph had ever met. A man like Noah. A man like the shepherd king, David. A man after God's own heart. Joseph prayed Angel wouldn't rip that heart out of him and leave him destroyed for the rest of the human race.
Chapter 18.
So whatever you wish that men would do to you, do so to them. Jesus. Matthew 7:12. Wagon loaded with their purchases, Michael and Angel started for home early the next morning. Michael made a stop at the seed store and purchased what he needed for spring planting. On the way through town, he stopped again at a small building. He came around the wagon and lifted her down. Angel hadn't realized he intended to go to church until he was almost to the door and she heard singing. She pulled her hand from his and shook her head. "You go ahead. I'll wait out here." Michael smiled. "Give it a try. For me." He took her hand again. When they went inside, her heart pounded so fast she thought she was choking on it. Several people glanced up and stared at her. She could feel heat pouring into her face as more people noticed their late arrival. Michael found space for them to sit. Angel clenched her hands in her lap and kept her head down. What was she doing in a church? A woman down the row leaned forward to look at her. Angel stared straight ahead. Another in the row in front looked back over her shoulder. The place seemed full of women, plain, hard-working women like those who had turned their backs on Mama. They would turn their backs on her, too, if they knew what she was. One dark-haired lady in a dough-brown bonnet was studying her. Angel's mouth went dry. Did they know already? Did she bear the mark on her forehead? The preacher was looking straight at her and talking about sin and damnation. Sweat broke out on her, and she felt cold.
She was going to be sick.
Everyone stood and started singing. She had never heard Michael sing before. He had a deep, rich voice, and he knew the words without the hymnal offered by the man next to him. He belonged here. He believed all this. Every word of it. She stared forward again and looked into the dark eyes of the preacher. He knows, just like Mama's priest knew. She had to get out. When they all sat down again, that preacher would probably point straight at her and ask what she was doing in his church. In a panic, she pressed past all those down the row. "Let me by, please," she said, frantic to get out. Everyone was staring at her now. One man grinned at her as she hurried toward the back door. She couldn't get her breath. She leaned against the wagon and fought down the nausea. "Are you all right?" Michael said. She hadn't expected him to follow her.
"I am fine," she lied.
"Would you just sit by me?" She turned and looked up at him.
"No."
"You don't have to take part in the service. The only way you'll get me back inside that place is to drag me." Michael studied her strained face. She hugged herself and glared up at him. "Amanda, I haven't been in a church in months. I need the fellowship. I didn't say you had to leave. Are you all right?" "Yes," she said and reached up to the wagon seat. Michael lifted her. She felt steadier at his touch. Regretting her harshness, she wanted to explain, but when she turned, he was already disappearing into the church. She felt bereft. They were singing again, loud enough to be heard clearly outside. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. It was a war against God and Michael and the whole world. Sometimes she wished she didn't have to fight anymore. She wished she were back in the valley. She wished it were the way it had been in the beginning, just her and Michael. She wished Paul had stayed in the mountains. Maybe things would have worked then. Not for long. Sooner or later, the world comes charging in. You just don't belong. Angel. You never will. When the service finally ended, others came out ahead of Michael. Every one of them looked straight at her, where she sat on the wagon seat, waiting for him. Several women stopped to talk together in a small group. Were they talking about her? She kept watching the door for Michael. When he appeared, he was with the minister. They spoke for a few minutes and then shook hands. Michael came down the steps, and the dark-suited man looked at her. Her heart started pounding again. She could feel the sweat breaking out on her skin as Michael strode toward her. He stepped up, took the reins, and set off without a word. "It didn't even look like a real church," she said as he drove down the hill toward the river road. There was no priest. The Lord isn't bound by denomination. My mother was Catholic.
I didn't say I was.
So, why are you so afraid to be inside a church?
I wasn't afraid.
It made me sick. All those hypocrites. You were scared to death. He took her hand. Your palms are still sweating. She tried to pull her hand free, but his tightened. If you're convinced there's no God, what are you afraid of? I don't want any part of some great eye in the sky who's waiting for a chance to squash me like a bug. God doesn't condemn. He forgives. She tore her hand free. The way he forgave my mother? He looked at her with that maddeningly quiet assurance. Maybe she never forgave herself. His words were like a blow. Angel stared straight ahead. What was the use where Michael was concerned? He didn't understand anything. It was as though the poor fool had never even lived in this world. He decided to press it. You think maybe that could have been part of it? Whatever my mother believed, it doesn't mean I belong in a church any more than she ever did. If Rahab, Ruth, Bathsheba, and Mary belonged, I think there might be a place for you. I don't know a single one of those women. Rahab was a prostitute. Ruth slept at the feet of a man she wasn't married to, on a public threshing floor. Bathsheba was an adulteress. When she found she was pregnant, her lover plotted the murder of her husband. And Mary became pregnant by someone other than the man she was betrothed to marry. Angel stared at him. I didn't know you made a habit of running with fast women. Michael laughed. They're named in the lineage of Christ. In the beginning of the book of Matthew. Oh, she said blandly, and gave him a resentful glance. You think you can march me right into a corner, don't you?
Well,
tell me something. If all that garbage is true, why didn't the priest speak to my mother? It seems she fit right into such exalted company. I don't know. Amanda. Priests are only men. They're not God. They come with their own personal prejudices and faults just like anyone else. He snapped the reins lightly over the horses' backs. I'm sorry about your mother, but I'm worried about you.
Why?
Are you afraid if you don't save my soul, I'll go to hell? She was mocking him. I think you've had a good taste of it already. He snapped the reins again. I don't plan on preaching at you, but I don't plan on giving up what I believe. Either. Not to make you comfortable. Not for anything. Her fingers tightened around the brace. I didn't ask you to. Not in so many words. But there's a certain pressure brought to bear on a man when his wife is sitting and waiting outside in a wagon. How about when a man drags his wife into church? He glanced at her. I guess you've got a point. I'm sorry. She looked straight ahead again and bit her lip. Letting out a shaky breath, she said, I couldn't stay inside. Michael. I just couldn't. Not this time. Maybe. Not ever. Why not? Why should I sit with the same children who called me foul names? They're all the same. It doesn't matter whether it's the docks of New York or a muddy hillside in California. She gave a bleak laugh. There was a boy whose father visited Mama at the shack. He was real regular. His son would call Mama and me names, obscene names. So I told him where his father was on Wednesday afternoons. He didn't believe me, of course, and Mama said I had done a terrible,
cruel thing to him.
I couldn't see how the truth would make things worse, but a few days later, out of curiosity I guess, that boy followed his father and found out for himself it was true. I thought, now there he knows. And he'll leave me and Mama alone. But
But no.
He hated me after that. He and his nice little friends used to wait at the end of the alley, and when I would go to market for Mama, they would throw garbage on me. And every Sunday morning I would see them in mass, all scrubbed and dressed up and sitting by their papas and mamas. She looked up at Michael. The priest spoke to them. No, Michael, I won't sit in a church. Not ever. Michael took her hand again and wove his fingers with hers. God had nothing to do with it. Her eyes felt strangely hot and gritty. He didn't stop it either. Did he? Where's the mercy you're always reading about? I never saw any given to my mother. Michael was silent for a long time after that. Did anyone ever say anything nice to you? Her mouth curved into a wry smile. A lot of men said I was pretty. They said they were just waiting for me to grow up. Her chin jerked up, and she glanced away. Her hand was cold in his. For all her defiance, he felt her pain. What do you see when you look in the mirror? Amanda? She didn't answer for a long time. And when she did, she spoke so softly. He almost didn't hear. My mother. They stopped by a stream. While Michael unharnessed the horses and hobbled them, Angel laid out the blanket and opened the basket. Joseph's cook had supplied them with bread, cheese, a bottle of cider, and some dried fruit. When Michael finished eating, he stood and put his hand up on an overhanging branch. He seemed in no hurry to hitch up his horses and get back on the road. Angel watched him. His blue wool shirt pulled taut across his shoulders, and his waist was lean and hard. She remembered Tori's fascination and was beginning to understand. She liked to look at him. He was strong and beautiful without being threatening. When he glanced back at her, she looked away and pretended to be busy putting the things back into the basket. Michael shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the massive trunk. I've been called a few names in my time.
2.
Amanda. Most of them hurled by my own father. She looked up at him again. Your father? He looked out over the river. My family had the biggest plantation in the district. The land was passed down from my grandfather. We had slaves. I didn't think much about having them when I was a boy. It was just the way things were. Mother told me that they were our people and we were to take care of them, but when I was 10, we had a bad year and my father sold off some of the workers. When they were taken away, one of our house slaves disappeared. I can't even tell you her name. My father went after her. When he came back, he had 2 bodies strapped over a horse. Hers, and one of the workers he had sold. He dumped the bodies in front of the slave quarters and strung them up, so they had to see them every time they went out to the fields. It was a gruesome sight. He had turned the dogs loose on them. He put his head back against the bark of the massive old oak. I asked him why he had to do that, and he said it was to make an example of them. She had never seen him so pale, and a new emotion stirred inside her. She wanted to go to him and put her arms around him. Did your mother feel the same way he did? My mother wept, but she never said a word against my father. I told him the first thing I would do when he died was free our slaves. It was the first beating he ever gave me. He said if I was so enamored of them, I could live with them for a while. Did you? For a month. Then he ordered me back to the house. By then, my life had really changed. Old Ezra brought me to the Lord. Up until then, God was just a Sunday morning exercise my mother carried out in the parlor. Ezra showed me how real God is. My father would have sold him if he hadn't been so old. He freed him instead. It was a worse fate. The old man had nowhere to go. So he moved out into the swamps. I used to go out and see him every chance I got, and bring him what I could. And your father? He tried other ways of turning my thinking around. His mouth curved wryly. He wanted me to know the full privileges of ownership. He looked at her, a beautiful, young slave girl of my own to use any way I wanted. I told her to go, but she wouldn't. My father had ordered her to stay, so I left." He laughed softly and shook his head. "That's not completely honest. Actually, I fled. I was 15, and she was more of a temptation than I could handle." Michael came and hunkered down in front of her. "Amanda, my father wasn't all bad. I don't want you to think that of him. He loved the land, and he did take care of his people. Other than that one time, he was decent to the slaves he owned. He loved my mother and my brothers and sisters. And he loved me. He just wanted everything his own way. And there was something about me from the very beginning. I didn't fit the mold. I knew someday I'd have to cut out on my own. But it was a long time before I had the courage to leave everyone I loved behind, especially when I didn't know where I was going." She raised her eyes to his. "Do you ever think about going back?" No, there was no doubt in his expression. "You must have hated him." He looked at her solemnly.
No.
"I loved him. And I'm grateful he was my father." "Grateful?" "He treated you like a slave. Took away your inheritance. Your family. Everything. And you're grateful? Without all that, I might never have come to know the Lord. And, in the end, my father had more reason to hate me," Michael said. "When I left, Paul and Tess came with me. Tessie was special to him. Very special. And now she's dead." Angel saw the tears in his eyes. He didn't try to hide them. "She would have liked you," he said, reaching out and touching her cheek. She could see into people. Without thinking, Angel put her hand over his,
Moved by his sadness.
His smile made her heart twist.
"Oh,
beloved," he said. "Your walls are coming down." She took her hand away. Joshua blowing his horn. He laughed. "I love you," he said. "I love you very much." He drew her into his arms and lay back with her in the grass. Rolling her beneath him, he kissed her gently at first, then more thoroughly. She felt a quickening inside her, a soft, warm curling in her belly, yet she felt neither threatened nor used. When he drew back slightly, she saw the look in his eyes.
"Oh."
"Sometimes I forget what I'm waiting for," he said huskily. He stood, drawing her up with him.
"Come on.
I'll hitch up the horses." Bemused, Angel folded the blanket and put the basket back beneath the seat. Resting her arms on the side of the wagon, she watched Michael bring the horses back. There was power in the way he moved. As he harnessed the horses, she watched the strength of his shoulders and hands. Straightening, he turned to her. He lifted her to the high seat and stepped up beside her. When he took the reins, he smiled at her, and without the least hesitation, she found herself smiling back. It began to rain as they traveled. Michael stopped to put up the canvas while she wrapped herself in the blanket. When he sat with her again, he put a second blanket around them both. She felt comfortably snug next to him. 5 miles down the road, they came upon a broken-down covered wagon. A haggard man and woman were trying to raise it enough to put on a repaired wheel. Nearby, sheltered beneath a massive oak, a dark-haired girl hugged 4 small children around her. Michael pulled the team off the road. "Fetch those children and have them sit in the back of the wagon," he said to Angel as he got down. She went for them. The oldest girl looked but a few years younger than she. Her dark hair was plastered about a pale face dominated by wide brown eyes. When she smiled, she was pretty. "You'll all be drier if you sit in the back of the wagon," Angel said. "We have another blanket." "Thank you, ma'am," the girl said, taking up the invitation immediately as she hurried the children to the wagon's shelter. Full of trepidation, Angel climbed up into the back with them. She handed the girl a blanket, and she draped it around her shoulders while tucking the 4 smaller children in close to her like a mother hen. She smiled at Angel. "We're the Altmans. I'm Miriam. This is Jacob." She looked at the tallest boy, whose eyes and hair were like hers. He's 10. "And Andrew." "I'm 8, the boy volunteered somberly. Miriam smiled again. "This is Leah," she said, snuggling the bigger girl close and then kissing the smallest. "And Ruth." Angel looked at the cold, wet group huddled together beneath a single blanket. "Hosea," she said self-consciously. "I'm Mrs. Hosea." "Thank the Lord you came when you did," Miriam said. "Papa was having trouble with that wheel, and Mama is just about done in." She took the blanket off herself and settled it around the 4 children. "Would you watch over the children, Mrs. Hosea? Mama's been ill for the past 300 miles, and she shouldn't be out in the rain." She jumped down from the wagon before Angel could protest. Angel looked at the children again and saw they were all staring at her with wide, curious eyes. A few moments later, Miriam returned with her mother. She was a worn, dark-haired woman with stooped shoulders and shadowed eyes. The children closed around her protectively. "Mama," Miriam said, an arm around her. "This is Mrs. Hosea. This is my mother." The woman smiled warmly and nodded. "Elizabeth," she said with a smile. "God bless you, Mrs. Hosea." Tears gathered in the tired eyes, but she didn't let them fall. "I don't know what we would have done if you and your husband hadn't come along." She put her arms around her 4 children while Miriam peered out to see if the men needed assistance. "Everything's going to be fine. Papa and Mr. Hosea are fixing the wagon. We'll be on our way soon." "Do we have to go to Oregon?" Leah whimpered. Pain flickered in the woman's face. "Let's not think about it right now, dear. We'll take one day at a time." Angel fumbled in the basket. "Are you hungry?" "We've bread and some cheese." "Cheese," Leah said, her small face brightening. The long journey to Oregon forgotten. "Oh, yes. Please." Tears did come then, and Elizabeth wept. Miriam stroked her and murmured to her. Mortified, Angel didn't know what to say or do. Not looking at the weeping woman, she cut slices of cheese for the smaller children. Elizabeth coughed again, and her crying stopped. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I don't know what's wrong with me." "You're worn out," Miriam said. "It's the fever," she told Angel. "She hasn't had any strength since it hit her." Angel held out a wedge of cheese and bread, and Elizabeth touched her hand tenderly before taking it. Little Ruth pushed off her mother's lap and stood in front of her. Angel felt alarmed and then surprised when the child reached out and touched the golden braid that had slipped over her shoulder and hung to her waist. "Angel, Mama?" Heat flooded Angel's face. Elizabeth smiled through her tears. Her soft laugh was full of pleasure. "Yes, darling. An angel of mercy." Angel could not look at them. What would Elizabeth Altman say if she knew the truth? She got up and went to the back of the wagon to peer out. Michael had raised the Altman's wagon, and the man was fitting the wheel. She wanted to get out of the wagon, but the rain was coming now in sheets. Michael would just send her back. Every muscle in her body was taut when she looked back at Elizabeth with her adoring children all around her. Miriam took her hand, startling her. "They'll have it fixed in no time," she said. Her eyes flickered with surprise and embarrassment when Angel pulled her hand free in haste. Mr. Altman appeared at the back of the wagon, rain running off his hat. "Is everything all right, John?" Elizabeth said. "It'll be good for a ways." He tipped the brim of his hat to Angel as Elizabeth made the introduction. "We're much obliged to you and your husband, ma'am." I was almost done in until your husband came. He looked to his wife again. Mr. Hosea's invited us to winter at his place. I said yes. We'll head for Oregon in spring. Oh, Elizabeth said, the relief clearly apparent. Angel's lips parted. Winter at Michael's? 9 people in a 15 by 15-foot cabin? Elizabeth touched her, and she jumped. She sat stunned as the woman thanked her before John lifted her out. The boys and girls followed, then Miriam, who touched her shoulder in passing and flashed her a warm, excited smile. Teeth gritted, Angel sat huddled in her blanket in the back of the wagon, wondering what on earth Michael thought he was going to do with all these people. He climbed into the seat, soaked to the skin, and she handed him the spare blanket as they set off again. We'll let them have the cabin, he said. The cabin? Where are we supposed to sleep? In the barn. We'll be comfortable and warm. Why don't they sleep in the barn? You built the cabin. She didn't much like the idea of sleeping anywhere, but in that nice, snug bed with the fire close by. They haven't slept in a house in over 9 months. And that woman's sick. He nodded ahead. I've been thinking. There's a good strip of land bordering Paul's. Maybe I can talk the Altmans into staying. It'd be a good thing having another family in the valley. He glanced at her with a smile. You could use women friends around. Friends? What do you suppose I have in common with them? Why don't we wait and find out? They camped beside an outcropping of granite that gave them shelter from the rain. Michael and John hobbled the horses and pitched a tent while Angel, Elizabeth, and Miriam set up camp. The children gathered enough wood to last the night and brought some of it to Miriam, where she and the others were gathered in the tent. She opened a small flap at the ceiling. Learned this from the Indians, she said with a grin as she built a fire inside a wash tub right inside the tent. Amazingly, the smoke went up and out the hole. Elizabeth looked so worn out. Angel insisted she lie down. Michael brought some of their supplies in, and she put together a meal. Still awake, Elizabeth was silent, watching her. Troubled, Angel glanced at her, wondering what she was thinking. I feel so useless, Elizabeth said tremulously. And Miriam bent to stroke her face gently. Nonsense, Mama. We can manage. You rest. She gave her an impish grin. When you're better, we'll let you do it all by yourself again. Her mother smiled at the tender teasing. I'll get some heavier wood, Miriam said, and went out. She came back with a large chunk and stacked it with the kindling. The rain's letting up. Elizabeth pushed herself up. Where are the boys? Papa's got them. Leah and Ruth will stay put right here. You've no need to worry. Now lie down again, Mama. She looked at Angel. She's always worried about Indians, she whispered. A little boy wandered away from the wagons 100 miles shy of Fort Laramie. There was no trace of him. Ever since then, Mama's been terrified one of us would be kidnapped. She glanced back at her mother resting on the pallet. She'll get better now that she can rest. Miriam warmed her hands over the fire, smiling across at Angel. Whatever you're cooking, it smells good. Angel kept stirring without comment. How long have you been in California?
A year. Oh.
Then you didn't marry Michael until you came here. He said he arrived in 48. Did you come overland?
No.
By ship. Is your family in the valley Michael's been describing to my father? Angel had known the questions would come, and that making up lies would only tie her into tighter knots. Why not get it over with now, and then the girl would let her be? Maybe if they all knew the truth, they'd winter someplace else. Certainly that woman wouldn't want to sleep in the same bed where a prostitute had slept. I came to California alone. I met Michael in a brothel in Paradise. Miriam laughed and then, seeing Angel meant what she'd said, fell silent. You're serious? Aren't you? Yes. Elizabeth was looking at her with an indefinable expression. Angel's gaze fell, and she kept stirring. Miriam didn't say anything for a long moment, and Elizabeth closed her eyes again. You needn't have said anything, Miriam said finally. Why did you? So you wouldn't have any shocking surprises down the road, Angel said bitterly, her throat tight. No, Miriam said. I was prying again. That's why. Mama says it's one of my failings, always wanting to know everyone else's business. I'm sorry. Angel kept stirring, troubled by the girl's apology. I'd like to be friends, Miriam said. Angel glanced up in surprise. Why would you want to be friends with me? Miriam looked surprised. Because I like you. Taken aback. Angel stared at her. She glanced at Elizabeth. The woman was watching them, a tired smile on her face. Blushing, Angel looked at the girl and said softly, You don't know very much about me other than what I just told you. She wished now she hadn't said anything. I know you're honest, Miriam said with a rueful laugh. Brutally so, she added more seriously. A thoughtful look came into her eyes as she studied Angel. The boys came in, and with them a blast of cold air. The girls awakened, and Ruth started to cry. Elizabeth sat up and held her close, admonishing the boys to quiet their excited chatter. John came in, and with one word hushed them. Angel saw Michael just behind him. When he smiled at her, her relief was physical. Then she worried what he would say when he found out she had blurted out the truth. Wet coats shrugged off. The men hunkered by the fire while she served beans into the bowls. Miriam passed out. When everyone had their meal, John bowed his head, his family taking his lead. Lord, thank you for delivering us today and bringing us Michael and Amanda Hosea. Watch over our lost loved ones, David and Mother. Please give Elizabeth renewed strength. Keep us all well and strong for the journey ahead.
Amen.
John asked questions about land, crops, and the California market while Jacob and Andrew asked for second helpings of beans and biscuits. Angel wondered when Michael would be ready to return to their wagon. She felt Miriam watching her. She didn't want to know what questions were running through the girl's head now that she'd had time to think about it. The rain stopped. Papa, Andrew said. Shouldn't we go to our own wagon now? Angel whispered to Michael. Stay here with us, John said. We've room enough. With the fire going. It's warmer in here than it'd likely be in your wagon. Michael accepted, and Angel's heart dropped as he went for their blankets. Excusing herself quickly, she went after him. Michael, she said, searching for words to convince him they should sleep in the wagon and not in the tent with the Altmans. He reached out and pulled her close, kissing her soundly. Then he turned her back toward the tent, saying next to her ear, Sooner or later you'll learn there are people in the world who don't want to use you. Now buck up your courage and go back in there and get to know a few. Pulling her shawl tightly around herself, she ducked back inside the tent. Miriam smiled at her. Angel sat self-consciously near the fire and didn't look at anyone as she waited for Michael to come back. The two boys pleaded for their father to read from Robinson Crusoe. John took a worn leather volume from a pack and began to read while Miriam laid out the bedding. Little Ruth, thumb still tucked in her mouth, dragged her blanket from where it was placed and put it next to Angel. I want to sleep here. Miriam laughed. Well, I think you'd better ask Mr. Hosea. Ruthie. He might want to sleep there, too. He can sleep on the other side, Ruthie said, clearly staking her claim. Miriam came over with 2 quilts and handed one to Angel. Bending, she whispered. See? She's likes you, too. Feeling an odd pang in her stomach, Angel glanced around at them. Michael came in with more blankets. Storm's coming. If we're lucky, it'll blow itself out by morning. As the others slept, Angel lay awake beside Michael. The wind howled, and the rain pelted against the tent. The sound of the storm and the smell of the wet canvas reminded her of her first weeks in paradise. Where was Duchess? And Megan and Rebecca?
What had happened to them?
She tried not to think about Lucky dying in the fire. She kept remembering her saying, "Don't forget me, Angel."
Don't forget me.
Angel couldn't forget any of them. When the rain ceased, Angel listened to the breathing of the sleepers around her. Turning slowly onto her side, she looked at them. John Altman lay beside his frail wife, his arm curled protectively around her. The boys slept nearby, one sprawled on his back, the other curled on his side with a blanket over his head. Miriam and Leah were curled together like spoons, Miriam's arm around her sister. Angel's eyes came to rest on Miriam's sleeping face. This girl was a new entity. Angel hadn't known many good girls. Those on the docks had been warned away by their mothers. Sally had said once that good girls were dull and critical, and that's why when they grew up and married, their husbands frequented brothels. Miriam was neither dull nor critical. She had poked good-humored fun at her father all evening while seeing to her ailing mother. Her sisters and brothers clearly adored her. Only Jacob balked when she told him what to do, and one glance from his father ended that. When it was time for the children to settle down, it was Miriam who tucked them in and prayed with them quietly while the men talked. "I'd like to be friends." Angel closed her eyes. Her head ached. What would she and Miriam have to talk about? She hadn't a clue, but it seemed she was going to be faced with it. The men had already developed an easy rapport. Both loved the land. John Altman talked about Oregon as though it were another more desirable woman, and Michael talked about the valley in the same way. "Papa," Miriam had said in amused exasperation, "you were convinced California was paradise until we rolled down out of the Sierras." He shook his head. "It's more crowded here than in Ohio. The whole territory is crawling with fortune hunters. All those good boys from good homes," Miriam said. And a dimple showed in one cheek. "Maybe even a few from Ohio." "Gone wild," John Altman remarked grimly. Miriam poked his shoulder. "You be panning for gold in a stream, too, Papa, if you didn't have all of us to watch over. I saw the gleam of greed in your eyes when that gentleman was telling you about making a good strike on the American." She included Michael and Angel. "The man owns a big store now with goods to the rafters. He said he arrived in California with little more than a shovel and the clothes on his back." "One chance in a million," John told her. "Oh. But think of it, Papa," Miriam went on dramatically, a hand to her heart and her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. "You and the boys could pan and work the long tom while Mama and I run a little cafe in the camp and serve all those poor, dear, downtrodden, handsome young bachelors." Michael laughed, and John tugged his daughter's braid. The Altmans fascinated Angel. They all liked each other. John Altman was clearly in charge and would tolerate no disrespect or rebellion, but it was clear he was not held in fear by his wife and children. Even Jacob's brief rebellion had been handled with good humor. "Whenever you don't listen, there's going to be stern discipline," his father said. "I'll supply the discipline, and you'll supply the stern." The boy capitulated, and Altman ruffled his hair affectionately. What if they did decide to stay in the valley? Angel massaged her throbbing temples. What did she have in common with them? Especially a young, doe-eyed virgin? When she had blurted out her past profession and how she and Michael had met, she had fully expected the girl to be shocked and leave her alone. The last thing she expected was that look of questioning concern and an offer of friendship. Angel felt movement beside her and opened her eyes against the pain in her head. Ruthie snuggled against her, seeking warmth in her sleep. Her thumb had slipped out of her mouth. Angel touched the smooth pink cheek, and suddenly, she saw Duke's enraged face swimming before her eyes. She felt the slap across her face again. "I told you to take precautions." She could feel him grabbing her by her hair as he dragged her up from the bed so that his face was right in hers. "The first time was easy," he said through his teeth. "This time I'm going to make sure you never get pregnant again." When the doctor came, she had kicked and fought, but it had done no good. Duke and another man strapped her to the bed. "Do it," Duke ordered the doctor and stood by watching to make sure he did. When she started to scream, they put a strap in her mouth. Duke was still there when the ordeal was over. Consumed in pain and weak from loss of blood, she'd refused to look at him. "You'll be fine in a few days," he told her, but she knew she would never be all right. She called him the foulest name she knew, but all he did was smile. "That's my angel. No tears. Just hate. It keeps me warm, my sweet. Don't you know that yet?" He kissed her hard. "I'll be back when you're better." He patted her cheek and left. The black memory tortured Angel as she gazed at little Ruth Altman. She wanted desperately to leave the tent but was afraid if she got up she would awaken the others. Staring up at the canvas ceiling, she tried to think of something else. The rain started again, and with it came all her old ghosts. "Can't sleep?" Michael whispered. She shook her head. "Turn on your side." When she did, he drew her back against him, tucking her into his body. The child shifted, snuggling deeper into the quilts and pressing into Angel's stomach. "You've got a friend," Michael murmured. Angel put her arm around Ruth and closed her eyes. Michael put his arm around both of them. "Maybe we'll have one like her someday," he said against her ear. Angel stared into the fire in despair. Chapter 19. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus. Matthew 19:19. Michael settled the Altmans comfortably in the cabin and shouldered his own trunk. Angel followed him to the barn, biting off any protest. She could see his mind was set. What in the world was he going to get out of this deal? Why do this for total strangers? The rains came day after day. After the first few nights, Angel found comfort in the sounds of the owl in the rafters and the soft stirring of mice in the hay. Michael kept her warm. Sometimes he would explore her body, rousing alien sensations that unnerved her. When his own desire became too great, he drew away and talked about his past, and especially the old slave he still loved. In those quiet, unthreatening moments, Angel found herself telling him what Sally had taught her. Head propped up on his hand, Michael toyed with her hair. "Do you think she was right about everything, Amanda? Not by your rules, I guess. Whose do you want to live by?" She thought before answering. "My own." Outside the confines of the barn and Michael's protective arms, Angel was affectionately accosted by Miriam. At every turn, the girl undermined Angel's determination to remain aloof. Miriam made her laugh. She was so young and full of innocent mischief. What Angel could not comprehend was why this girl should want to be her friend. She knew she should discourage her, but Miriam grew obtuse at her rebuffs and continued to tease and delight her. Starved of any family life as a child, Angel did not know what was expected of her when she and Michael spent evenings in the cabin with the family. She sat quietly and observed. She was captivated by the respectful camaraderie between John and Elizabeth Altman and their 5 children. John was a hard man who seldom smiled, but it was clear he adored his children and that he had a special affection for his eldest daughter, despite their constant arguing. Dark-eyed Andrew and his father were much alike in appearance and manner. Jacob was gregarious and given to practical jokes. Leah was solemn and shy. Little Ruth, open and bright, was the darling of the whole family. For some reason Angel could not contemplate, the child adored her. Perhaps it was her blonde hair that drew Ruthie's infatuation. Whatever it was, every time she and Michael came in to join the family, Ruthie sat at her feet. It amused Miriam. They say dogs and children can always pick a tender-hearted person. Can't argue with that. Now, can you? For a full week after they moved in, Elizabeth was too weak to get out of bed. Angel cooked and took care of the household duties while Miriam saw to her mother and the children. Michael and John dug up stumps in the field. When they came in for supper, John sat with his wife and held her hand, talking to her softly while the children played pick-up sticks and string games. Watching John, Angel was reminded of all those weeks Michael had cared for her after Magowan's beating. She remembered his tender care and consideration. He had tolerated her worst insults with quiet patience. He was in his own element with these people. She was the one who didn't belong. Angel couldn't help but make comparisons. Her father had hated her enough even before she was born to want her thrown away, like so much trash. Her mother had been so obsessed with him that she had almost forgotten she had a child. From her life with harlots, Angel was used to women who worried incessantly about the shape of their bodies and whether they were beginning to age. She was used to women who fussed with their hair and clothing and talked about sex as easily as the weather. Elizabeth and Miriam were new and fascinating to her. They adored one another. They spoke no harsh words, were clean and neat without being preoccupied about their appearance, and talked about everything but sex. Though Elizabeth was too weak to do any work, she organized and orchestrated Miriam's and the children's days. At her urging, Andrew made a fish trap to set up in the creek. Leah fetched water. Jacob weeded the vegetable garden. Even little Ruth helped, setting out the dishes and utensils and picking wildflowers for the table. Miriam washed, ironed, and mended clothes while overseeing her siblings. Angel felt useless. Once Elizabeth was up, she assumed full command. Unpacking her Dutch oven and pans, she took over the cooking. The Altmans had replenished their own supplies in Sacramento, and she made delicious meals of fried salt pork with gravy, baked beans sweetened with molasses, cornbread, and stewed jackrabbit with dumplings. When the fish trap worked, she fried the trout in seasonings. She skillet-baked Johnny cakes while she spit-roasted 2 ducks. Most days, she made sourdough biscuits for breakfast. As a special treat, she soaked dried apples and made a pie. She sighed one evening as she set the food on the table. "Someday we'll have another cow and have milk and butter again. We had one when we left home," Miriam said to Angel. "But the Indians took a liking to her near Fort Laramie." "I'd give Papa's watch for a spoonful of plum jam," Jacob said, making his mother laugh and cuff him lightly. Following supper, it was the Altman family custom to have devotions. John frequently asked Michael to read the Bible. The children were bright and full of questions. If God created Adam and Eve, why did he let them sin? Did God really want them running around eating naked, even in winter? If there was only Adam and Eve, who'd their children marry? Eyes twinkling, John settled back to smoke his pipe, while Elizabeth tried to answer the endless questions. Michael shared his own opinions and beliefs. He told stories rather than read them. "You'd make a fine preacher," John said. Angel almost protested, and then realized he meant it as a compliment. Angel never joined in the discussions. Even when Miriam asked her what she thought, she shrugged it off or turned the question back on the girl. Then, one evening, Ruthie went straight to the heart of the matter. "Don't you believe in God?" Unsure how to respond, Angel said, "My mother was Catholic." Andrew's mouth fell open. "Brother Bartholomew said they worship idols." Elizabeth blushed bright red at his comment. And John coughed. Andrew apologized. "No need," Angel said. "My mother didn't worship any idols that I remember. But she prayed a lot. Not that it ever did her any good." "What did she pray for?" Irrepressible Ruthie asked. deliverance, determined not to become part of a religious discussion. She took up the materials Michael had purchased for her new clothing. There was a still silence in the cabin that made Angel's skin prickle. "What's deliverance mean?" Ruthie asked. "We'll talk about it later," Elizabeth hushed her. "Right now, you children have schoolwork to do." She got up and took out the children's school books. Angel looked up after a moment and saw Michael's gentle gaze on her. Her heart fluttered strangely. She wished for the cool, quiet darkness of the barn and no one noticing her, not even this man who had come to matter entirely too much. She returned her studious attention to the cloth in her lap. How should she start? Never having made her own clothing before, she didn't know how to begin. She kept thinking of all the money Michael had spent and was afraid to cut into it and ruin it. "You look glum." Miriam grinned. "Don't you like to sew?" Angel could feel the color mounting in her cheeks. She was humiliated by her own ignorance and inexperience. Of course, Elizabeth and Miriam would know exactly what to do. Any decent girl would be able to make a shirtwaist and skirt. Miriam suddenly looked aggrieved, as though she realized she had drawn attention where she shouldn't have. She gave Angel a tentative smile. "I don't enjoy it much myself. Mama is the seamstress in our family. I'd love to help you," Elizabeth volunteered. "You've enough to do already," Angel said roughly. Miriam brightened. "Oh, let Mama do it for you." "Amanda. She loves to sew. And she hasn't had much to work with over the past year." Not waiting for an answer, she took the material from Angel and handed it over to her mother. Elizabeth laughed, looking delighted. "Do you mind, Amanda?" "I suppose not," Angel said. She gave a start of surprise when Ruthie climbed up into her lap. Miriam grinned. "She only bites her brothers." Angel touched the dark, silky hair and was enchanted. Little Ruth was soft and cuddly, with pink cheeks and bright brown eyes. Angel felt her heart grieve. What would her own child have looked like? She blotted out the horrible memory of Duke and the doctor and savored Ruthie's affection. The child chattered like a little magpie, and Angel nodded and listened. Glancing up, Angel encountered Michael's gaze. He wants children, she thought, and the thought hit her solid in the pit of her stomach. What if he knew she couldn't have them? Would his love for her die then? She couldn't hold his gaze. "Papa, would you play the fiddle for us?" Miriam asked. "You haven't played in so long." "Papa, please," Jacob and Leah begged. "It's packed away in the trunk," he said. Eyes shadowed. Angel expected that to be the end of the discussion, but Miriam was dogged. "No, it's not. I unpacked it this morning." John gave his daughter a dark look, but she only smiled, knelt down beside him, and put her hand on his knee. "Please, Papa." Her voice was very gentle. "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Remember? A time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance." Elizabeth had stilled where she stood, her hands on the fabric spread out over the supper table. When John looked at her, his eyes were dark with pain. Her own were swimming in tears. "It has been a long time, John. I'm sure Amanda and Michael would enjoy hearing you." Miriam nodded to Leah, who fetched the instrument and bow, then held them out to her father. After a long moment, he took hold of them and laid them in his lap. "I tuned it this afternoon while you were out in the field," Miriam admitted as he ran his fingers across the strings. Then, lifting it, he set it beneath his chin and began to play. At the first few notes of the tune, Miriam's eyes flooded with tears, and she sang with a high, pure voice. When he finished playing, he laid the fiddle on his lap again. "That was beautiful," he said, plainly moved. He touched his daughter's hair. "For David?" "Yes. Papa." Elizabeth raised her head, tears running down her cheeks. "Our son," she told Angel and Michael. He was only 14 when her voice broke, and she looked away. "He sang alto," Miriam said. "He had a wonderful voice. He far preferred lively songs, but Amazing Grace was his favorite hymn. He was so full of life and adventure." "He was killed near the Scots Bluff," Elizabeth managed. "His horse threw him when he was chasing a buffalo. He hit his head." No one said anything for a long time. "Grandma died at the Humboldt sink," Jacob said finally, breaking the silence. Elizabeth sat down slowly. "We were the only family she had left. And when we decided to come west, she came with us. She was never very well. She wasn't sorry." "Liza," John said. "I know, John." Angel wondered if Elizabeth was sorry. Maybe she never wanted to leave home. Maybe all this was John's idea. Angel looked between the two of them and wondered if John wasn't thinking the same thing, but when Elizabeth regained her composure and looked across the cabin at her husband, there was no resentment in her expression. John lifted the fiddle again and played another hymn. Michael joined in the singing this time. His rich, deep voice filled the cabin, and the children were in awe of him. "Well, now," Elizabeth said, smiling in delight. "The Lord blessed you indeed, Mr. Hosea." The boys wanted to sing road songs, and their father obliged. When they exhausted their repertoire, Michael told them about Ezra and the slaves who sang in the cotton fields. He sang one he remembered. It was deep and mournful. "Swing low, sweet chariot, come in for to carry me home." Michael's voice pierced Angel's heart. Angel was tense when she and Michael finally returned to the barn loft. The what-ifs went around and around in her head. What if Mama had married a man like John Altman? What if she herself had grown up in a family like that? What if she had come to Michael whole and pure? But it hadn't happened that way, and wishing didn't make it any better. "You'd have done very well in the Silver Dollar Saloon," she said, striving for lightness. "The singer they had wasn't nearly as good as you." "He used some of your same tunes," she added wryly, "but the lyrics were different." "Where do you think the church got most of their music in the first place?" Michael chuckled. "Preachers need recognizable tunes to get their congregations singing along." He put his arms behind his head. "Maybe I could have won a few converts." He was teasing her, and she didn't want to soften any more toward him. He made her heart ache as it was. When she looked at him, her nerves felt raw. "The lyrics I could sing for you are offensive." She felt his thoughtful silence as she undressed and slipped beneath the blankets. Her heart was pounding so fast she wondered if he could hear it. "And don't try to teach me yours," she said. "I'm not singing praises to God for anything." He didn't turn away from her as she hoped. He gathered her in his strong arms and kissed her until she could scarcely breathe. "Not yet anyway," he said. His hands fanned the spark inside her until it was a flame, but he didn't quench it. He gave her the space and freedom she thought she wanted and let it burn. Within a few days, Elizabeth had a yellow plaid shirtwaist and Russ skirt ready for fitting. Angel was hesitant to undress, embarrassed at the poor state of Tessie's worn undergarments. "It needs another tuck here, Mama," Miriam said, pulling in an inch at the skirt waist. "Yes, and a little more fullness in the back, I think," Elizabeth said, fluffing the material at the back of the skirt. Angel was disturbed that they would go to so much work on her behalf. The less they did, the less she would owe. I'm going to be working in the garden in these clothes. You needn't look like a drudge doing it, Miriam said. I don't want this to be a bother to you. The dress was lovely as it was. It didn't need to be a perfect fit. A bother, Elizabeth said.
Nonsense.
I haven't had so much fun in months. You can take the dress off now. Be careful of pins. As Angel removed the dress and reached quickly for Tessie's worn clothing, she saw Elizabeth's pitying glance at the shabby camisole and threadbare pantalettes. If she had her things from the palace, these ladies would be impressed. They had probably never seen satin and lace undergarments from France or silk wraps from China. Duke had dressed her only in the finest. Even Duchess, cheap as she had been, wouldn't have thought to dress her so crudely. But no, she had to appear to them in underwear made from used flour sacks. She wanted to explain that the things weren't hers, that they belonged to Michael's sister, but that would only raise questions she was loath to answer. And worse, it might reflect badly on Michael. She didn't want them thinking ill of him. She didn't know why it mattered so much, but it did. She dressed quickly, stammered out a thank you, and escaped to the garden. Where was Michael? She wished he were close by. She felt safer when he was. She felt less alone and out of her element when he was in sight. He and John had been in the field digging stumps this morning, but they were nowhere in sight now. The horses weren't in the corral. Perhaps Michael had taken John hunting. Young Leah was gathering miner's lettuce from around the oaks. And Andrew and Jacob were fishing. Angel bent to her weeding and tried not to think about anything. Can I play here? Little Ruth asked, standing on the gate. Mama's washing and says I'm being a pest. Angel laughed. Come in, sweetheart. Ruthie sat in the pathway where she was working and talked incessantly as she pulled up the weeds Angel showed her. I don't like carrots. I like green beans. So there you are, Miriam said, swinging the gate open. I told Mama I knew where to find you, she said, wagging her finger at her baby sister. Stooping over, she chucked Ruthie's chin. You know better than to leave her and not say exactly where you're going. I'm with Mandy. Mandy, she said, straightening, her eyes dancing over Angel. Well, Mandy's working. Angel lifted the small carrot from the basket. She's helping. Miriam sent Ruthie to report back to Mama and knelt to work with Angel. It suits you better, she remarked. Thinning bean plants. What does? Angel asked tentatively. Mandy, Miriam said. Amanda just doesn't seem right somehow. My name was Angel. Really? Miriam said, raising her brows dramatically. She shook her head, eyes twinkling. Angel doesn't fit you either. Would hey you do? Miriam chucked a dirt clod at her. I think I'll call you Miss Priss, she decided. By the way, she added, tossing weeds into the bucket. I wouldn't be so embarrassed about your unmentionables. At Angel's startled response, she laughed. You should see mine. A few days later, Elizabeth gave Angel something wrapped in a pillowcase and told her not to take it out in front of anyone. At Angel's curious look, she blushed and hastened back to the cabin. Curious, Angel went into the barn and dumped out the contents. Picking the things up, she found a beautiful camisole and pantalettes. The cutwork and embroidery were exquisite. Clutching the lovely things in her lap, Angel felt the heat pouring into her cheeks. Why had Elizabeth done this? Out of pity? No one had ever given her anything without expecting something back. What did Elizabeth want? Everything she had was Michael's. She didn't even belong to herself anymore. Shoving the things back into the pillowcase, she went outside. Miriam was toting water from the creek, and Angel intercepted her. "Give these things back to your mother. And tell her I don't need them." Miriam set the buckets down. "Mama was afraid you'd be offended." "I'm not. I just don't need them." "You're angry. Just take these things back." "Miriam." "I don't want them." Angel thrust them at her again. "Mama made them especially for you. So she could feel sorry for me?"
"Well,
"Tell her thank you very much, and she can wear them herself." Miriam was affronted. "Why are you so determined to think the worst of us?" "Mama's only intent was to please you. She's trying to say thank you for giving her a roof over her head after months of living in that miserable wagon. She needn't thank me. If she wants to thank someone, tell her to thank Michael. It was his idea." She immediately regretted her harsh words when the girl's eyes filled up with tears. "Well, then, I suppose he can wear the camisole and pantalettes. Can't he?" Miriam snatched up the buckets again, tears running down her pale cheeks. "You don't want to love us, do you? You've set your mind against it." Angel smarted at the hurt in Miriam's face. "Why don't you keep them for yourself?" she said more gently. Miriam was not mollified. "If you're of a mind to hurt my mother, then you do it yourself, Amanda Hosea. I won't do it for you. You go tell her you don't want a gift she made for you because she loves you like you're one of her own children. And that's exactly what you are, isn't it? Just an idiotic child who doesn't know something precious when it's staring her right in the face." Her voice broke, and she hurried away. Angel fled back to the barn. Clutching the camisole and pantalettes, she sat with her back against the wall. She hadn't thought a few cutting remarks from a naive girl could hurt so deeply. Flinging the things away from her, she pressed her fists against her eyes. Miriam came in quietly and picked them up. Angel waited for her to leave with them, but she sat down instead. "I'm sorry I spoke so crossly to you," she said meekly. "I'm far too outspoken." "You say what you think." "Yes, I do. Please accept Mama's gift, Amanda. She'll be so hurt if you don't. She's worked on these things for days, and it took her all morning to get up nerve enough to give them to you. Every young bride should have something special," she said. "If you give them back, she'll know she's offended you." Angel drew her knees up tightly against her chest. She felt trapped by Miriam's entreaty. "I would have gone right past all of you on the road that day." Grimacing inwardly, she held Miriam's gaze. "You knew, didn't you?" Miriam smiled slightly. "You don't really mind now we're here, do you? I don't think you knew what to make of us at first. But that's changed, hasn't it? Ruthie saw through you right away. Contrary to what you may believe, she doesn't take to everyone she meets. Not the way she has to you. And I love you too, whether you like it or not." Angel pressed her lips together and said nothing. Miriam took the camisole and pantalettes and folded them onto her lap. "What do you say? They're very lovely things. You should keep them. I already have some tucked away in my hope chest. Until I'm a new bride. Flour sacks will do very nicely." Angel could see she wasn't going to get anywhere with this girl. "You don't know what to make of us, do you?" Miriam said. "Sometimes you look at me so strangely. Was your life so very different from mine?" "More different than you could ever imagine," Angel said bleakly. "Mama said it's good to talk things out." Angel arched a brow. "I wouldn't think to discuss my life with a child. I'm 16. Hardly that much younger than you. Age hasn't anything to do with years in my business." "It's not your business anymore, is it?" You're married to Michael. That part of your life is over. Angel looked away. It's never over. Miriam. Not when you carry it around like so much baggage. Angel gave her a startled look. She laughed mirthlessly. You and Michael have a lot in common. He had told her the same thing once. Neither one of them could understand. You didn't just walk away and say things had never happened. They had, and they left deep, raw, gaping wounds. Even when the wounds healed, there were scars. Just walk away and forget, she mocked. It's never that simple. Miriam toyed with a blade of hay and changed the subject. I imagine it would take a great deal of effort, but wouldn't it be worth it? It always catches up with you. Maybe you just don't have enough faith yet in Michael. Angel didn't want to discuss Michael, especially with a nubile girl like this one, who was far better suited for him than she was. I was walking the other morning and saw a cabin, Miriam said. Do you know who lives there? Michael's brother-in-law, Paul. His wife died coming west. Miriam's dark eyes were alight with curiosity. Why doesn't he ever come to visit Michael? Are they feuding?
No.
He's just not very friendly. Is he older or younger than Michael? Younger. Her smile was playful. How much younger? Angel shrugged. In his early 20s, I guess. She could see where this was going and didn't like it. Miriam reminded her of Rebecca, the prostitute who'd been so intrigued with Michael. Is he handsome? Miriam persisted. I suppose to a virginal young girl anyone without warts and buck teeth would be handsome. Miriam laughed. Well, I am 16. Most girls are married by now. And I haven't even a beau on the horizon. Naturally. I'm interested in who's available. I have to find a groom so I can wear all those pretty unmentionables Mama's made for me and packed away in my trunk. Thinking of this sweet girl with Paul disturbed Angel greatly. Pretty things don't mean very much, Miriam. They really don't. Wait for someone like Michael. She could scarcely believe she had said it. There's only one Michael. Amanda. And you've got him. What's Paul like? The opposite of Michael. So that would mean ugly, weak, glum, and irreverent. It's not funny. Miriam. You're worse than Mama. She won't tell me the least little thing about men. There's not much to know. They all eat, defecate, have sex, and die, Angel said without thinking. You really are bitter, aren't you? Angel winced inwardly. This girl couldn't possibly understand. Not without having experienced Duke. She should have kept her thoughts to herself rather than blurt them out without forethought. What could she say? I was raped at 8 by a grown man. When he got tired of me, he turned me over to Sally, and she taught me how to do things a nice girl couldn't even imagine. This girl should stay innocent. Find a young man. Marry him as a virgin. Bear his children. And have a family just like the one she came from. She didn't need to be polluted. Don't ask me anything about men. Miriam. You wouldn't like what I would tell you. I hope a man looks at me someday the way Michael looks at you. Angel didn't tell her that men had been looking at her like that for longer than she cared to remember. It didn't mean anything at all. Papa says I need a strong man who'll keep a firm hand on me, Miriam said. But I want a man who needs me, too. I want someone who can be tender as well as strong. Angel studied Miriam as she sat dreaming in the stall about her Prince Charming. Maybe things would have been different if Michael had met Miriam first. How could he have helped but love her? She was vivacious, unsullied, and devout. Miriam had no ghosts, no devil on her back. Miriam stood and brushed the hay from her skirt. I'd better stop dreaming and help Mama with the wash. She bent and put the camisole and pantalettes on Angel's lap. Why don't you try these things on before you make up your mind? I wouldn't hurt your mother for anything. Miriam. The girl's eyes teared up. I didn't think you could. She left. Angel leaned her head back. Right from the first, Duke had bought her a wardrobe full of frilly frocks and white lace pinafores and filled her dresser drawers with satin ribbons and bows. Most of her clothes had been made in Paris. Be grateful, Sally had told her, bathing and dressing her meticulously for Duke's impending visit. Try to remember you'd be starving on the docks if not for Duke. Say thank you, and mean it. Be happy for him. If you become too difficult, Duke will find another little girl who'll be good, and what do you think will happen to you then? The warning still sent chills through her. At 8, Angel had thought Duke would order Fergus to strangle her with his thin black cord and throw her into the alley, where she would be eaten by rats. So she tried to be grateful, but it never worked. She feared Duke and loathed him. Only later had her terrible dependence on his goodwill made her think she loved him. It hadn't taken long to learn the truth. Duke still haunted her. He still owned her soul. No, he doesn't. I'm in California. He's 4,000 miles away and can't find me. She was with Michael and the Altmans, and she could decide to change her life. Couldn't she? She looked at the pristine garments in her lap. Elizabeth didn't want anything from her. Unlike Duke, she gave a gift freely, without expecting anything back. Duke's words mocked her from deep within. Everybody wants something. Angel. Nobody gives you anything without expecting something back. Closing her eyes, she saw Elizabeth's sweet, pensive face. I don't believe you anymore, Duke. Don't you? Rebelling against the echo of his voice, she stood up swiftly and stripped off her clothing. She put on the new camisole and pantalettes. They fit her perfectly. She hugged herself in them. She was going to dress and find Elizabeth and thank her properly. She was going to pretend that she was pure and whole and not let the nightmares of the last 10 years destroy it for her. Not this time. Not if she could help it.